show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others.
Oh
Thank
my
you.
God, who the hell cares?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to this Sunday edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk, coming to you live on the Pacific414 YouTube channel, the Rumble channel, and X, along with Baron Orman Tagge. I am your host, Mike. Today we are going to talk about Shazam star Zachery Levi and his reflections on the effect of superhero fatigue. And we're also going to take a look at an article from Geek Tyrant about the possibility of a sequel to Ghost in the Shell. And then later in the show, I will give my review of the latest release, Queen of the Ring. And I already told Baron a little bit. Baron. I already told Baron a little bit of what I thought of the movie, and he pretty much guessed what's going to happen next, but I will tell you all when the time is appropriate. But before we get into today's articles and the review of Queen of the Ring, Baron, how are you doing?
I'm present. How's that sound? I'm this side of the dirt, all that good stuff. I'm doing great. Enjoying life and I was having issues with a Space Marine 2 where it was really doing some laggy stuff. I couldn't figure it out. What do you know? All of a sudden, then Windows came up with, hey, you have an update. And NVIDIA says, hey, you have an update. It's like, oh, now you tell me.
Don't you love it when you're playing a game and it says it needs to update? Or in my case, on Thursday, my voice mod app decided, nope, I'm taking the day off. I'm not working today. You're going to have to just do the stream with no commentary.
Ain't that just wonderful?
And the reason why I use the voice mod app when I do the streams is because it helps amplify my voice instead of me sounding like this. I know you can probably barely hear me, but that's what it would be like.
Oh my
Hey,
God, Mike
guys.
Jackson's back.
So I did have to pin a message on the YouTube side saying my voice app isn't working, so no commentary tonight.
Yep, I saw that, and I still gave you a like anyways, but I saw that. I go, oh, boring. But I had to go to Jason's anyway, so
Yeah.
But it's like, no, but in all seriousness, I did give a like, but it's like, oh, I saw no commentary, something about the mic's not working. I noticed it did not have an E, KE, it was an MIC. So it's like, okay, it's not him, it's his equipment. And then
Yep.
I'm over at Jace goes, maybe, let's see if I can try to do it. Maybe, I can't do it, but he said, maybe Mike can join us. I said, I don't know, he's got mic issues. So, so.
Yeah, and Jace, if you're listening, I appreciate the StreamYard link for the Beyond on Thursday, but most likely, if I'm doing a stream on Thursday, I probably won't be joining. But again, I do appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I let him know you're having mic issues, so it's like, oh, okay. So
Yeah.
and I said that. Well, I basically also sat back and said about cash.
Yeah. But we know Cash is dealing with things right now, so
Oh yeah, he
that's why
is.
he's not here right now.
Hmm.
But he does hope to be with us on Wednesday when we have our watch party of Beavis and Butthead Do America.
Well, he finds that film semi autobiographical. So
Yeah, but which one of us is Beavis? I mean, he's Butthead.
well, maybe it's him and his brother. Have you ever thought about that?
Mm, I don't know how that would
I don't
work.
know. I see him here in the background laughing like that. Yeah, yeah, in the background, and,
Uh,
and of course there's Cash.
yeah,
I only
but
do that because when I made mention about Star Trek the Motion Picture, his brother kind of got what? Because I was critiquing it, honestly critiquing it. And Cash had to talk him off the ledge there from attacking me. Going, no. He doesn't hate it. He just, he's saying it was an unfinished film because of this, and this, which it was. It
yeah.
wasn't, being harsh. And it's like, okay, I won't kill you now. Okay.
But of course, I also understand. Not everybody is probably up at this particular hour right now because it is daylight savings time with the clocks going ahead last night.
I hate
1 hour.
Come on, President Trump, do it. Do it.
I,
Executive order
I'm
it.
gonna, I'm gonna, I'm gonna do away with daylight savings time. Here comes daylight savings time. Like, hold my beer. I'm still here, bitches.
Yeah, can you imagine he does away with daylight savings time and they will find a way for a third term right there.
Just be like Arizona and say daylight savings time. What's that?
Yeah, and parts of Indiana too. Same thing
Yeah,
there. It's like
true.
the civilized states.
Yes, they are civilized because they don't bring their clocks forward or back.
Yeah. It's as I've gotten older, it's been getting harder. I admit it. It's like God, I hated it when I was younger. It's like now it's even worse. It's like, oh, I have to move now.
Well,
Uh,
you know how it is, especially when daylight savings time comes around. You fall asleep, it's 10 o'clock, then you wake up, it's 4 o'clock, but you're like, I feel like something's missing. Oh, wait a minute.
yeah,
That
an
extra
hour.
hour.
Yeah, that real hour we had, not the fake taking away of that hour. Leave it up
Hmm.
to the government to try to take everything away from us, including time.
Although I will say, and I did tell you this backstage, just a little spoiler for my review. I
Oh,
didn't feel
what?
like my money nor my time was wasted yesterday.
Ah, I see what you did there. Wasting time, stealing time. I see. See, that was really skillful, folks. If you did not catch that, I'm sorry for you.
But right now, I do want to say hello to Tree Rock Creations. It's his first one here, first thumbs up.
Wow, look at that. You know what?
Oh,
That's what.
I
Yeah.
forgot. First post too.
Look at that. Wow. Wow. All over it. We found our super fan.
And then he asked, "Is it the Scarlett Johansson ghost in the show?" I'm afraid not.
Hey, what's wrong with the animated one? It's a good one. As
I,
long
I
as
don't
you
know.
watch,
I like the animated one.
yeah, as long as you watch the original, not the so-called director's cut improvement where they put the CGI in that really ruins it because you have the classic anime, basically the original, and then they throw in scenes with that CGI. It's like, boy, it really, yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah,
Watch
yeah.
the original.
The original's the best. I've
Hmm.
got him as part of my DVD collection.
Oh, really cool. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's the beautiful artist it is. So,
Hmm.
what the live action in the animated or the animated in the animated with the CGI? That's the question.
I mean, I
There,
haven't
there,
seen the live action with Scarlett Johansson, so I
I
can't
haven't.
judge it from
No,
not having seen it.
no, I haven't either.
I, I've heard people say that it's not very good, but again,
Hmm.
it's one of those things where you have to see it for yourself
Well,
in order to
if
judge it.
she strips down like the other character does all the time, then it's worth it. If she doesn't, boo is.
Boo, boo, hiss.
Hmm.
But there's nothing to boo, hiss right here because we're going to go ahead and get into our first article of the afternoon.
Don't forget the button. Oh, there is. Woo!
Let me just make sure I put the link into all three chats, and those three chats being YouTube, Rumble, and X, or X, Rumble, and YouTube. Rumble, X, YouTube. However you want to put it, I'll make sure I put all the links into those chats.
Thank you. Now my brain hurts.
Glad I could help, Aaron. Glad I could
You're welcome.
help.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right, so let's go ahead and get into this article from JB Augustine, which was posted on Bounding into Comics website on March 4th. And let me just make sure everything's
Augustine.
popping up. All right, so it says Shazam star Zachery Levi reflects on the effect of superhero fatigue on the fury of the gods. There's nothing new under the sun.
Hmm.
No, there isn't.
No, no. He's right. At least, at least in how they're presenting this shit.
Hmm. It's March, and this year, marks the 2-year anniversary of Shazam Fury of the Gods release in theaters, which means 2025 is also the 2-year anniversary of the film's utter failure. Though it had years to build up excitement, the sequel flopped after grossing only 134 million on a budget upwards of 125 million. Oof.
Hmm. Plus, they tried to wokify it.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it, but that's what I hear.
I saw the first one. I didn't think it was bad.
Hmm.
Fury clearly didn't break even with such a small difference between the worldwide gross and the budget.
Hmm.
Everybody has a theory of why. Some blame the rebranding of DC Films into DC Studios, run by James Gunn and the film series producer Peter Safran. That came with the announcement of a new slate, making the horror fantasy look like an extra afterthought. The release date moving around constantly for 2 years, pandemic or not, didn't help the film's position in that regard either. Moreover, it was finally placed in a mid March slot that isn't typically prized real estate for big tentpoles. Granted, it was either that or getting trounced over Christmas by the juggernaut that was Avatar The Way of Water. We know that Lord Creative Evers Productions particularly enjoyed the latter movie.
Oh yeah, he won't shut up about it. Love you, Crit.
Superhero fatigue is a consideration as well, and it's one that the star of the two Shazams, Zachary Levi, doesn't rule out. Well, I've been saying it for a while.
Hmm.
In an interview with the Daily Wire's Matt Walsh, Levy factored in how neg- Negatively, said fatigue affected his sophomore outing as the big red cheese. Where do I start? Man, the internet's just going to come after me again, he laughed. Listen, superhero fatigue. That's one. We're just inundated with so many superhero movies, and I think that after a while, people are kind of like, okay, I've seen this. Well, yeah, it has gotten to that
Hmm.
point.
Right.
It's been going on for, 25 years, you might as well say, with
Wow.
consistent comic book movies coming out. You had the X-Men movies coming out, and then, some movies like Watchmen came out during that time, and um, I mean, yeah, you could even say it was longer because you had Superman with Christopher Reeve, you had Batman with Michael Keaton.
Hmm.
But back to this article. Okay, I've seen this. He continued to Fandom Pulse, and we had moments in our movie that were repetitive or had been in other movies. There's nothing new under the sun. Yeah, everybody copies the same formula.
Right. I mean, especially now that James Gunn's going to DC, talk about copy paste.
Hmm. Levy Phil's social media played a part too. People wanted to tear me apart for it anyway because there's a lot of people on the internet and that's all they do.
Hmm.
That's their whole MO. That's where they find their identity. That's where they find their power, he said.
Oh
It's so
boy, was I raking him over the coal. I mean, I was just every day. I just was putting negative things in this person. No, I wasn't. I wasn't. I wouldn't do that.
no. It's so sad that online, specifically social media, has empowered people in a way because it's so toxic and destructive for everyone involved, particularly them, because they could be doing something much more productive with their time. He added.
Hmm.
I mean,
Like
I'll
do it
admit
on
it. I
YouTube.
I I still go to the movies because I do enjoy that movie experience.
Hmm. I love going to the movies too, but one, I can't afford it. It's, and two, there hasn't been many films that entice me, which I hate to
That
say.
that that make you go. I wouldn't mind seeing that in the theater. There
Hmm.
are a lot of movies that we might see an advertisement for if we're lucky,
Hmm. Yeah.
and we think, oh, I can wait for that to come out on streaming or rent it from Fandango or
Hmm.
Amazon or one of the other sites where you can rent movies from. And
Well, exactly. I mean, I'll say this: it's one of those cases where you have a great trailer and a horrible movie. I'm glad I actually didn't see the movie, but Wonder Woman 84. When I saw the trailer, uh, it was like, wow, this. Oh my! It's giving me flashbacks because 1984. That's when I
hmm
was, those important years of my life, and then start finding out what Patty Jenkins did with that film, and it's like
yeah,
it's like, boy, I'm glad I dodged that bullet. And it was sad. It's like it makes you even when you see a good trailer, it really doesn't excite you to go and want to see the film.
no,
Mhm.
because even when I saw the trailer for Wonder Woman 84, I was thinking, okay, I'll give this a chance. I like the first one.
Mhm.
So I had HBO Max at the time, and I sat down and I watched it. I'm all, what the hell?
Yeah. Sounds like me. I mean,
It,
like I said, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it because I just heard so bad about it.
mhm.
And then you got the opposite again. We talked about it many times on this show and other places, but Transformers One, where you had such a snarky bad trailer, but the film is like, boy, I wish I saw it in theater. No.
And Tree Rock, The Last Breath, to me, that looks like a good movie.
Hmm.
Well, we can take a look at the Last Breath trailer after we look at the Working Man trailer. I was calling it the
Yeah.
Working Man, but it's actually a Working Man.
of course, but the thing is, of course, price of everything going up, and
Mm-hmm.
my wallet book has not rebounded from this excellent fighting economy that we're coming out
Oh, you have to pick and choose what you spend your money on.
of. Oh yeah.
Okay, let's see. It's gonna cost me let's say $50 to go to
Hmm.
the movies. Depending on where you live.
Hmm.
Let's just say $50. Well, let's see. My car needs gas.
Hmm.
It's going to take about $50 or more, depending on the size of your vehicle. What
Hmm.
am I going to spend that money on?
Popcorn.
You know what? Forget the car needing gas. I'm going to get my ticket. I'm going to get my popcorn, and I'll just hoof it if the car runs out of gas. No, that'd be a bad strategy.
It would be.
But getting back to the article, it says, and social media augments the perceived tribalism between Marvel and DC. There's a lot of DC itself as a comic book studio. There's all this weird fandom war between Marvel and DC, and then even within each fandom, there's like fractions and factions of those fandoms, and all the stuff got really crazy, Levy recalled.
Hmm.
I don't know. At the end of the day, all the pieces just came together in order for it to be the best film, the very very best film that it could have been, or that we got the word out the best we could to everybody. I don't know, he explained. Ultimately, everything was out of his hands, and the actor tried to lean on God when the chips were down. But at the end of the day, I have just to lean back and be like, all right, God, if that's what you saw fit for that film and how it ultimately hit the world, when I have received that, I have to radically accept that's what that was. Okay, that. How many times are we going to say that? I'm sorry.
Hmm.
I'm sorry. I'm nitpicking.
Well, well, the thing is, from what I've seen of Zachary Levi afterwards, I really like, and that's not because he sat back and said he went for the president in support. He was an RFK man.
Yeah,
So this guy.
he only supported Trump because his man RFK was going to
Mhm.
be on, on Trump's team. That's the only
and
reason why.
and despite fake news, he has not regretted that decision. He's made that known, especially when he was on Gutfeld. What I like about the fact is he is actually, when it comes to things, a free thinker in that aspect. He's, he looks and sees who the best person is for things, not just politics, things,
Hmm.
roles. And I'm sure, things look good when you go on the script and you're doing and playing the part. It's all that happens afterwards that's out of your hands. What does the director do with the direction? What does the
Hmm.
cinematographer? What does special effects? What does the editor, and so on, do with that stuff? And you as an actor have to put your career into a lot of hands besides yourself.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, now he's being unjustifiably crucified out there because the fact of who he liked in the presidential election, which should never be the case. But when I've seen him talk and all that, this man is incredibly, incredibly likable. Uh,
Hmm.
I mean, he's religious. I believe he's Jewish, or at least leans Jewish in faith. But can tell, especially in these comments, he's a very faithful man. He just seems like an all-around good guy. One of the things that Hollywood hates. This is
Hmm.
not a man that would be on the Epstein list. This is not a man that would be caught in the Harvey Weinstein situation, which are is good things. And he's not a bad actor. I'd like to see more things from this gentleman. But yeah, I'll leave it back to you on that aspect. But I got more to say about what he has to say. More to say about what he said. How does that work? I don't know.
And before I continue, I do want to say hello to Jason Fox of 540 Studio. Good to see you, Jace.
Oh, great. He's here. There goes the neighborhood. I got to do a little blurb thing for him on here. We can't leave him out. I feel like I've left him out. That's just not good.
I'll let you handle that.
I have to think of something.
But the article by J.B. Augustine goes on to say what it was or what Shazam Fury of the Gods became is the beginning of the end of a DCEU still finding itself after a decade. The Flash was the last nail in the coffin, but other than James Gunn and DC Studios' part and hammering, the decline became when Dwayne Johnson miscalculated his power to right the ship and turn Black Adam into the next big thing. Okay, I did see Black Adam. You know what it was? It was just your run of the mill, connect the dots superhero film with The Rock Dwayne Johnson being The Rock Dwayne Johnson.
Hmm.
The so-called final boss of today's WWE tried to position himself and Henry Cavill at the center of the troubled universe. This led to accusations of politicking and undercutting with a goal in mind to keep Johnson and the Man in Black separate from Levy and the Marvel family, at least for a prudent length of time. And it finishes up here by saying Levy lent credibility to the difficulties behind the scenes in cryptic social media posts, but the full truth of Johnson's alleged plan and the wedge it drove might never be grasped totally. Well, let's face it, The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, he's an egomaniac.
Yeah, he really has become that.
And this is coming from someone who cheered for The Rock back in the 90s and early 2000s. And
Hmm.
but you start seeing this persona, and you can tell the guy thinks highly of himself.
Hmm. I mean, honestly, you got to have an ego in this, but you got to keep it in check.
Yeah. But with this article, it is nice to hear the thoughts of the star and actually admit
Hmm.
that it could be superhero fatigue, which I was saying after seeing a couple of Marvel movies, one of them being Ant-Man and Wasp and Quantum Mania or whatever that subtitle was called, but
Quaalude mania.
that movie, like I said, when we talked that night after I'd seen it
Hmm.
on Pop Talk, where I was paying more attention to my nachos than I was the
Nachos.
movie. That's how enthralled I was with the movie.
Nachos, man.
It's like, well, this movie's not all that great, but damn, these nachos, they're banging.
Nachos. Nacho.
So, any thoughts,
Nacho,
Baron?
nacho. Well, he's absolutely right, and but the fatigue of it is not that you necessarily have these films or so many of these films. It's the way you basically sat back and said they're almost copy and pastes all across the
Mm-hmm.
board. I mean, there was a time where you could have a superhero film, and for better or worse, they would try to mix things up. I mean, uh, look at Superman 4. You know, but he tried to mix things up with Superman, horribly so, but they tried. Even Superman 3, to a degree, was trying to
Yeah.
deviate off of the first two films. And again, if you really want to get into it, the Schumacher Batman films took a deviation off of Tim Burton, and even
Yeah,
Batman
well,
Returns was
with
a bit
both
of
Batman
diversion.
Forever and Batman and Robin.
Again, for better or for worse, but it took a deviation. And I would argue to say even Burton did that with Batman Returns in the original Batman.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, that's just it. you have to kind of take a look and see what can we do with these characters. We have a wealth of stories to go for a reference on where superheroes did different things than what we're constantly portraying. And I've said it all the time here. Basically, Marvel films have come to a point. What more creative things can we do to destroy this city? Kind of like Roland, whatever his name is, that did ID4, Independent Day, and it's like, okay, you wonder how
Roland
can they
Emmerich.
rebuild this story? Yeah, Roland Emmerich. Thank you so much. How can they rebuild that city so bloody fast after they literally leveled it the first time?
Mhm.
And that's one thing I kind of liked about the DC. At least that wasn't the fixture of DC. Is let's try to destroy all these towns. And in some cases, when some things did get destroyed, there was ramifications for it. Hence, Batman versus Superman. Uh,
Mhm.
and which right there, that makes sense. That's an important part of the storytelling. The big difference between what the DC and the Marvel were having. Uh, all I know is if I was in the Marvel universe, I'd want everybody gone, gone, gone. Just like, hey, you know what? We'll all move out of New York City. This can be your playground. Have fun.
Have at it. Destroy all
Yeah.
the buildings that are left,
Hmm.
and whatever's left to dust, well, you can keep it.
Right. Exactly. If you're gonna do these, that's kind of the one thing I liked about Thor, the original Thor.
Mhm.
And again, it had to do with the writers, and it had to do with the director, and I would even sit back and say the actor. When you have Joe Straczynski doing co-writing the script, you have Kenneth Branagh, a very renowned Shakespearean actor. What better to have for a Thor film, especially with how Thor is presented, to do that film? And Chris Hemsworth, how he was portraying Thor. Now there you go. That is a superhero movie. This is something that sits you back and go, wow, before it goes into the dumbed down, you know, Avengers.
Mhm.
Let's just go out there. We're trying to find pieces of rock to a glove, so
Well,
we can.
not only that. Let's see how many yucks we can put into this movie.
Right. And yes, humor is an important thing in a superhero film, but it's got to be appropriate. There were some yucks in the '89 Batman film,
Mhm.
but they fit. They fit into what it was, whether it be Bruce Wayne, no, Michael Keaton as Bruce Wayne, or even as Batman, and the Joker.
Mhm.
You got that. It fit the part instead of let's go and force it and turn it into a yuck fest all the way through. It's just so I deviate a little bit to what he says. We can have superhero films. We can have them every year. Look how many dramas that we have that center around the same thing, or cop dramas, or on TV, or whatnot. Right? Let's face it. There's a lot of stuff that is basically, I don't want to say formula, but style. Right? Whether
Mhm.
it's a romance, rom com, action film, drama, it doesn't matter. Uh, Under Disney, you have the wrong team, and they're destroying the genre with their stupidity. And I fear the same for DC with James Gunn going over there because he's an absolute pinhead. And now we got copy and paste first.
Twat
Uh,
waffle.
Twat waffle, yes, yes, yes. Thank you.
You know that's my favorite term.
Oh, I love it too. I love it too. I mean, I just don't want to completely steal it from you, but I love that term. I love it when I saw a license plate with that on it. Custom plate. Yeah, I mean, I love it. So he's right on those aspects about the stupidity of what they're doing with superhero films, but not that we have them. The same thing goes with the Star Wars or the Star Trek fatigue. If we had good quality coming out of there,
Good
we would.
quality writing, good
Mhm,
quality stories,
right, and dialing
stories
it
that
back a little bit.
we were invested in. And yeah, like you just said, dialing it back. I've always felt that after Endgame, Disney and Marvel should have said, "Okay, we're gonna wait 5, 10 years before you get anything else,"
Hmm.
because
No,
they've been building it up for 11 years.
Well, I would sit
at
back
that
and say,
point.
I could sit back and say they could keep going on that, except for the fact that uh, they could start doing more one-offs and having fun that way instead of trying to do this, what, 13, 14, 15 year build-up to a series like that. That's a
Hmm.
long time.
Yeah, that
Uh,
is.
you can't really do that. So, I mean, if they did like a little trilogy or just one off or a duology, it doesn't matter. You can still keep the superheroes alive, but not in that intense form. You could even have a team movie, like an Avengers, or they're coming out with a Fantastic Four now. You can still do a team movie, but again, keep it within the realms where it's more contained instead of trying to do this huge epic like they were doing with the others, where you have to watch this film to have that film and this film, and if you don't watch this one, you're going to miss this aspect of it. And oh, by the way, do you see Howard the Duck at the end of Guardians of the Galaxy, and all that stuff?
And then you got to go back and watch Guardians of the Galaxy just so you can see the cameo of Howard the Duck because somebody's
Yep.
saying he's in there. So you're gonna watch it again just so you can see the cameo.
Heck, just wait for it to go on streaming and just fast forward to the credits. I mean, that's in some ways that's all you need to do with some of these films. Just fast forward to the credits and watch the ends, those little credit scenes that they have in there,
Yeah.
and that brings you up to speed. You don't need to watch the freaking film. Oh, look, it's Samuel L. Jackson. He's going to sit back and talk tough now about something. Okay, now I know what direction they're going to go.
Yeah. And real quick, I want to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening to Lady Mist. Good to see you.
Hi, Lady Mist.
And Tree Rock Creation says, I disliked Zachary Levi's acting because he always played as the bumbling dumb male until I saw his real acting range in American Underdog. No, I like his acting ability and him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we also have DJ Ronnie G.
Nerd. Oh, did we say
Good to see you, brother.
Did we say
DJ.
That's what I said, DJ. Sorry, I had a pipe in my mouth. DJ's here?
Yes.
Am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club?
And DJ says that he's off from work today. Awesome, brother.
That's a kind way of saying he got fired. Just kidding, DJ.
And DJ says, Baron, I don't know if you got my message on X, but I humbly request that turtle video. My message said, I want that turtle video for my show.
Yeah, I sent it to you in the DM. Didn't you see that? I sent it a few days ago. If it didn't transfer over on that one, I guess we'll have to find a different way to do that, man. I think I got your email somewhere, so I could probably do it that way too.
And everyone is saying hello to everybody. Always nice to see that.
Oh, he did get it. Yeah, congratulations. You are a boomer. See that? I did as requested. Oh, what? I def got it? Huh? Okay, we'll see what's going on here. He's all over the place. Ronnie, take the right pills.
Calm down, DJ. Calm down, man. Calm down. I know Barrett can do this to people, but really, calm down.
Well, he says he's def got it. Now he's going to check it right. No. I sent you a couple, actually, so you can play around.
Oh, wait a minute, Barrett. Wait a minute. He assumed he got it because he took your word for it.
Mm-hmm.
And now he just confirmed.
Yeah, and I'm a man of my word. Look at that.
He's a man of his word.
In your face, people out there. Ha ha.
Wow.
You're going to be seeing that video now, Mike, in places.
As long as it's not here on Pop Talk, I'm fine with it.
Oh, come on, it's not that bad, and it does show DJ at his best.
Besides, DJ needs his own videos.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm more than happy to help. Now, I really can't take claim because I just took an existing GIF and I spruced it up, but he's gonna use it, man. He's gonna use it. I sent him a couple things. I sent him the raw, and then I sent him the one I did with the music. That's
All right.
supposed to be royalty.
That's
or
supposed to
whatever
be
free.
copyright free, yet for some reason there's always some company in some area saying, "Oh no, this is ours." Bullshit.
Mm-hmm. When YouTube says that it is, and then they do that to you, yeah, bite them or bite me.
Well, you know, when I was playing Elite Force the other day,
Mm-hmm.
I get this copyright claim from Paramount saying that I used an episode of Voyager during my stream. It's like, no, that's the Voyager intro that's in the game. The pixelated, grainy Voyager intro in the game. It's like, you morons.
Oh God.
It wasn't even using the Voyager music, but just because it had the intro.
Mm-hmm.
The grainy, pixelated intro.
God.
Paramount's like, nah, you can't use it.
They're like Phil McCracken. Nah. Where's my Voyager, bitch?
And you wonder why current Star Trek is failing.
I have no idea, to be honest. None.
Yeah. But Baron, would you like to read our next article?
No. But I'll do it anyways. See? At least I'm honest. Do you want me to bring it up on screen, or do you got it?
I've got it for you, brother. I've got it for you.
He's making it easy for me. He's making it easy for me.
Let me just get the links out there first, and then I'll play the video. And
we got the missing links, and it's not Al Green.
No, it's not. It's not, folks.
It's so easy that a caveman can do it.
Oh God.
Hey, it's a Geico ad. What are you talking about? Hey, come on, it's a Geico ad.
It's Pop Talk, all right.
I guess that's my cue, boys and girls. So, clearing my throat. Here, let me have a little drink here. Now I got the old pipes all ready to go. So, we have this article here from Super Hero Hype. And it is bylined by...
I can tell you how to pronounce it because I had to listen to how to pronounce it.
It's Ishita Verma, right? Ishita?
Well done.
Yeah, thank you. I've been watching a lot of Japanese stuff, NRK, stuff like that, sumo wrestling. So, it starts rubbing off after a while. The head, of course, is bylined. It was datelined on March 7th, so that was a couple days ago. And the headline is, Why Hans Zimmer Never Scored for the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Simple. He didn't want to have career suicide, but let's go on here. It's not talking about the thing there, YouTube. Renowned composer Hans Zimmer, excellent composer, by the way, recently shared why he has not composed a score for the Marvel Cinematic Disaster. Zimmer has earned many prestigious awards, including 5 Grammys and 2 Oscars for his work on film scores. Some of his most popular scores include Gladiator. Oh no, sorry, that's the one I got my mistake on another network. Interstellar, The Lion King, and more recently, Dennis. I never can pronounce his name because, well, it's kind of Belgian French.
Neither can I.
I think it's Villeneuve or something close to that. So my apologies. Dune movie franchise, which is great, by the way. That music, among others. Zimmer has also worked on the scores for multiple superhero films in the past, including The Dark Knight, Man of Steel, Wonder Woman 1984, which he is still apologizing for, folks. The Amazing Spider, which is about the only good thing out of that film. The Amazing Spider-Man 2 and X-Men Dark Phoenix. So why Hans Zimmer uh, on why he never scored an MCU movie? Well, composer Hans Zimmer recently sat down for a virtual chat. Did they have to say that? Just say a chat. Did you have to say virtual? Come on.
No, they don't have to
Josh,
say that it's virtual. It's still a chat, just like what we're
yeah,
doing right now. It's still a chat.
yeah, it's a virtual chat, folks. There. See, now I'm going to be just uh, like the writer. Josh Horowitz on his Happy, Sad, Confused podcast. Sounds like our life. Zimmer shared his experience working on numerous movies and disclosed why he never worked on a Marvel Studios movie. I was going to say film, but oh, what the hell. Horowitz brought up the topic of Zimmer's work in superhero films and mentioned that he was surprised that Zimmer had never taken on an MCU project. In response, Zimmer revealed that Marvel Studios had come to him in the past, but he never took on an MCU project because the timing wasn't great. I love that sidestep.
Hmm.
He said, really, quite honestly, they suck, so I'm looking for other things right now. Look, I put that they suck part in. That's me. Look, I've done the trifecta. I've done Batman, Superman, and Spider Man, and Wonder Woman. That's not a trifecta. That's more than a trifecta. Zimmer joked with Horowitz, further by suggesting that he didn't have an interest in working on films for some of the minor characters. Ow!
Oh, ooh.
Ooh. Ouch! Ooh. Do we have that, Peter? We don't have that, Peter.
No, we don't have that, Peter, but that'd be appropriate right now. Ah,
Oh. Ooh.
ah,
Ooh.
ah.
Ah. Okay, I gotta do something about that. Zimmer Zimmer then backtracked on his joke a little by yeah, I don't think it was a joke. By saying that he probably would work on a project like that, and that he said and that what he said was arrogant. No, it was truthful. He further added that Kevin Feige once said something similar to him and asked, Hans, what are you complaining about? Hans Zimmer's next upcoming film score will be for the 2025, I almost said 19, boy, I'm aging myself, movie F1, starring Brad Pitt. Ooh, if you're doing a movie about the F1 rate, ooh, that could be a good score, I think.
Well, we can watch that trailer and
Mhm. Unfortunately, it won't have his music in it, but because usually
no.
that's one of the last things done. But it could give you an idea with what he does and what the topic of the film is. Ooh, that could be. And let's see, Ishita Verma is pop culture and entertainment, evolved media, blah blah blah. She also covers political news, blah blah blah. She likes K dramas, and she takes pleasure in gaming. Okay,
All
so
right.
who knows? She could be all over the place. We don't know. I don't know of her. Superhero hype, so she's got to have a little credibility.
Yeah.
And I agree with Kira.
No, its music is more suited for an epic film, and it was
Mhm,
more suited for the Dark Knight
mhm.
films, and of course Gladiator, and the work he contributed to Pirates of the Caribbean. It was more suited for
Oh,
that.
oh yeah. That mean, oh again, what a great score.
Yeah.
What a great score. And that's just it. I mean, if Marvel decided to do something a little more epic, I could see him doing that. I mean, honestly, and
Heck,
I think
not only was the score for Backdraft good, but the movie itself was good.
mhm.
But go ahead with your thought before I interrupted you, Baron?
Oh, I don't know. It's just the fact that, um, yeah, I mean, if they came and they showed that they're doing an epic DCU movie, again, like I said, a one off, and it's one that is really character driven along with the action. And I think that's the other thing about it in the fatigue. It's not character driven anymore.
No.
I mean, Thor was a character driven film. I like Thor. It's one of my favorites out of the DCU. I'm in awe of that film. And again, look at the people who are involved in it, right? But the moment went to Uber popcorn, I mean, this is even beyond. When you have more character driving in an Arnold Schwarzenegger film in the 1980s, you know, and than you do, you know you're doing something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Predator, there was character driving in there as well as the situation they're in. Uh, Total Recall, oh my God, you know.
Yeah.
As one person sat back and said when the remake came out, they were bemoaning the fact that how can you have an Arnold Schwarzenegger film version more deep than this? And that's why the film is popular.
Yeah. That's why that original 1990 film is as popular as it is, as opposed to the Colin Farrell remake.
Yeah. So again, they need to go back to the 80s a little bit and see how you can properly mesh your action with with character driving. I mean, look, Aliens, boom,
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah, the movie's
Uh,
almost 40 years old, yet it still holds up.
right. And there's a lot of character driving, and there's a lot of action, and there's a lot of tension. I mean, you have so many things in that film, from suspense, terror, horror, you know, across the board, across the board. That's why that film holds up even today, and even the special effects.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I just want I have to share it in our DM, and I'll just bring this up right now with the reliance on CGI too, and that's the problem. CGI is now the character; it's not a tool. Uh, CGI. I'm sorry about that. I just put some dog food down for the Duchess. CGI is the end all be all now, it seems, and they've gotten worse at doing it. It's not as impressive, right? But of course, a lot of us fans out there, when we do our little blurps or whatever for
Mm-hmm.
fan films, are using CGI, and some very damn good CGI. Don't get me wrong; they're doing CGI better than Hollywood with doing their Enterprises and X-wings and various. Some not so much. I just saw one the other day where the guy took your AMT models and such of the Enterprise D, the Enterprise A, the Voyager, right? He made the models. They're all lit up. These things look studio quality. Can you imagine the AMT Enterprise D model looking studio quality?
I mean, I've watched videos where people will take those models and do painstaking work to not only get them where the windows are lit up, but where they do look like studio quality. And it takes a lot of
Yeah,
time to do that.
right. Now he even upped it. He filmed these with motion control. So
Mm-hmm.
basically, like old, like the special
Yeah,
effects we used
like
to
the
have.
motion capture that they used to use for Star Wars, Star Trek, and other films.
They look beautiful. They look even better in some ways than what we saw on the screen. It's like, you gotta be effing kidding me. I'm gonna share it with you. It even shows
I
a look of
I,
it.
I was gonna say, do you have the link? 'Cause I would love to take a look at that right now, and I'll put the Cosme link in there
Okay.
so everybody can watch along with us. And
Yeah, just a second here, please.
yeah, yeah.
Just a second. Let me
So let
try to
me
get.
just grab the Cosme link and
Is this the one? Let me take a. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Is this okay? Now I don't know this one here. I'll put in here. It's a. I haven't seen this one, but Again, it's in the same thing. Let me get that link, copy, and let me put this in the private chat here.
Okay.
And I'm finding the other one because again, that is.
And the reason I'm doing it this way, folks, is because, with copyright, even for creators, they can file a copyright if you use their video without permission. And
Right.
so
Why isn't it?
I'm just trying to
Okay, I had.
cover my
Oh,
bases.
there we go. Does that go in now? Type a message here. Let me try this again. Paste. Are you gonna be nice to me? There, got that one finally. Yeah, you have
All
to be
right.
smarter than the machine, and I'm not. Okay, though. I thought I had it going in, so I'm going to try to find
So,
this.
so let me.
Just the one.
Okay. Yeah. Let me get
I
this
saw.
set up on the Cosme side, and then we can all watch it together. Yeah. Okay, so let me share it.
Oh, okay. Yep. And now I found the actual one. The actual one. I'll get this one in that chat as well. See, we're making sausage, but this is going to be good sausage, folks.
Okay. So let me widen this, and Baron just disappeared, but hopefully he's still in the background somewhere. And if everybody's ready, I'll go ahead and press play.
I get myself out. I did.
Aha!
See, I was trying to backspace on the one, and I backspace on this one.
You know, these shots of the Enterprise E, you would have sworn that ILM did them.
Yes, this is some guy. This MJM photos, and again, these are the model kits you get off the freaking shelf,
Yeah.
and it's like I'm so impressed with the Enterprise D because I know what that one looks like when you get out of the box, and he did that.
I just gotta turn the sound down just a little bit so I can hear more of what you're saying, Baron. But
Oh, okay,
I mean, look at that.
yeah, yeah. The E looks beautiful. You know what?
Hmm.
The E looks even more beautiful than it did in the 3 films that it was in.
Yeah.
And the D, it looks better than anything you saw in Next Generation TV show and even Generations. I'd hire this guy in a
You,
heartbeat.
you know what this shows? That you can still use practical effects,
Right,
full motion video for.
right. You don't need CGI.
No, you
At
don't.
least you don't need to rely on it. I mean, maybe for like backgrounds, possibly, or whatever. But even then, you don't. I mean, you just go back to the Mutara Nebula battle,
Hmm.
which I think is still the best battle in all the Star Trek films. I don't care
Yep.
what anybody says; it's the best one.
And folks in Cosme, go ahead and stay there because we have a couple more trailers that we will be taking a look at today. And
Uh-huh. Yeah, and I just want to. I'm going to put this back into our chat here too, as well, and I'll make sure I don't kick myself out. This private, and just take a look. This is him just showing off. Ah, you stupid thing. This is just him showing off the models themselves, and he's kind of
okay,
commenting. So
as soon as I
it's
see
just
it
like,
in the private chat, I'll
yeah.
share it. In the meantime, I'll catch up with our chat,
Hey, chatters.
and of course, Lady Miss said when you disappeared, he's hiding.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I jumped with. I jumped in with cash. That's what I did. I mean, you know, I did that. Follow this guy. NJM Photo is the name of it.
All right. And it's good to see the leader of Valhalla lighting the fires, Stone Cold Loki!
Loki! Oh, I didn't do that.
what kind of battle cry was that, Baron?
The one that where I'm going through puberty.
It's Stone Cold! Stone Cold! Stone Cold! Loki.
Oh, okay. Stone Cold! Stone Cold! Stone Cold! Loki. There you go. Did I do that good enough?
Hope you're doing well on this Sunday, Loki. Good to see you, brother.
Mm-hmm. You're right, Loki. You're absolutely right. Because they tried to do that for what Insurrection? Is that the right one? Yeah. And I'm sorry, them going and trying to recreate that battle for that film with the Enterprise E did not look as good as Mitara. I mean, the shadows, the lightning effects, inside the nebula they had going across the hull of the Enterprise and the Reliant. My God, it's beautiful.
And it is sad that there's really nobody out there anymore that can do that work.
Mm-hmm.
Like we had back in the day from ILM and other studios.
Mm-hmm. And when you take a look at the models that he's working with, the size of the models, it shows you don't need to necessarily have a giant model for these effects either to have that detail. And, when you take a look at these models without being on the screen, it's like a typical Hollywood model where it's like, okay, they kind of look a little rough, but boy, do they look beautiful when you put them in the scenes.
It may look a little rough, but at least it's been put together with more heart and determination than what we get from Hollywood with CGI.
Well, I mean, if you take a look at some of the models even back then, if you ever get a chance to see some of these models, it's like, there's they might look a little rough. They don't look like you expect them to look, but it's amazing how you see them in real life and how you see them on the screen when they finally do the filming. And this guy does a classic. He does the ship flyby, then he does like the silhouette flyby, then he does just the lights. And then, just so you can get all those elements like they did with Next Generation and other films.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, if this guy can do this on this little budget, there is no excuse why you need to have such a huge budget for special effects.
Yeah.
Godzilla -1. Absolute proof of that.
Absolutely. And yeah, it was nice to see him recreate different shots, especially the one shot with the Enterprise D from yesterday's Enterprise when it's taking on not just 2 Klingon birds of prey, but it's taking on 3 Klingon birds of prey. How it starts from the low angle and raises up before it fires its phasers and torpedoes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and you're right, Loki. The Riker maneuver was good. I'm not saying the whole thing was bad. It had elements that was really good. So, but overall, yeah. I thought the Riker maneuver he did for on the Hathaway. I can remember.
Baron, can't take you anywhere.
No, I'm serious.
That's fine. That's fine. They had a
Riker. If I remember, I think there was a Riker maneuver on there too. It's when they had that little bit of antimatter they were able to put in there to do their little trick.
Mm-hmm. But right now, we're going to get into the article from Cosmic Book News about A Working Man. And we will take a look at the trailer for A Working Man. And of course, we'll also, after that, take a look at the trailer for F1.
Mm-hmm.
But let me just make sure I get the link posted in one more area. And
I'm also going to put the link to this guy's channel in ours.
Please put it. If you want, since you're a mod, put in the public chat too. This way everybody can stop over and subscribe.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah. So I don't know if that worked doing it that way. Okay. I put it in our chat that we have here. I don't know if that will go to all the happy little places or not, but
No, but if you put it in the private chat, I will make sure it gets to the other two happy
Well, it's
places.
not. It's in the public chat. But okay, I'll do it. I'll do it.
No,
Don't
I,
worry, I'll make it easy for you. I'll make it easy for you.
I can do it that way because it won't send it over to Rumble. It won't send it over to X for some
I
reason.
understand. I know. It's stupid. That's stupid. Okay. No, that's ignorant. That's ignorant. Hey, do we have that one? I'm sure we got that one.
Yeah, I thought you put it in there. I just didn't add it to today's clips,
Yeah,
but it's
that's
in
what I
there.
gotta look. Yeah, I gotta look for it because that's a great clip. Oh, as well as that one. I can't believe we don't have that one there. But because I'm sure we'll use it. Oh,
While you're doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and move on to our next article.
No, they're ignorant. That's ignorant.
there.
There we go. All right, so we have this article from Cosmic Book News, which was actually posted on the 28th, but we haven't talked about a few articles for a while, so I thought, we could talk about this.
Mm-hmm. Been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while, but that's okay.
We're rusty, folks. I mean, I need to get on the bandwagon with the sounds and the clips better.
But it's by Will Harrigan, and it says a working man, red band trailer, clip starring Jason Statham is nothing like Fortnite. And it goes on to say the red band trailer for A Working Man has dropped, giving a brutal look at Jason Statham's latest action packed role, as well as the first clip. Directed by David Ayer, with a screenplay by Sylvester Stallone, Ayo, and Ayer. The film adapts Chuck Dixon's novel, 11's
Wow.
Trade.
How can you go wrong with that, folks?
I don't think you can. Statham stars alongside Michael Pena, David Harbour in a gritty revenge thriller set for release in theaters on March 28th. New images have also been released. Watch the clip below. Well, we're actually going to watch the trailer that they have out for it. So we're not going to worry about that. It says Statham takes on human traffickers. In A Working Man, Jason Statham plays Levon Cade, a former Black Ops operative who left his violent past behind for a simple life in construction. I mean, honestly, with that, I will be perfectly frank with everybody. But that sounds like every character that Jason Statham plays.
And some of Arnold's.
Yeah.
Remember Total Recall?
And Jay says he does have some more info about this movie.
That's because he was talking with Chuck Dixon. He loves to rub that in our face.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Me and Chuck, we were sitting in the bar there, and we were having some drinks, and he was just telling me bits and pieces about that, and then we did that bro that like Arnold did in Predator with Carl Weathers, and it's like then we went on there, and all the girls were fawning over us. That's what Jace was telling us.
But it says that he's a former Black Ops operative who left his violent past behind for a simple life in construction. But when his boss's daughter is kidnapped by human traffickers, Kate is forced back into action. His relentless pursuit of justice uncovers deep corruption, escalating the fight into a brutal war. And we're going to find out who stars in it.
That picture right there, bring it up a little bit. Bring it back up to that one picture up above. Scroll up. There we go. Stop. That was Jace and Chuck Dixon. That is a picture of them right there hanging out.
If you say so. If you say so, Perry.
That's what he told me.
Right.
You can tell by the tattoos and all that, yeah. And of course, Jace had to wear glasses because he's just so recognized.
Right. Who stars? The film boasts a strong lineup including Jason Statham as Levin Cade, Michael Pena, David Harbour, Jason Fleming, Mirab, Nin, I can't even pronounce that name. That's a tongue twister, folks.
None of these.
Well,
None of
better
these?
you than I.
Yeah, I
Better
mean,
you than I.
I took a shot. I don't even know if that's right, but I'm just trying. I'm trying. I'm sorry if I get it wrong. I'm sorry.
Well, it's either you or me. Cass isn't here.
Absolutely sorry. Well, he's here in spirit. No, he's not even there in that way.
Maximilian Osinski, Hoki Falcao, Naomi Gonzalez, Ariana Rivas, Emmett J. Scanlon, and Eve Morrow. And it says David Ayer, known for End of Watch and Fury, directs with his signature gritty style. Stallone co-wrote the screenplay. Oh yeah, so I'm gonna co-write the screenplay, and we're gonna have a lot of action for Jason,
I hear he does do the hunt and peck method though when he does it or keyboard. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But
Sometimes I do that.
Yeah. Sometimes I have to do one-handed typing. And no, not for that because one of the cats decided they want to crawl in, and I got to hold them. So it's like, okay, one. Yeah.
You gotta hold the cat in one arm, and you gotta type with your finger, and it takes a while.
You're right. The only thing that makes the situation forgivable is they start purring, which is their little natural thing, to make sure that you don't strangle them. And then all of a sudden, one decides to cough up a hairball. Mouse.
And Jay says, of course, me and Chuck talk.
They're pals.
Sylvester is a good writer and has worked with Chuck before.
Oh, yeah, he is a good writer. I mean, take a look at Rocky.
Yeah, that was all his work, which I've already told you guys it's going to be part of a watch party. I got movies lined up for days, folks.
Hey, folks, have you ever noticed that Mike likes to go to these films where you have muscular, sweaty men hating each other? Just notice it.
Oh, gosh. What are you trying to insinuate, Baron?
You just like watching big, muscular, sweaty guys hit each other.
I've always liked action films. I'm an 80s kid. What do you expect?
Wrestling, groping each other, stuff like that. At least I went to Glow. Glorious Women in Wrestling. If there's going to be groping...
and I didn't watch the gorgeous women of wrestling?
I don't
Come
know.
on.
Did you? I hardly
Yes.
even talk about it.
Oh, come on. You see what he's trying to instigate here, folks?
Well, people have been complaining that I haven't been myself, so...
Really? They haven't watched much of Pop Talk, have they?
Well, I've been hearing people say, like, is Baron kind of down? He's not his usual self on there, blah, blah, blah. So it's like, okay, fine. I'll dial
from
it up.
From a certain point of view.
Maybe. Might be somebody. I don't know.
But it says David Ayer, known for End of Watch and Fury, directs with his signature gritty style. Stallone co-wrote the screenplay, adding his expertise in action storytelling. The film is produced by Statham, Ayer, Stallone, Chris Long, John Freeberg, and others under Black Bear, Cedar Park, Punch Place, and Balboa Productions. Hey, yo! Adrian!
There are more producers than actors on this film. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, there are, but that's Hollywood nowadays.
Hey, look, Meghan Markle. You want to be on my new show?
Working Man is set to hit theaters on March 28th. The film is rated R for strong violence, language, and drug content. Okay, Baron, you can't see it.
God, I hope so. We need those films. The only thing they forgot to put in there is boobies.
Well, who's to say you won't see some, Baron?
Well, I didn't see it in there. Normally they put that in there. drugs, blah blah blah, babies.
All right, so I'm gonna queue up the trailer for everybody over on the Cosme side. So if you're not on the Cosme side, here's the link to Cosme again. So once I have it queued up, you can watch it. Let me just get it to Rumble and X again, Twitch or Twitter, whatever you want to call it.
Twitch. No, Twitch is everything.
Twitch.
Twitch.
I'm calling it Twitch lately because it'll give me a message and then the message will go away. It's like, okay, you doing all right, X? You feeling all right? You seem a little buggy today.
Yeah. Well, we usually call it Twix before, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So
Twix. I gotta have two of them. I've got to.
Which one do you like more, the left one or the right one?
Both.
Oh, okay.
See, I gave you a non-answer.
I see. I go alt right with my Twix.
Okay, well. But here we go with the trailer for A Working Man, and then after we watch this, I'll show the trailer for F1. So if you're not on the Cosme side, go ahead and get to the Cosme side, and you can see it.
Well,
And
F1,
then, yeah, same to you, Baron. Here we go.
Oh, that's right. I got to go to Cosme. Ooh. You-
And what did you think? I don't know. Looks like a fun action movie to me. One of those movies where you can just go in and you can turn off your brain and
And
enjoy it.
I see a theme with good old Jason there, going after the real scum that we have, whether it be the scammers, usually they're Indian, but I can't remember I haven't seen the beekeeper yet. But the ones that do those little scams where they call you up and destroy your life by stealing your money, or in this case, trafficking. Uh, uh, I see a little theme there. I think he might be a little passionate about it and does it good.
Well, Sylvester Stallone is passionate.
Yep. Hey, yo, hey. I'm sure he is not a man who's on the list as well as Jason.
I don't see how they could be on the list, but I could be wrong.
Mm-mm. I don't think so.
And it's good to see Cass, who says, I'm sick. My head has been hurting all day. My body hurts. My throat is sore, but I took my temperature with the head thermometer and I'm 98.3. I feel so bad. Oh man, it sounds like you got the flu bug, man. Sorry to hear that.
Well, yeah, you know what? My dearest wife is ill, also kind of the same way. Took second day off now, and yeah, she's got sore throat, cough. Her voice. She can't do her job anyways. Her voice doesn't work. Um,
Hmm.
so I mean, yeah, there's something going around.
Yep.
The work flu. No, I'm.
Well, there's always something going around this time of year.
Yep. Yep. Exactly. So.
Always.
Hmm.
And Tree Rock has a question. Can we have a two or three man crew beat up stuff? This one guy army has been done to death. In fact, I'd like to see another movie that uses characters like Snatch. I'm sure we could, but sometimes we need a Jason Statham film just to forget about things for a few hours.
Yeah, well, they're going back to that '80s where it was basically that, the one man or whatnot. But we did have the Expendables 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
Notice where I stopped. Hmm.
And Jason's posted a link, so I'm gonna make sure I can share it out to the other platforms.
Oh,
And
is that
it's
a
to
picture of him and Chuck trying to rub in our face?
yeah, it's to Chuck Dixon's book, so I'm gonna go ahead and post it to Rumble and X.
Twix, alt right
Left
Twix.
left Twix, right Twix, I don't care. I like them
Mm,
all. I like them
yeah,
all.
yeah. Yeah.
And Cass says my parents say I'm fine and made me clean my room, but they don't know my life. They don't know how much pain I'm in. Sorry to hear
Mm.
that.
I see a penguin. There's a
Uh,
penguin.
I do see a penguin. Two penguins enter. One penguin leaves.
Penguin Dome!
Yes.
Perfect
Well,
movie. Perfect movie. Jason and I don't know who would be a good one to pair him up with as a muscle guy. If they could do it. They could one could be Puckwaddle, one could be Low Spec, and they could do Penguin Dome the movie. Hey, can you imagine them dressed up, in makeup as penguins going out there? And yeah, I'd buy that for $1.
yeah. Yeah, that'd be fun. I do want to get Little Spec and Punk Waddle on the show sometime. It's just
I
gonna
want them
have to
together.
be working out schedules and well,
I want
that's
them on. Yeah,
that's how I would like to do it. It's just a matter of working out schedules and you know,
yeah.
even if it's not on a Sunday and or Wednesday and we have to record the episode, I'm fine
Hmm.
with doing that.
And I want them trash talking each other too.
Okay. Kind of like the old days of wrestling.
Hmm. Hmm. Just trash talk. Just trash talk each other. No mercy. Uh oh. Uh oh.
Well,
Look who's.
Anonymous does have some good advice.
Hmm. For once.
Yep. Sometimes when we're going through ills, we have to change our eating habits.
Hmm.
I
Live
mean,
from the she shed, by the way.
like I've said, when I experienced kidney stones for the first time, I had to change my eating habits. Not as much
Hmm.
salt intake, not as much soda intake, and a few other things.
Yeah, and when you have those stones, boy, does it hurt when you piss out Mick Jagger. Oh, not those tones? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that could be related to something else.
Mm. You know what? That should
I'm
maybe
not.
be
I'm
my
not.
bad.
I'm not a doctor, but I know. I know myself. That could be related to something else.
What about Keith Richards? What happens when it's Keith Richards? Anyway.
Keith Richards doesn't die, man.
Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. He is
We're
eternal.
we're we're, we're all gonna be gone, and he's still gonna be around.
No, the song "Sympathy for the Devil" is about him because he was the snake that told Eve to eat the apple. Uh, Pleased to meet you. Oh, never mind. Don't want to get a copyright claim just to do that.
No, no, no.
Bastards.
And I'm just checking a couple of messages, and I'll then play the trailer for F1.
Mm. Or F1U.
Yep. But you know what? I will also, since I still have it up, I'll go ahead and share this tab, and this way folks can actually see Chuck Nixon's book. So
Yay!
give me a second to get it up there.
Oh, but we gotta sit back and say one thing because she's just popping in. Hola to you too, Maria, the sweet, lovely, great guest, Maria.
Yep.
We need to have her back on because there's more things we need to know
We
about her.
we we,
She's
we
fascinating.
will we will. Don't worry, we will.
Maria, come back to us, please.
It is good to see Maria. She was a wonderful guest last month, and it's always nice to have great guests. Just like this past Wednesday, we had Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective as our guest. I haven't lined up a guest for next month. I'm still looking for a guest for next month. So if anybody has anyone in mind, or if you'd like to be a guest, well, let me know. And let's see. None of us, none of us have watched it yet.
No, I haven't. Yeah.
No, I haven't played it yet. I haven't played it yet, so don't worry.
You'll get
And
there.
Low Spec says he's away from his keyboard at the moment.
Oh, I thought he was one of the other Kennedys. You know, you have JFK, RFK, JFK Jr., RFK Jr., AFK. Is that Animas F. Kennedy?
I don't know, but I do appreciate the compliment, Maria. It means a lot when you can, do a show with a guest and you just have a good time. I mean, that's what we did. We had a good time talking with you last month, and we had a good time talking with Tommy this past Wednesday. And I do want to send my condolences to Tommy on the loss of his
Yeah.
guinea pig Rorschach. And
Yeah.
my heart's there with you, brother.
Mm-hmm. It's hard when we lose our fuzzy friends.
Yep, they're part of the family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially when they have their little paws out asking for money. You know, I'm going to make some sausage here, but she sent a message, but I don't know where it went or where it is. Probably that restraining order that she told me she's getting for me.
And before I play the trailer, I'm just gonna try to catch up with the chat too.
Yeah, you chatters.
But
We
yeah,
love having the chatters out there. At least we haven't had Phil McCracken. We're Phil McCracken.
you know he's in the shadows.
No, he's not here because Cash isn't here. How can he not be here without his favorite target? You know, Gavin Newsom's little lackey.
Okay, I think I've caught up with the chat, so I'll go ahead and play the F1 trailer for everybody here in just a moment. Let me just make sure that everything's lined up on both ends. Here we go.
Oh, let me get over there. Ooh, damn it. Yeah, welcome to F1. Safety forced.
Yep.
you imagine seeing this film in IMAX?
I think that'd be a good experience.
Hmm. No, these guys are crazy, and they also know how to turn another direction besides left.
Yeah, unlike
That,
NASCAR.
yeah, that's why this is more fascinating. I mean, if you had like a NASCAR version of this, ooh,
Doesn't look too
okay.
bad, but I actually want to see more from the next trailer, if you know what I mean.
Well, yeah. I mean, again, it's a kind of a teaser trailer and such.
I
But
know, I
just
know, but again,
yeah, I know. Hmm.
it makes me want to see more.
Right, exactly. This is actually a teaser trailer that works. That was kind of the point I was going to make there, because it's a little bit more than most teaser trailers give, and then it makes you wonder, what does this look like on an IMAX? Back in the day, what, the '60s and all that, they had, I think it was called Cinemax. It's not that, which of course where the pay service name came from. If it's and correct me if I'm wrong if that was the actual system, but basically it was three screens, and we're talking about the old days screens that were together out there, so it's like one seamless thing. Three projectors, and they're showing the film, so you have this panoramic. Maybe it's panoramic they called it. I can't remember, but so. And Grand Prix was basically the film to see on there, the one with James Gardner in it,
Mhm.
and it's like, can you imagine that? Where again, going back in the days, not these small screens we have now, but the big screens. Now there's three of them, and the three projectors, each one in sync with each other, and having that experience with a racing film. IMAX is probably the next best thing.
Yeah, thing for me is I have to drive 2.5 hours to get to an IMAX theater.
Hmm.
And we're talking back roads and
Hmm.
some interstate, but not much.
Yeah, we talk about Mayberry folks here. These.
But Lady Miss says she drives like that to work. Well,
I get
if we need a driver to win a race, I'm calling upon you.
it. that
Yeah, that was trailer for F1. Again, I want to see more from the next trailer.
Yeah, you need more.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I got to do it. I got to do it. It's in our DM, but I got you going to. I got you're driving right there, but we need more of.
No,
On Discord. On Discord.
I see it, but trust me, there are plenty of people in my area that do drive like that.
Well, of course,
I don't need to add to it.
of course, they grew up watching the Dukes of Hazzard. No wonder. So did I.
So far, I have a spotless record. I want to keep it that way.
I wish I did. I got hit for speeding once. I wasn't doing that fast. And no seatbelt. I got hit with a no seatbelt, which is bullshit in my opinion. It's like, when we get in the when I get into a car, I basically say the same thing all the time. Today we die like men.
Well, speaking of a franchise that's dying,
Are you insinuating that Kate Mulgrew wants to die like a man and get into a car and drive that way?
I am insinuating that we don't need a Star Trek Janeway series like we didn't need a Star Trek Picard series.
Well, we had a Janeway series. It was called Voyager until it became Star Trek 7 of 9.
Star Trek Janeway in 7 and 9.
Mhm. Scissoring, the final frontier. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so very, very sorry.
Well, Cass, maybe you should ask your parents to take you to the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah, I mean, not being sarcastic there, man. Are the
The
medical
emergency room
care? Yeah,
or
are the
urgent care.
urgent care? Yep. I would.
I would if my head was hurting. I would ask someone to drive me.
Heck,
Heck,
I'd call up Uber.
heck, when I had kidney stones, I had to get someone to drive me to the urgent care. I couldn't do it.
Yeah,
I was in so much pain.
the last time I had it, the missus said no, drove me, which was like the place we had to go to was like 20 miles away because of
Mhm.
insurance. But along the way, it passed. It passed on the way there, so it's like, okay, I'm fine now. We can turn around. No, we're still going. I said, okay. No, she had that look in the eyes, and it's like, yeah,
Yeah. I know that. I know that look. That look that says, "I don't care what you say. We're still gonna get you checked out."
that look that says, you think that kidney stone hurts.
Oh, that look of death. I know that look of death because that's what our parents used to give us, especially my mom. Even as I got older, sometimes she would do it as a joke, and I'd still be like, "Oh shit, what did I do?"
Well, yeah, I mean, we men are fully aware of the look, and usually it comes from our significant other. That the look, the long suffering, my dear, sweet, beloved wife that I love so much, does not know how to do it. She tries to give it to me, and I laugh. It's like, no, no, you're not there yet. You got to work on it. Now,
You know,
the former long suffering, she could do the look, but Pookie doesn't.
I tried to give my mom the look. She says, "Amateur."
Well, I got the eye roll down. You know how the men do the eye roll? It's like, yeah, whatever.
But I can remember my mom saying, "You're trying to give me the look."
See, the long suffering does not believe in the look. She believes in action. If you know what I mean. It's a kapow instead of a look.
Yeah, yeah. Or growing up, Michael. It's like, what the hell did I do?
Mm-hmm. It's like when he says, Baron.
I mean, it was one of those things as I got older. Sometimes my parents would do that just to keep me on edge.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you gotta keep everybody on that. You gotta have them wondering. They're tiptoeing sometimes. Going, is this? Will I? Okay, is he gonna do the "I brought you into the world, I can take you up" thing to me today? You know.
I made the mistake of saying to my dad one time, "What crawled up your butt?"
Oh God, you did that to your dad? Is he
Yeah,
still alive?
surprisingly.
You know, I don't, you said it before, so I know this isn't gonna be insulting to you. But you say about your lazy eye. Now I know how you got it. He whooped you upside the head so hard that one eye decided to go. That's what happened. I know it because you did that. What crawled up your butt? And you're lucky. That's the only thing that came out of it. You could have had your entire head spin around and be looking out there. You could look down and go, "Oh, that's what my butt looks like."
Yeah, I could be like President Scrooge in Spaceballs. Why are you
Yeah,
gonna be telling me my ass is so big?
yeah, exactly.
But yes, I made that mistake.
Mhm.
Don't get smart with me.
I'm sorry. I find that freaking hilarious. Because we're 80 kids, we know what would happen. Today, kids is into the
Yeah,
kids, and it's like, okay, we're gonna have to get in touch with our feelings.
but back when we grew up, it's like,
Oh,
okay, well,
no.
da da da
Well,
da.
oh, back then, our parents got us in touch with our feelings. It was usually their hand on some part of the body.
Yep.
Hmm.
Go to your room now.
Hmm. Yeah, it's like, or sometimes a paddle. There we go.
Oh, sometimes the back and forth battles between you and your parents,
Hmm.
you never won.
No,
Even if you
never.
were right, you never won.
Oh yeah, you were completely in the right, and you still lost. I mean, and then you hear those words. Let's go out back, and you can pick the switch. And if you pick one that's a wimpy one, well, I'll find the switch.
Uh, I'll admit I was smart mouthed to my parents when I was a teenager,
Hmm.
and well, yeah, yeah.
We all were at one point. And I don't want to sound blasphemous here, but us kids, when we're sitting back watching Jesus getting scourged in the Passion by Mel Gibson, us kids that grew up in the 80s going, amateur.
Wow, okay.
Or-
Or in some cases, like, well, see,
Mhm.
we had our comeuppance too.
Yeah. It's like, you see what's happening in that scene, kids? That was the warm up. Okay. Then they got serious. Well, they want to ruin Star Trek Voyager. Star Trek Voyager ruined itself. But I'm sorry. I'm so very, very sorry.
No, I know people that don't like Voyager that much.
No,
They
I'm not a
they
fan.
they think it's discount Next Generation.
Yeah, I think that, but I still say it's real Star Trek.
It is. I
It's still
still
better
like.
than what we got.
I still like Elite Force.
Hmm. Yeah, it was Next Generation meets Lost in Space, and for me, the whole concept was boring, absolutely boring.
Well,
Because again, it's
all
like,
you needed was a robot going, "Danger, Captain Janeway, danger!" Oh, wait a
well,
minute, you had 7 and 9.
yeah. Mhm. Oh, I wouldn't mind those dangers. No, but really, it's like that commercial where the guy's got the dollar at the end of the fishing pole. It's like, oh, you almost had it. Oh, almost had it. Oh, almost had it on their voyage back to Earth. And it's like,
Yeah, yeah.
that's boring.
It did get boring after a while. We
Hmm.
have this, technology that can transport your ship 40 light years or however many it was in that one episode.
Hmm.
And then by the end of the episode, oh, sorry.
Yeah. Mark, you sitting back saying, hey, I'll bring you back home. No, typical joyless woman, Janeway. Hey, I'll help you get back. Nope, 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 nope. You're mansplaining to you. Nope, nope. No, we'll do it our way. No, no, no. I can help you get back. Nope, 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 nope,
Nope.
nope, 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 nope. But really, all I have to do is, snap my feet. Nope, 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 nope.
Nope.
We got it.
Well, Q, he also tried to romance Captain Janeway. I mean,
Why?
what else is he supposed to do after Cisco punches him the
Yeah. See,
one and
that's
only
just
time he comes on to DS9?
yeah. Well, that's just it. Cisco hit him so hard that he was hitting on Janeway, not 709. It's like, okay, the taste quality, and Janeway was no foil like Picard was.
Hold on, I'm looking at something Jay sent me.
Oh no! Oh, don't be careful. It might be something like DJ. So that's probably a picture of him and Chuck Dixon on the beach, enjoying pina coladas with topless ladies all around them. Jeez.
I know Jay's here. Let me just do something real quick. 'Cause I gotta do a little finagling here. He wants us to react to it. So
Uh,
I gotta do something here. I gotta do something.
I thought he was trying to finagle his way onto the show. It's like, hey, 85.
All right. Local file. Okay, I gotta share the file.
Okay.
It's over on the Cosme side, folks.
Cosby again.
I don't know why I'm talking like this, and it's already playing.
Oh, no. Stop. No, stop. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Remember when DJ Ronnie G showed us Sailor Moon?
It's that bad?
Pretty damn close. We can watch it later. Let's watch it after this article. Let's watch it after this article.
All right, fine. We'll watch it after this article.
Hey, I'm doing something good. I am doing something for you, man.
You better not be lying to me. There are repercussions.
Mike, you know I'm a bullshitter a lot of times, but just like I told Cash, when I say I'm serious, I'm serious.
All right. So
after we talk about Janeway here, and we can take a look at it. And, yeah.
We have this article from Fandom Pulse, and it's by Fandom Pulse. It was posted on Friday, and it says Kate Mulgrew teases Janeway spinoff show on Star Trek cruise. It's being pursued. How many times can she replicate a cup of coffee? How many times can she ask? Well, she can't ask Neelix. He's still in the Delta Quadrant for a cup of coffee.
Well, more importantly, do we need to hear someone that sounds like a Muppet all the time? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so very, very sorry.
Mr. Paris, set a course for home.
More like Miss Piggy.
Hi-ho!
No, she's got that Muppet voice or something where she used to huff helium as a kid. No offense, Kate, but you do.
It says Star Trek fans have not had a lot to look forward to.
Yeah.
The hell you say?
Yeah. So they doubled down with this. I'm sorry. I'm so very, very sorry.
Star Trek fans have not had a lot to look forward to in the Alex Kurtzman era. But more bad ideas abound around the Paramount offices as Kate Mulgrew reveals Janeway's spinoff is being pursued similar to how they did a Picard show. Well, you know what's going to happen. You know what's going to happen. They're going to make the EMH. He's going to hate everybody. You're all flesh bags, and
he's going to sound like Bender.
Bite my holographic ass.
Mm-hmm. Every time anybody comes in for anything, it's like, oh, we got to do a probing here. Bend over, drop your drawers, bite the pillow.
I mean, they already did an episode of Voyager where the doctor was complaining about humans because he was infected by a virus. And
well, yeah, you always complain about
oily and sweaty they are.
But, I mean, remember when we didn't have opinions in the news? Not in this article. It started off right away.
Yep.
Who did this? Is this Spencer again?
This is Fandom Pulse on Fandom Pulse. There's no one set writer for the story.
Yeah, it's their AI. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's their ghost writer. They just
AIL.
go by themselves.
Yeah, AIL. We'll call it AIL.
Oh, Peg. Why do you want a Janeway series?
Oh, Al.
All right, so let me get into this article again. It says in recent years, Star Trek is almost unrecognizable. Oh, no shit, Sherlock.
I don't know why that's funny, but it's funny.
I'm feisty, okay? I'm just feisty.
I am too, a little bit. I think we're coming out of the doldrums. That's what it is.
It's almost unrecognizable to the vision Gene Roddenberry presented in the original series and through the 1990s iterations of the shows. Discovery turned the series into a generic dark sci-fi focused heavily on identity politics instead of exploring strange new worlds, seeking out new life and new civilizations, boldly going where no man or no one has gone before. Lower Decks
Uh-huh.
turned the show into a parody farce. I've
Mhm.
watched the first season and I'm all, okay, I'm done.
No. I could see right away where that was going to go. It's like I'm not going to waste my time with this. Well, besides, I didn't have Paramount Plus anyway, so
Picard
the only
seemed
good
like it. Go
the
ahead.
only good thing about the show is they wiped out the Kurtzman Trek universe from what I heard. So
Yeah. Picard seemed like it would be something to get back nostalgic fans, but even that show couldn't manage to keep Star Trek feeling like Trek in the world building. And though fans got the TNG reunion they were looking for in season 3, it was too little too late for an already disastrous show.
I will say this: the first episode.
When Cash, Crit, and I were watching the episodes in Discord, all I was doing was criticizing the show the whole time we were
Mhm.
watching it.
I'll say one thing though. I thought the first episode was pretty good.
Yeah, but
The very first one, but then it went to hell.
what drew me off of even that first episode is when Riker would refer to the Enterprise D, the Galaxy
Oh
Quest. You had the woman behind the bar saying, "Oh, the big fat one."
no, when I'm talking about the first episode, I'm talking about the very first season 1, episode 1.
Oh, you're talking about when you see that opening exterior shot of the Enterprise D and it zooms into 10 forward and you see Data and
Mhm.
Picard there in 10 forward.
Yeah, and then he's having those little flashbacks and such,
Yeah.
and it's like, okay, okay, this is looking good, in that first episode, but then it went to hell after. I mean, honestly, I thought that if they, I would have done things differently in some aspects, but overall, I thought, trying to get a little bit closer to all good things a little bit more,
Hmm.
in some aspects. But I thought the season 1, episode 1 was pretty good, but it wasn't enough to keep because they showed it for free.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, they were
I
desperate to get people to watch.
right, and I liked what they were doing with that with the data, the imaging because I could, it's like okay, that's still on his mind. He got sucked out of the Enterprise, a Nemesis, and stuff like that, and it's like I kind of had to explain it to someone, someone
Well,
who didn't really know Star Trek Next Generation. They saw it and they're making these comments, about this fascination, blah blah blah. It's like, no, this is the reason why. I can make sense on why that was.
well, I mean, think about it. Data and Picard were on the scimitar.
Yeah,
Data, went over there to rescue Picard. He
hmm
uses the personal transporter, which only had one use.
hmm
And he says to Picard goodbye as he puts it on Picard, and Picard beams away. And then Data destroys the reactor.
right. hmm It,
And Data goes boom.
hmm exactly. And so that was. We'll get to it, Chase. Don't worry, Chase. After we're done with this, then we'll get our blood pressure up. Settle down. Norwegians do not have
Wait,
patience.
wait. Hey, Baron, I think somebody's trying to muscle in on a tough here. Hey.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. This is Chase. This is Chase, folks. Chase in all his glory.
Yeah, yeah.
This is what I have to put up with every Thursday. Love you, Chase, man. You're my brother.
Yeah, and Tom Hardy tries to forget Star Trek Nemesis.
Yeah.
He says it almost ruined his career.
Well, I don't doubt that because they took a character that could have been great. They did things wrong with it. It's like don't make him bald. Make sure he's
No,
got
no.
red hair. That
I,
because
well, that was
or
one of my
receding.
gripes with Nemesis.
hmm
Is that when they showed the picture of Picard as a cadet,
hmm
he's bald. I'm
Yeah,
going,
in the
wait,
wrong uniform.
yeah.
Yeah, in the wrong uniform because he was wearing the NCO uniform. He should have been wearing
Yeah.
like he did in the episode Tapestry. He should have been wearing the monster maroon with
Should have been wearing the monster maroon. He had a full head of hair.
hmm
We saw him get into the fight with the Nausicaan, which he had
Mm-hmm.
talked about in season 2 of Next Generation with Wesley, about
Mm-hmm.
getting into a fight with the Nausicaan. We
Mm-hmm.
actually saw it.
Mm-hmm. Now, if they would have made it that he was receding his hairline as the villain after the picture, it's like, okay, you're starting to see, because as Patrick Stewart said, and obviously it seems like that's what happened with the character Picard, his hair was receding already as he's a young man. We saw that with that flashback where he did have that wig on, that triple on his head.
Yeah,
And everyone,
after Jack Crusher died.
yeah, everyone wants to sit back and say that is from a test that they had for Next Generation. It's like, no, it's not a test. It's from this episode. You can tell he's got the
Mhm.
little. It's like, come on, know your
Yeah,
shit.
because Gates McFadden is there with him, and
Mm-hmm. Yep. So it's like, no, that was not. They were wanting to put a wig on him and all that. There might be a picture of him wearing the tube somewhere, but every time they show one, it's from that episode. It's like,
yeah.
no, you got it all wrong, my friends.
And this article says, once again, Kurtzman and company did far too much to try to modernize Trek and make it feel like a dark action fantasy rather than pursuing the intelligent science fiction that the earlier iterations had to offer. Well,
Mm-hmm.
that's because they have a smooth cranium.
Yeah. You're preaching to the choir.
That was the one thing Gene Roddenberry and company were so cautious to preserve, as they had some of the best and brightest sci-fi writers in the field to pitch them scripts. Something that separated Star Trek from sci-fi B movies and contributed to its longevity.
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
was the
measure of a man. Anyone measure of a man?
Now they're right about the original series. The original series they went for sci-fi writers. Next Generation they moved away from that, but it still worked.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Redemption.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone?
Tapestry, Inner Light.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I Borg.
Family. Yeah, Family. The only episode never to show the bridge.
Even the battle.
Oh yeah, the battle was a good episode from season 1.
Yeah. Not all the episodes in season 1 were turds.
Oh no, I mean that 1001001001001 or however that is. That was a good episode. Conspiracy. Oh my god, that was such a great setup. And
Yeah.
they were actually referencing from previous episodes to that. They ruined that. We got the Borg from that, but I mean, it's like no, that would have been such a great thing. That conspiracy. It's like you don't know who is what and how and why.
And what about Emissary from
Mm-hmm.
Next Generation, where we meet Kalar for the first time?
Yeah. So, like, the first season had some good episodes in it. They did have good episodes. There were a lot of turds, but a lot of good episodes. That's what kept us staying around. Was you saw those little flashes in there, and then season 2 started getting a little bit tighter, and you started getting a little bit more episodes, even if we did have Pulaski. And then 3
season 3,
rough.
you had Drumhead.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yesterday's Enterprise.
Mm-hmm. Which was my introduction to Next Generation, and I was hooked from that moment on.
Oh, Yesterday's Enterprise?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, so, yeah, and, I hate to say this, but for Next Generation, the best thing was Roddenberry not having hands on it after a while.
Yeah.
We didn't want him dead or anything, we just like, but the moment we got his hands off of it and other people were able to get a little bit freer with the writing and directions and such, you started getting more true Star Trek. Gene Roddenberry was in the wilderness too long. He did not have that magic, just enough magic to get it going again. And just like the original series, a lot of people around him helped build that universe.
Yeah, I mean, you hear stories where Michael Piller, may he rest in peace, but Michael Piller challenged Gene Roddenberry.
Mm-hmm. And you had to. I mean, we have to give a lot of props to Gene. We wouldn't have it without Gene, both series.
Mm-hmm.
And the ones that came after. I'm talking about real Star Trek. Uh,
Yeah, the
but
original 735.
right. But the thing is one man can't do that uh, in that aspect. I mean, even George Lucas needed help from people and people challenging him. That's what
Mm-hmm.
made the first two Star Wars films great,
Yeah.
and Return of the Jedi close to great because he had more yes men on that one.
Yeah, I mean, think about the original Star Wars. We've mentioned this many times before here on Pop Talk, but Martha Lucas.
Right. The
If it
original.
wasn't for her editing the original,
Hmm.
who knows what we would have received?
Right. I mean, the original Star Wars was 75% George Lucas, and the other 25% was Marsha Lucas and Gary Kurtz.
I said Martha, and it's Marsha.
Yeah,
My bad.
yeah. I mean, I thought I said it wrong because I've heard her name said many different ways. So, but Next Generation, I said, I mean, even the original Star Trek, I'd say you had 50% Roddenberry, and the other 50% was Gene Kuhn, DC Fontana, and the various people that he brought in for writing and helping get that direction going. And that's not a
Hmm.
slight. It's not a slight. It's one of those. It's not what you know, but who you know. I have this vision, and I want to trust it to people to help keep that vision going, which we don't have with the current.
No, no. I mean, we talked about it before, where we wish that the current people in charge would have talked to Rick Berman,
Hmm. Or
because Rick
more.
Berman, yeah, Ronald D. Moore.
Jerry Taylor, while she was still alive, he
Hmm.
passed recently. Even
To
DC
to
Fontana.
to find out, how should they run the universe?
Hmm.
Well, look at our previous shows. Look at our previous episodes. Give them
Hmm.
a top 10 list of each series of
Oh
episodes
hell
to
yeah.
watch.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, each
But
one delivering a top 10 episode, and then wondering how many of these will cross, where
mhm,
they're on the same lists. Because not all occasionally there'll be a deviation to what someone, but it's still you gain that flavor,
yeah.
the important stuff.
And getting back to this article, it says, well,
Oh yeah.
actors have had a tradition of pitching their own spin-offs going back to George Takei, wanting Hikaru Sulu adventures on the Excelsior, and Michael Dorn wanting to do a Captain Worf show, with
Hmm.
Picard airing and Kurtzman greenlighting the ill-fated Section 31 TV movie. Even
Boo.
watching the trailer, that sucked. I mean, we did a reaction to it. I still haven't released it.
Mm. Oh, was I part of that?
No, no, you weren't there for
Oh,
that episode, but it was
oh,
Cash, Jason, myself.
I was going to say that would have been a reason right there not to release it because of what I might have said and have said. A pseudo series would have worked. It would have been great. Even a Worf series would have been great because it would
Hmm.
still been under the old guard, you might say.
Yeah,
Um, Now forget it. I'm sad we didn't get a Sulu series as much as George Takei's a little bitch ass.
I
Again,
wanted to
separate.
do those series because I wanted
Yeah,
to see the adventures of the crew of the Excelsior. I mean,
yeah,
I- look at it this way too. Grace Lee Whitney would have gotten a chance to be a main character,
yeah,
especially with what happened to her after season one of the original series.
yeah. At least she got parts in the movies. I mean, Star Trek the
Hmm.
Motion Picture, Star Trek 3, Star Trek 4, Star Trek 6. I
Yeah.
mean, thankfully, she and also Majel Barrett got parts. I don't think she was in 6, though, but she was in at least 4 in the motion picture.
Oh,
But yeah.
and you know what? At least with Majel, she did have an on-screen role as Luxana Troy
Hmm.
in
Oh
Next
yeah, that's the
Generation, Deep Space Nine, and she was still a prominent part of Star Trek as the voice of the main computer.
yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not saying that she was shorted. In fact, Isn't it amazing that you have Luxwana Troy and there's no way you could even conceive that this was Dr. Chapel?
No,
That's how good that she was at that.
no, because they were two completely different characters,
And she
and
was
the way
able to
Majel Barrett portrayed them,
hmm
they were two completely different characters. She didn't
and
portray
look,
them the same.
and the look, which is even more important.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, the only thing that worries me is as much as I love Grace Lee Whitney, I always thought she was such a beautiful woman. Even when she was older, I was like, oh, she's still a lovely flower. Uh, the Voyager episode that they had, it just seemed like she was phoning
Flashback.
it in. Yeah, flashback. It just seemed like she was phoning it in. Then it's like a lot of people were saying that they were kind of upset with how Grace Lee Whitney was performing in there. And I just hope that it was just because of that episode or something going on. Because yeah, I would have loved to have seen her and Sewell together, transversing, and maybe seen hey, maybe Koenig would have showed up in done a guest appearance, or Nichelle Nichols.
And maybe it was the direction that she was given during that episode.
Right, exactly. Some people are directors, actors. It's like direct me.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, some are actors. Some just go out there and they knock it out of the park. It's just the different styles and how they were trained. So it's no slight, but yeah, that's the series we should have had with the Sulu series, just to see things back in the 23rd century like that,
Mm-hmm.
things that we were familiar with that we'd love to see more. See another Constitution class out there that's not the Enterprise that they come across. Things like that, and just seeing the Excelsior in her glory, a ship that I hated.
Not just the Excelsior, but see other ships of the 23rd century in their
hmm
prime,
Yeah.
and who knows? You could have had another appearance of Kelsey Grammer.
Oh, that would be great. Well, except Kelsey Grammer actually disappeared before that. Actually, technically, he disappeared before uh, Star Trek 2, I think, technically, or about that time. Because
Well,
people were saying it would have been
you
great
you you you
if
could, you
Pierce
could
would have
have
been
a
on.
story take place before that event.
hmm
The causality loop,
Yeah,
and Sulu interacts with him,
yeah,
and this is before he leaves for the Bozeman.
right. It's like, Bozeman, this is the Excelsior coming. I'm listening.
Mhm. Because I mean, you got to think about that time period.
hmm
You know, it was originally supposed to be during those first three movies that Sulu was supposed to take command of
hmm
the Excelsior.
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, it would have been great if or even if it took place after Star Trek 6 and he's on a new mission. That's what I would have done. But I doubt if Kirstie Alley would have come back. But Robin Curtis coming back as Savick for an
Mm-hmm.
appearance, or maybe they couldn't get Grace Lee Whitney again, and she became like the first officer under Captain Sulu. That I would have loved that. I mean, you need a Vulcan on the bridge, right? Everybody says
Mm-hmm.
that.
Yeah.
Um, and maybe explore the fact that she was half Romulan, like the comic books did, in what was originally written for the character. I mean, the Sulu series would have been gold, and I think they would have done it right.
Yeah, and honestly, I know you could have had Ilea back, but it would have been nice if you could bring that actress back as a different character. If
I think she was passed away at that time, though.
I know, and that's one of the things I was going to bring up,
hmm
being one of the issues too. You could go down the list. Well, what if they brought back this character if the actor hadn't
hmm
passed away?
hmm You're right, exactly. Oh, and yeah, Tim. Not only was there a line take, yeah, they actually had a full scene, and there's a lot of excuses behind it, but the novels expanded on it even more. The novelization of Star Trek 2. Uh, Vonda McIntyre, yeah, I think Vonda McIntyre wrote that one in Star Trek 3. Definitely put some takes on Sulu being, being nominated for the captaincy of the Excelsior and how he's
Mhm.
going there. So, oh
I may
no.
not like current Star Trek, but I still have passion for the stuff that came before.
Well, you know what really got my little heart going thumpity thumpity thump. Oh, if she died in '98, she would have been able to do a Sulu series. They're talking about doing that in the earlier '90s after Star Trek Six.
And like I said, you could have had her come back but play a different character.
Hmm. Right. Even if it's a guest appearance. I mean, Robin Curtis did
Yeah,
guest
Next
star.
Generation.
Hmm. Hmm. And Babylon 5 too, but that's a different show.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, they missed a great opportunity, especially for us. As much as a lot of us like the Next Generation universe, which includes, I'm including DS9 and Voyager in it because that basically is the Next Generation universe. It would have thrown us back to the original Kirk universe of
Hmm.
Star Trek a bit and given us that flavor. I mean, watching those videos that I shared with you, just seeing those scenes that fan did and doing a
Yeah.
better job was really started sucking me in. Going, you know what I did after I saw that last night?
Hmm.
I went and fired up Star Trek Online and went in there.
Well, you can watch part one of my Elite Four stream when
Hmm.
Jay Wade says, "Ensign Monroe, get down to engineering and help out Balana." I just did it. I said, "Yes, ma'am," on
Hmm.
stream, and they went to the turbo lift.
Yep. And that's just it. What we're gravitating. I mean, I gotta start playing that Resurgence because Cash was kind enough to give
Yeah,
that to
yeah,
me.
yeah, yeah. Oh, you
I
got sucked in when I was playing it. Now, when you start playing it, you're really gonna
yeah.
get sucked in.
Yeah, I'm still mad at you for not stopping when you said you were going to because I had to go to another stream. It's like you son
I was
of.
sucked in. I
so
couldn't stop.
so was I, but I had obligations. I should have just said, sorry, I can't make it. Watching Star Trek, real Star Trek.
Sorry, can't make it. Pacific's got me watching his Star Trek stream, and
Heck, that'd make a great series. Even if they made it an animated series.
yeah, to keep it to the same tone that they
Hmm.
had Resurgence at.
Yeah. There are so many opportunities out there. Oh, I want control of Star Trek, man. Give it to me. And we'll have great Star Trek. You, me, Cash, and a bunch of others that we know will be the force behind
Well,
cracking the whip.
what are the people who was just here? One of the folks that was just here. Get Loki.
You got it? Oh, yeah, he's on the top of my list.
Get Loki because he's mentioned it many times that that's how he started off his channel, was originally doing Star Trek music videos.
Right. Well, yeah, we'll have you, Tim. You can be the janitor. I'm kidding, Tim. I'm kidding, Tim. But yeah, I'd want you on board too. Uh,
Part of the writing team. Tim's part of the writing team.
mm-hmm. Story by. They call me Tim.
They call me Tim.
No, there's just so much out there. My love of Star Trek is still there. That's why I'm disgusted with the new one. That's why I'm craving new Trek. That's why I take a look at Go and going, oh, Clobby? What do you mean? Yeah, you're
Uh,
absolutely right. Yeah, he would be.
he would be the head executive producer and head writer.
Mhm. He would be the new Great Bird of the Galaxy. Son of Great Bird of the Galaxy. That's what we'd call him. The damn straight he'd be there in a heartbeat.
Oh yeah.
I'd sit back and say, whatever you want, sir. I mean, it was just like the other day, being on the stream, and I kind of surprised because they're talking about the Section 31. It's like, well, the thing is, you need to talk to people that were involved. I mean, David Gerald's still around, and you had Section 31
Mm-hmm.
and Trial and Tribulations right there. Perfect. He could sit back and tell you what the tone of Section 31 is.
You could, again, getting back to Ron Moore, Robert Hewitt Wolf. You could talk to them.
Mm-hmm.
They helped come up with the idea of Section 31.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, Tim. Yeah, trust me. Briggs was on my list too. She'd be like the DC Fontana of this
Anti-derivative Jill, get all of us in a room together. It's like, all right, folks, let's come up with a story.
And no whiteboard with dinosaurs on it and rocks. In fact, no whiteboard at all.
But the thing is, Voyager did have an episode where dinosaurs from Earth evolved into spacefaring beings with transwarp drive. So Star Trek beats Star Wars to dinosaurs.
Hey, we haven't gotten the frickin' dinosaurs yet. The closest one you had was in the novel. I got a middle block on Truth at Baccarat. And you had spacefaring dinosaurs in that one. So I mean, they already had them.
Yeah, because that's what Section 31 is. Nobody in Starfleet knows about them.
Mm-hmm.
Starfleet doesn't acknowledge their presence. Section 31 says, Starfleet, what's that?
Mm-hmm. Well, right, yeah, they're not technically Starfleet; they're Federation, and you could have done it. Can you imagine? Can you imagine it? Our man Bashir, but now it's Section 31, something like that. But it's still set in the tone of Star Trek.
You could have Alexandra Siddig as the main star of Section 31. God. You could have that Julian, after a while, accepted Section 31's offer and became a Section 31 agent. He doesn't tell anybody he's part of Section 31.
Right. You don't. You know, first rule of Section 31 is you don't talk about Section 31. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Tim. That is, we can come up with better ideas just like that. How long have we been talking about this? Maybe about 20 minutes or so. And we already got a basis for how many TV shows or adventures that people can go on in Star Trek that would be Star Trek. Because of our love and our passion.
Mm-hmm.
I love Star Trek. I love it. Not this crap.
That's why I still celebrated on September 8th. That's why we watched The Wrath of Khan last September. Mm-hmm. I still love it.
You know, even though it wasn't the episode that aired, but it should have been on September 8th back in that time, where No Man's Gone before. Mm-hmm. We need to have a watch party on that particular episode because it is still one of my favorite. It is still one of my favorites.
It's done. We will. It's done. We will.
Mm-hmm. When the VHSs came out back in the day, that was my first purchase of a VHS Star Trek episode.
Because honestly, we don't even have to wait for September 8th to do a watch party of different episodes from different series.
Yeah. We should do that. Star Trek, the Star Trek Adventure Show.
The adventure continues. That's what we'll call it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you just have to look at some of these fan-made stuff, and they're well done. And I'm not talking about Kali or Manana, which do great work. I'm talking about others that have. I mean, Star Trek Aurora, which is an animated one, which is not a Starfleet one. But damn, it is good Star Trek. It's about traitors. Not traitors, but traitors. By the way, Star Trek Online, yeah. Was reet or neat? DJ, are you doing one-handed typing again? But great. I think it's great. DJ, settle down. He types like he talks. Yeah, and there's some good parodies out there too. You know what you need to find? You need to find Star Trek: The Pepsi Generation. It's so bad, it's good. I mean, it is bad but good. And they foreshadowed Riker having a beard because he did this during the first season of Next Generation.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody's seen it, but it's just absolutely hysterical. Typical 80s humor on that parody. But
I mean, I'll even admit a YouTube channel I watch every so often, and it's Trek Yards with Captain
oh
Foley and
yeah,
Commander Cockings.
yeah, I
And
know.
Samuel Cockings has done his own Star Trek fan films.
Hmm. Then there's Chris. I can't remember what his name. Dershire. I can't. I got can't pronounce his last name. But he continues on the original Filmation animation episodes. He just needs to find better people to do the voices. But it gets me going is, can you imagine if we had the ability to copy the Filmation style, but do an original one without the Enterprise, but another ship or space
Mm-hmm.
station or whatever, something in it? Talk about a blast to the past. The
Yeah,
USS Pacific 414.
I mean, back in high school, Chaos and I, back in high school, we came up with our Star Trek, just fan stories where there were actually two
Mhm.
ships exploring in the same region of space, but the reason why two ships were sent into deep space is because of encounters with the Dominion, with the Borg.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, backup.
Mm-hmm.
It's not unheard of sometimes to have more than one ship exploring at the same time. In fact, I'll reference the novelization of Star Trek: The Wrath of Khan. Vanya McIntyre brought in a character that she had, but she only made mention of the character. And when they're talking about Sulu getting the Excelsior and all that, he's remembering that this character that he was romantically involved with was given captaincy of the USS Galaxy, and three of these ships, the Galaxy classes, were going to go intergalactic. They're designed to be able to break through the barrier. And he was a little envious of the fact because even though there were smaller ships, they were going to really go where no man's gone before, and she was in command. So it's like that was a three ship fleet.
Yeah. And my question to you on this idea, Tim, what's the relationship between the Starfleet ships and Species 8472? Are some members of Species 8472 like, yeah, you can explore fluidic space, we're fine with it. And then other members of the species like, oh, hell no, you're not coming in here.
Hmm. Oh, by the way, one thing I would get away with and tell people and slap them on the back of the hand. And I'm sorry, Tim. Enough of the dash letters. That is something that's uberly specific. That's something that is a special designation. That something about that ship had to do something great, and they're just handing them out left and right now because just because it's neat, it's cool. But the dash letter is something incredibly special, and they're
I
handing them
mean,
out now like
this is my point of view.
candy.
When they have made other Voyagers. It's like,
Hmm.
okay, yes, the Voyager crew got back from the Delta Quadrant after 7 years of being
Hmm.
out there,
Hmm.
stranded 70,000 light years. But if you look at the record of all the atrocities Janeway committed,
Hmm. The
what what
Voyager is. Mhm. Okay.
what real accomplishments did they make aside from making,
Hmm.
some alliances with certain species, but
Hmm.
also Tuvix. I'm bringing
Hmm.
that up. Tuvix.
Hmm. Which is a hard one because it is a hard decision on that one. You can see that is Star Trek right there, trying to figure out and did they make the right decision type of thing. People are still arguing about that today, and that's good.
Yeah. Well, why do you think I'm bringing it up?
Hmm. But the thing is, there's nothing about the Voyager that earned a hyphen suffix, letter. Nothing about it. Because if you take a look at it, there's been many Federation ships that done not necessarily getting flung into the into another quadrant. That doesn't give you instantaneously that glory. But even the original 12 Enterprise Constitution classes were out there doing magnificent things. But still, the Enterprise, for its entire career and the captains they had, was a shining star. It
Hmm.
wasn't. It was basically a flagship in name only. It wasn't given even that title, but of course, it became that in Next Generation because they finally gave that recognition. But people were looking at it as that this is the ship that's representing us.
Yeah,
Such as the end of the last Star Trek Kurtzman BS. Oh, we got a new Enterprise. It's an A. Okay, why did it earn it?
yeah.
What did
Well,
it do to
what
earn
did the
that?
previous Enterprise do to earn it? It's like thinking about what we leave behind.
Hmm.
The final 2 episodes of Deep Space Nine. I
Hmm.
don't recall when the Sao Paulo was renamed to Defiant. I don't recall, and I'd have to go back and look. But
Hmm.
I don't remember any of the computer panels saying, the Defiance registry number, NCC. I can't think of the registry number
Seven, blah blah blah. Yeah. Hmm.
off the top of my head at this moment, but I don't remember there being a dash A.
They did give it to it. It was given to it. But that was one of the problems about it. The reason why it was given to it, even though you never saw it on the hull, was because they had so many effect shots with the original Defiant. They had
Hmm.
the original. So they just slapped a dash A and name only on that. So technically, the Sao Paulo became the Defiant A. Again, what did it do? It was still young in its career.
Hmm.
It was going out there and doing all these battles, but take a look at all the battle scenes that you had in DS9. You mean to tell me if that's the case, those ships didn't deserve that?
Exactly. And now someone could probably argue, well, why did the Enterprise deserve the A? Well, think about it.
Mhm.
The Enterprise went on not just one 5-year mission, but two 5-year missions into deep
More than that.
space.
Mhm. Actually, technically more than that, because you had
Well,
April.
let me just get to my point.
Okay,
I'm
okay, go
specifically
on.
talking about under Kirk
Oh yeah, you're talking about yeah, hmm
into
because you're
deep
counting.
space.
Yeah, you're talking about after Star Trek Motion Picture, him doing it again. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, going into deep space and coming back when other ships have been sent on the same mission
Hmm.
and never
Right.
returned.
Well, plus again, you had the 5-year mission under Pike, and how many he
Yeah,
had because he was on captain for quite some time as well as Spock, made it known. And what
yeah.
about April? I mean, you have these great captains of the Enterprise: April, Admiral April, eventually, Fleet Captain Pike, Kirk, Spock, Kirk again. Well, you had Deckard, but he never basically left dry dock as captain. But so you went from Kirk to Deckard to Kirk to Spock before the original one went boom. Right? Look at those captains right there, except for Decker. Again, no slight against him, but again, he never did take the ship out of space dock, and he, in some ways, he knew a little bit more than Kirk in some areas, as we saw in the
Yeah,
motion picture.
because like he says in the motion picture, this is a completely different Enterprise from the one that you
Mm-hmm.
left.
Mm-hmm.
Completely new systems, completely new layout.
Mm-hmm.
Because
And
remember, Kirk couldn't find his way around the ship.
right. And not only that, Bones kind of dressed him down a little bit about it.
Hmm.
It's like get your ego in check here, Jim. Paraphrasing.
Well, why is everything we find out there called a thing?
Hmm. Right. I mean, if anything, if there's any character that truly, people sit back and say, it didn't seem like they were really getting into the roles again. It was so long and so on. But one person who nailed it right off the bat with playing their character was DeForest Kelly. The
Hmm.
moment you first saw him on the transporter pad.
I know engineers, they love to change things. Probably change
Hmm.
the whole sick bay, too.
Hmm. And he's right.
But see, that's what made Bones endearing,
Hmm.
was DeForest Kelly's portrayal of Bones.
Hmm. And the thing is, we saw that there were other great doctors. I mean, going
Hmm.
back to, you had Dr. Bryce, you had Dr. I'm trying to remember the name of the doctor in The Cage, but it was a different relationship between, uh, Paul Fix was playing the doctor in that one, and Captain Pike, Jeffrey Hunter.
Hmm.
But, it was still the same relationship like Kirk and McCoy had, but Paul Fix's Doctor had a different approach than
Yeah.
Bones. So, I mean, even then, you can see with some of the staff on board the Enterprise why this worked from April on up to Spock. There is a
Well,
reason why this got an A.
even when Dr. McCoy comes back on the Enterprise in Star Trek: The Motion Picture, he even mentions that Chapel's an MD now, so he's going to need a top nurse. And
Right. So as that goes, there's the reason why the Enterprise got an A.
Yeah.
And and of course the crew. What was their last act before that happening? They saved the frigate Earth again because they did it with V'ger, but they saved Earth
they
again.
did it with the probe.
Yep, and not only that, going back in time and bringing back a species to keep it from being extinct. I mean, there, it's
And let's also not forget as to why the legacy of Enterprise continues.
Mhm.
Even though it was the Enterprise A at that time, the crew of the Enterprise saving the galaxy from an all-out war between the Federation and the Klingons with the Kittimer Accords.
Right. Somewhat reluctantly, admittedly, Kirk still had little grudges.
I've never trusted Klingons, and I never will. I can never forgive them for the death of my boy.
Mm-hmm.
And that was used in the trial.
Right, because of the spine device. Yep. But the thing is like Spock said, even Nixon went to China.
They're animals, Jim. They are dying.
Let them die. I mean, you can see that all that time, this is bringing out those feelings even more so. That's Star Trek. It's still human beings, still fighting their nature, but still doing the right thing. This is why the Enterprise has an A, a B. This is why the Enterprise has a bloody A, B, C, and D, and of course, E. That's the reason why.
But it's also why Scotty wanted to see the bridge of the Enterprise. Show me the bridge of the Enterprise you have flattering piece of. There have been 5 Federation ships by that name. NCC 1701. No bloody A, B, C, or D. I'm surprised the computer didn't specify, which era of the bridge.
Right.
You have the Pike era of the bridge. You have James T. Kirk era of the bridge from the original series. Then you have the motion picture era of the bridge where it did change.
Right. Even the original series has changed. Look at Where No Man's Gone before too, and then even throughout the series there are little changes. And of course, we don't know what Pike's bridge fully looked like, but you had Pike's not Pike, but April's bridge. We can assume is similar because it stayed similar throughout those years, just different technological upgrades and all that. And I'm not saying there's not ships in the Federation in Starfleet that don't earn that recognition. There are, but not many.
It shouldn't be handed out like Oprah handing out a gift on her show. You get a car. You get a car. Well, you get a letter designation after your ship's name. You get a letter designation after your ship's registry number and name.
And well, and that's just and that's just it. They took something special and turned it into participation trophies. What did they do to earn it? And now, left and right, we're seeing all these A's and B's, and you had the Titan A. Well, what the hell? First of all, why was the Titan decommissioned, or what happened to the Titan that Riker had? What was so great about that it earned an A?
I think back to ship history. You had the Britannic, which was the Olympic class sister ship of both the Olympic and Titanic, which was lost during World War I because of a mine.
Yep.
and that was under the White Star Line. Well, they eventually, some years down the road, named another ship Britannic. It didn't have any designation after it.
No. What about our Enterprise? There's been 3 Enterprises.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're getting a 4th one now. But
Yeah.
they never. But every designation they slap on the side of that ship is different. Because what you had one in World War. Well, maybe there was. Okay, so I know the World War II Big E. Then you had the nuke that got decommissioned. Now we got maybe it's 3. I don't know, but there were other Enterprises too that were in.
Yeah.
Like not aircraft.
Last year they were working on the 3rd Naval Enterprise,
which is going to be Enterprise class.
Mm-hmm.
Now, whether it's going to be a sole ship, like I believe the Nimitz is just a sole ship of that class, we have yet to see. But yeah, it's. I guess that bothers me, and especially when I saw that they slapped an A on the "quote unquote" new Enterprise, and the fact that they destroyed it so early, and the Jar Jar Abrams Star Travels. Again, what did they earn? There's nothing that we can sit back and say that Kirk did to bring it. And again, that universe, they got rid of basically Pike right away. And what happened to April?
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, CV6, 65, and now it's going to be 80. Thank you.
I mean, okay, this is just a Star Trek. It'd be fan of me, but it would have been cool if they, called it CVN 1701.
Yeah.
That's just a Star Trek fan of me, folks.
I mean, you got Star Trek geeks in the Navy, but they sit back and say, "Yeah, we still gotta go by conventional standards."
I know, but I actually had a neighbor who served on the Enterprise,
the
nuclear Enterprise.
Yeah, and I knew someone whose brother was on there, and it's like, wow, he was on the Enterprise. Cool. Your neighbor, that is like, can you imagine having that distinction, especially if you are a Star Trek fan? I really did serve on the Enterprise.
Yeah. No, there wasn't a green-blooded, pointy-eared Vulcan.
But the guy sure acted like one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got to go through the shakedown cruise.
As always. But no, I guess that's the one thing I would just put a moratorium on. It's just like, no. Unless unless you can explain in your story or whatever why that ship has. I mean, originally Yamato was I can't remember what the whole, but it ended with a G, and that was by mistake because the writers didn't have any idea. And then of course they changed the hull number on the model. And what it was that Riker said is Poom is not part of the universe, even though it was said on air. But yeah, they're probably sitting back thinking the G's were sitting back which ship it was, or which number in the series it was. I don't know.
But getting back to this article where it had mentioned the Sulu series with his adventures on the Excelsior, of course, the Worf series, in section 31, it says it seems everyone feels they can get a character-based niche program out of current Star Trek. Kurtzman apparently attempted to get Jerry Ryan to come back for a 7 to 9 spinoff after Picard, which the actress turned down, which was revealed last year.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I must have missed that note. I thought they were going ahead with that Star Trek.
Yeah, so did I. I thought she was all on board for it, but apparently not. It's like, okay, I've done these 3 seasons of Star Trek again, so I'm good.
Yeah, I think it's like, yeah, this might not be good for my career.
Yeah. It says Kate Mulgrew was recently on Star Trek The Cruise and spoke to the crowd at her evening panel when she was asked about the possibility about Janeway returning to Star Trek or potentially getting her own spin-off series. There is a conversation happening. It is being pursued, she said, according to What Culture. This is the second time in recent weeks the Star Trek captain started rumblings of a potential spin off show, as William Shatner opined about a possible return at a recent convention as well. In both instances, the actors insisted they were waiting on the right scripts to proceed. Mulgrew voiced she didn't want to come across as a vanity piece or have a Janeway show fall short of fan expectations. Well, if you bring back William Shatner as Kirk one more time, it does have to be right. But
Yeah.
see, even if you bring him back, there's key pieces missing.
Hmm.
The
Well, yeah,
triumvirate is incomplete.
right, right, exactly. And that was important. He respected and needed to have people around him having discussions and debates so he can go, and which doesn't show a weak leader. In fact, is a strong leader doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he could go solo and not have that. He's shown that many times. But to be a great leader, you know that you have to rely on others that
On the
in
people
those
around
positions.
you.
That's why you have them put in those positions.
Hmm.
Why have them if they don't?
Keep talking, Bear, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. And that is the problem. Isn't it amazing, though, by the way, people, that even when we got off topic, we're still on topic. We do that. But getting back to this, didn't we already have Janeway with Prodigy? I mean, they already brought her back. A little cameo, of course, in, what was it, Nemesis? Was it Nemesis that she had a little cameo in? I can't remember. But Admiral Janeway, of course. And that'll be the other thing. She's an Admiral now. So is she going to be demoted? There's a lot of things you have to take in. And is this supposed to be a replacement for the one that Jerry Ryan turned down? Well, why don't we take what we wanted to do with 7 of 9 and just swap it into Janeway, which wouldn't necessarily work because they're two different characters. And really, did we like how 7 of 9 was portrayed in the Picard series? Destroying a little bit of her history. We never heard once about Chakotay, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. But she and Chakotay were together as a couple, and now she's a lesbian. Uh, You need the right people to do it, and we do not have those right people. They've shown us many times this is nothing to get excited about. I wish I could say otherwise. Do not get me wrong. Even though I've made it known that Voyager is not my favorite of the original series of Star Trek shows. But it'd be interesting to see the character brought back if done right. But for a series, no. Maybe a movie or two, just like they did with the original cast. Uh, but a week by week, what would they do? Janeway is definitely older. She's already Admiral. She is already uh, in higher positions. You really have to come up with a great idea, and they have shown that they're not capable of doing that. Uh, it sounds like we're going to do Star Trek The Member Berries instead of Star Trek Janeway or whatever they would end up calling it. Uh, all you have to do is just take a look at Picard 3. That just turned into how many episodes of Member Berries, and we need more than Member Berries. We need substance. We need serious discussion in there. We don't need SJW. We don't need social justice warrior bullshit woke crap. We need social awareness that what Star Trek was about. We are going to present a side, an argument, a debate, something for you to chew and mull on, because you, the viewer, are smart. They treated the viewers as smart, unlike Crispin, who thinks you're all a bunch of drooling idiots that they can program into bullshit. So how would they do this? I would be wary, and it sounds like she is, about doing a Star Trek series with her under this regime of crappiness. It would be interesting if other people were involved, just like when we were being teased with Sulu and Worf. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what you would do with it, because you're dealing with people that know the character, and you have a team that is competent to do it.
Well, if you were to do a Janeway series, you bring in Rick Berman as a consultant.
Yep.
Because he, Michael Piller, and Jerry Taylor created the character.
Mm-hmm.
More specifically, Jerry Taylor, but she's not here.
Nope.
So you would need Rick Berman as a consultant as to how the character should be at that period of time. But you also correct something that happened under the Les Moonves era of CBS.
Yeah.
You bring in Brian Fuller.
Mm-hmm.
And you have him specifically work on this series.
Mm-hmm.
You keep Alex Kurtzman out of it.
Oh, I'd fire him in a heartbeat if I could. And I know if Klobby was with us, he would do it. And if Loki, if he was put in charge, the first thing, Kurtzman, you're out of here, and most of your staff, they're gone. And Star Trek Enterprise are good. I mean, remember, I put it higher than Voyager, but there was a lot of things you needed to do different with Enterprise. So, but it was still Star Trek.
And it's been a long road.
Yeah.
Getting from there to here.
No, it's been a long road going from Patch Adams to here. See what I did?
I know that's where it's from. Rod Stewart. Say it.
See what I did there, folks? Yeah.
It's been a long road. I can't really do a Rod Stewart impression, but this is the best I got. Getting from there to here.
You know, they could have been more original about it. And the fact that he had singing.
Well, you kidding? You hear Dennis McCarthy's theme at the end for the end credits. They could have used that.
Yeah, I know.
They could have used that, Baron.
Yeah, well, they were getting, I hate to say this, at that time, fatigued with Star Trek.
Of course, it's been going from 87, and this is 2001 when Enterprise premieres. Mm-hmm. So you've been going a good long while.
Right. And so having, it's like, it's a good song, but you took it from another series, another product. Be original. Talk to Dennis McCarthy and say, hey, what you did with Generations with the music? Do it with this show.
Deep Space Nine. That's his theme. He wrote it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right. And some people prefer the season 1 version of Deep Space Nine's theme. I like season 4, where he amped it up a little bit more.
I still can't get into it. I'm sorry, Mike. I just can't. I mean, I think
Baron,
I'm sorry. Baron, I tried.
Baron. You disappoint me, good sir.
It would have worked better if they would have changed it just a little bit more.
You disappoint me, kind sir.
I do that every episode.
You disappoint me that you don't like the season 4 version of the DS9 theme, so.
Shazam! Just cut.
He said, "Today is a good day to die."
We will fight in honorable combat, and only one of us will survive.
I fight dirty. Oh, I mean, I'll even step it up even more. I didn't like the music never changed, but I never liked how they changed the opening Next Generation from 3 on. I liked it where it was going from Earth to our solar system into space, showing that we are leaving Earth and going into space. They took that away. I liked that better. I think it had more meaning behind it. We're leaving behind our home to explore. So I'll even take one step even further. I never liked season 3 on of the how they did the opening graphics or special effects or however you want to call it.
And you know what, Tim? I like Voyager's theme too. Jerry Goldsmith did a wonderful job producing that theme.
Hmm. And
Da da da, boom ba boom,
well,
boom ba boom,
wasn't it
boom ba
Goldsmith?
boom. That was That's what I said.
Oh, I didn't. I didn't sound like Goldsmith. You said Goldsmith. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so very, very sorry. No,
That
but
is
yeah,
what that is what I said. You pathetic child wearing uniform human.
yeah. Well, I wish I could fit into a child's uniform, but I'm a little too fat for that. But no, yeah, they had a great theme. They had a great theme. They had that nautical feel, and not only that, a little bit of that loneliness behind it. That you know, we're not in Kansas anymore, but we're still exploring. It was like we're lost, but there's hope.
Mm-hmm.
You did a great job with that theme. And now, what are you testing me for, Lady Mist? I'm sorry. I'm so very, very sorry.
It's just because she knows you bring dishonor to the panel by not liking the Deep Space Nine theme. You dishonorable patak.
Yeah, and Tim brought up a great uh, disservice to him. Only one Oscar. That man deserved more than one Oscar.
Mm-hmm. I mean, gosh. You think about, of course, the scores that he did for the Star Trek films and also the Voyager theme, but Rudy. I love that score.
Mm-hmm. You know, I'll say this: Star Trek Five, one of the best scores out there. One of the best scores out there for Star Trek. Really, it is.
One of my favorite tracks of that soundtrack is The
Mm,
Mountain, the
yeah.
very beginning.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, if I could, which I can't because of copyright claim,
Mm-hmm.
if I could use that particular piece of music, I would put together a Star Trek video and
Yeah,
post it on the channels.
that would be great because it is. You're right. It's great. It was great hearing the Klingon theme, how he brought it. I mean, everything he did for Star Trek Five for the soundtrack, for the score, was beautiful.
Here, I'm going to bring it up on the Cosme side if anybody wants to listen to it here in
Eh,
just a little bit.
yeah, let's go to Cosme on that one. That sounds good. That sounds.
It's the only way I'll be able to play it without getting a copyright claim.
I know it's just disgusting. F you, CBS. I mean that for many reasons behind it.
Okay, so
But so the only score that was somewhat disappointing because it just didn't feel like it fit with Star Trek, but it's a good score. Don't get me wrong; it's a good score, great score. Is Star Trek 4? I mean Star Trek 4. But the opening sounded too Christmassy.
yeah, I see your point.
Yeah, I mean it's not a bad score. And of course, the Yellow Jackets, I believe, was who provided the some of the songs in there. I could be wrong if it was the Yellow Jackets, but when they're in the streets of San Francisco, what they added into there, and of course when they did their version of the whale song and such like that,
Mm-hmm.
that was a great addition. Just like Hiroshima for Star Trek Five did with the moon is a window to heaven, I believe is it.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
All right. So we're playing the whole thing. We're listening to the whole thing, folks, and we're reacting to it.
Okay. And he threw in that, which he didn't do for the original motion picture. But he still put
Nope.
the Star Trek theme in motion picture when Kirk
Yeah.
was being a log. Oh, sent shivers with his spine. Listen to that. I'm getting
And I
okay.
love how it builds up.
Yeah, I'm really getting goosebumps listening to this.
This isn't the Next Generation theme. This is the motion picture theme.
Right, they use motion picture for Next Generation.
Yeah.
Oh, listen to that. And I'm sorry, Des McCarthy. I know you use it for Next Generation, but still, Goldsmith does it better.
Mm-hmm.
And they always cut this part out.
Yep.
It's great, and this part is integral. It's majestic. It's not forced fast. This should have been the theme song to Next Generation. This how they did it here, and how they.
Now listen to this.
Mhm. Oh God. Isn't that great? So gentle, majestic, on. This is 80s.
It's awe-inspiring.
Yeah.
It's not just 80s score. It's Star Trek.
Yeah.
Jerry Goldsmith got Star Trek because
Mhm.
hearing this, and like I said, I would love to use it to put a video together and actually be able to upload that video without any repercussions. But imagine putting up a video with this score showing all beautiful moments of Star Trek. Not just the original series, not just Next Generation, but Star Trek as a whole.
Right. I mean, honestly, you can just ignore what was going on by listening to this with Star Trek 5. But this is Star Trek. This is Wanderlust. This is Wanderlust music. What's over there? And what I mean about the 80s is there's.
You're cutting out, Baron.
Oh, I'm sorry. How am I now?
You're good.
Okay. What's great about this is with a lot of 80s soundtracks in this way, there's a hope underlying theme to the music. You can hear the hope.
The hope, the
Excitement.
optimism, which is what Star Trek is supposed to be about.
Right. This type of score, this type of sound score, we've lost. And this type of score for Star Trek, we definitely lost.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they use pieces of Goldsmith's music in season 3 of Picard, but it wasn't the same. It wasn't like they came up with their own original Star Trek themes for the music to set the tone just right. To help tell the story, because that's what the music in Star Trek did. It helped tell the story.
Right. I mean, we have jokes with the battle, da 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 da. But the thing is, it really set the tone for what was going on,
Mm-hmm.
and it did it right.
I mean, listen to this part. You could show different aspects of where characters were going through trials and tribulations. Not to play on the episode, which was Tribulations, but
yeah, and
here is where you could show Kirk and Spock in The Wrath of Khan. You have been and always shall be my friend.
Or even the overlying image of Khan himself.
Mm-hmm.
In Krug.
Yeah.
And Chang from 6.
Yeah.
And even going back to the original series with some of the people they had in the original series. This is, like I said, Star Trek 5, whatever you think about the movie, arguably is one of the best scores they've had for Star Trek. Between Horner and Goldsmith, those two are the top two peak. Unfortunately, they're both gone now.
Yeah.
But, the soundtrack, the score for Generations Dennis McCarthy, I thought, also delivered a great one because he had those senses of wanderlust in those
Mhm.
in that. You had that sense of going there, and especially when you got into the Nexus and Picard is looking at well, I think some people say a younger self, or some people say it's Renee, or whatever his nephew's name is, because he just got
Yeah,
word that
it was
he had been
Renee.
killed.
It
Yeah,
wasn't Picard's younger self. It was Renee.
yeah, it was Renee. That's what I always thought it was Renee. But you listen to the in the Nexus, and that gives you the goosebumps as well. And
Mhm.
despite what if you like Generations or not as a film, just listen to that score.
Well,
How beautiful
okay.
that score is.
I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up.
Okay, he's pulling
Uh,
up another one, folks.
So
Uh,
stay on the Cosmic side, folks. I mean,
I'm
we're
staying,
still
staying
on the topic of Star Trek here. We're not
Yeah,
deviating from it.
we're off topic, but still on topic. How you like that, folks? I said that earlier too.
Here, I'm just gonna pull up the whole soundtrack.
Yeah.
All right. So
That's you want the complete one? That's a whole sucker.
well, I mean, you're gonna hear what you're talking about here in
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, this is the opening when you see the bottle that
Hmm.
goes here. And in those opening shots, yeah, there's the logo, Paramount, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
But even the opening of the
and of
Generations is
course
spectacular.
the Chateau Picard bottle spinning in space.
Hmm. Right. It's like, what's this about in the stars? But then you listen to that music. It's like, doesn't this music? Close your eyes if you have to. Doesn't this give you a shiver up your spine and goosebumps? It's giving me that right now.
Hmm.
Again, doesn't matter what you think of the film. It's the score. This is Dennis McCarthy at peak Star Trek, in my opinion. This is what happens when you tell him, "Go nuts."
Yeah, and even when they're evacuating the Enterprise,
Hmm.
that particular music is used again in Deep Space Nine.
Hmm. And there's the actual theme, because this is what you hear at the end. And isn't this good? Listen to that. The building,
Yeah, it builds up.
yeah, it's getting you excited. And just listening is excited. It's like we're about to go on a journey, folks. And all you're seeing is a freaking bottle in space at this point, by the way. It's like you're going, what the hell is this about? It had me intrigued.
Yeah,
And the buildup as the bottle keeps on going, it's like, okay, is this bottle going to battle Klingons now? What?
we can play the Inner Light next.
Oh, the inner light. Oh hell. Oh, the inner light. Yeah, the buildup,
The
and here
bottle
we go.
crashes against the hull of the Enterprise B.
Now it hits it. People are clapping. People are excited, and there's Star Trek fanfare, and there she is, the bee.
Yep.
That opening sequence of Generations is beautiful. This music helps it. It's like when
Yeah.
you first see the Enterprise in motion picture, but it doesn't have that huge fanfare that they had for that one. This is more gentle, but it's the build up to, okay, now we're going at it. Now we're going at it.
Here, I'm just gonna say the Inner Light theme.
We don't want to. Oh, there we go. What is it?
All right.
Ooh, they got an orchestra. Ooh, what's this with the orchestra?
I'm playing it. I'm playing it.
Me and Tweed. Oh. See, people don't realize I love music. I just don't have talent in music.
I've always loved music scores.
Oh, listen to that, folks. Come to Cosme if you're not.
The
Come. You won't regret it.
Yeah.
I do this sometimes. Just all of a sudden, I go through the rabbit hole of stuff like this. Oh. Oh. How honored she must be for playing this part. Dennis McCarthy does not get the credit he deserves.
No, this is by Jay Cataway.
Oh, Jake Hadaway? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I stand corrected, folks.
So if you want to listen to what we're listening to, click the Cosme link.
Mm-hmm. And what's great is you can see the orchestra playing this. I would love to sit in an orchestra hall hearing this. Oh, by the way, Tim, I'll one-up it. Not just Khan, but both films.
Yeah. Search for Spock, too.
Yeah. Because, it's a duology. It's, music-wise, it's a duology. Deutschland is it done. He should have done 4. He should have done 4, Horner. Oh, listen to that. So gentle. And now, even with the buildup, it's gentle.
Yep.
You can hear the love, hope, amazement, awe.
It's inspirational.
This is life. This is, inspirational. This is life music. Oh, yeah. There we go.
Yes, it will, Tim. This music will live on. Again, click on the Cosme link pinned to the top of the chat on YouTube and Rumble. It's also on the X side if you want to listen to what we're listening to.
Yeah. This is not, you don't hear on Star Trek now.
No.
And this was for an episode. This music is for an episode, not a movie.
This theme, it became very popular very quick. It was used twice in Next Generation.
Mm-hmm.
Let's make sure history never forgets.
The name. This almost has
The name Enterprise.
This part here kind of reminds me of that youthfulness in here, that curiosity, the mischievousness.
Yep.
You're on the hill. What's over that hill?
Mm-hmm. Second star to the right. Straight on till morning.
Oh, look how young some of those are. There's kids in there playing.
Yeah.
Wow. This is what I'd want for Star Trek if I have control. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, Tim. Music from Generations, even Star Trek 5, Star Trek 6, I mean, not 6, but Star Trek Wrath of Khan in Search for Spock, they have parts of those scores that just make you want to cry.
I'm looking for something too.
Okay.
If uh, I know I interrupted it, but
That's it. You get a flogging. That's a flogging.
here we'll just play the duet from the episode. I mean, this is the only way we can do it without getting dinged.
Yeah, this is when he goes into the.
I'm just waiting for it to
Jeffrey
load
tube,
up.
because it has the has those
Acoustics.
Yeah. Oh, this was a beautiful scene too. Mm-hmm. Yeah. One of my favorites from Beethoven. This one
Mm-hmm.
is enough to make me cry, and I got the shivers because peak Beethoven. Oh, this is peak Star Trek. Oh my word. Mm-hmm.
But it gets better.
Mm-hmm. Throw it to my airlock. Mm-hmm. It is. This is what Star Trek is about. Music is also the final frontier. Mm.
Yes, even Picard fell in love. Well, think about it. That section's close to engineering, so yeah, they would start hearing it.
Yeah. I mean, this is so realistic. I love it. This is so believable. Oh, there's Ada.
Data doesn't hear
That's why. You're going to hear something else now. That needs to have a full one released if it hasn't been. If it's released, I want to know where because
it. Yeah. I want a copy.
it's a tune that can be done solo, or like this, a duet with a piano, or an orchestra, and it still gets you. It still gets you. This is Star Trek. Music is
Okay,
just as important.
so what we'll play next is still in the Enterprise.
Huh? Oh, Stealing the Enterprise. Oh, yeah. Star Trek 3. Kirk, if you do this, you'll never sit in the center seat again. I would have liked to have seen more of Styles.
Yeah.
He was such a pompous ass.
Do you care if it's just the music score, or do you want the actual scene along with the music score?
Music score is just fine for me, but ask these people out there.
I'm going to ask everybody. Well, which would you prefer? Do you want the scene included with it, or do you want just the music?
You know what? The hell with it, because I love seeing everybody together and the special effects. I like to see the scene, but the one thing is we kind of lose some of that the music with that.
And yeah, yes, Tim, I will definitely play the end credits music from The Wrath of Khan. And it's good to
Oh,
see you're wrong here with us.
click the
We're on
button.
Cosme right now. We're listening to great Star Trek music because we were talking about this article about Star Trek Janeway. But if you wanted to hear great Star Trek music with us, brother, click on the Cosme link at the top.
Press the button. It won't destroy the Earth or the universe.
Okay, Tim wants the scene. Tree Rock wants the scene. We'll do the whole scene.
Okay, because it is beautiful.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So here we go, folks.
Practical effects. Oh, even beat up, she's beautiful. That outfit Chekhov has.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. He give the word.
Stations.
Listen to that. The fanfare.
Yep.
Oh, there we go. Oh, even beat up, she's majestic and beautiful.
She's got a few bruises, but she's still a beautiful ship.
I miss that ship. I really do. I want to see more of that ship.
That is unfortunate. You're to only go where only we can pay to go now. And look at his face. Like what?
Yep. Oh, look at that. I've always loved that scene looking out in the dock.
Mm-hmm.
I love doing that on STO.
Kind of walk through them. Warning: space doors are closed. Warning: space doors are closed.
I love this bridge. It foreshadows the subject.
I hear his ancestor got blown up
Yeah.
in Detroit.
I heard his father's the emperor of the known universe. Oh, look at her. I hated her at first, but now, oh,
She's a beautiful ship too.
yep. Now, yep. I love this scene too.
Scotty, the, the doors. I said I'm working on it.
See, that's Star Trek humor.
Yeah. Look how close they're getting to the doors.
Yeah. Even Sulu's eyes are round. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry. Oh.
Just barely clearing it.
Mm-hmm. Backing out of the crotch. And a sigh of relief from Scotty.
Yeah.
I don't think people noticed that little thing that Ewan did. Oh, you don't realize how this scene really influenced me on how I thought Star Trek should look,
Mm-hmm.
especially when it came to space docks or space stations.
Yeah. I can see why.
I like the pecker-headed alien in back.
Kirk, if you do this, you'll never sit in the captain's chair again.
Look at that, how she's underneath the space dock. And oh, it's actually some genuineness out of Styles.
Mm-hmm.
We lost him too soon.
Yep.
Did you turn it off and back on again?
Hello, Starfleet technical support. How can I help you?
Oh, listen to that music though. How it fits.
Yep. Oh, okay. For comedic reasons, I think at the end of that, they need to have a puff of smoke coming out of the Excelsior. Yeah, the AI broke.
Mhm. And that's how they end up music. It's just that down because that's the Excelsior going beautiful.
Mm-hmm. All right, and we have a request for the Wrath of Khan and credits music, so I will pull that up.
Yeah. We might only have to listen to some of it because it is long, but it's beautiful. The one thing about Horner, as you're looking up to talk about, of course, we had Klingons in Star Trek 3, and he was questioned about his choice of doing a new Klingon theme compared to the Goldsmith.
Mm-hmm.
And he sat back and said, because it was no affront, but it was different takes of how you view. And he thought that the theme that Goldsmith had, which is
Excuse
my
me.
favorite Klingon theme, your excuse, is my favorite one, and Horner's is close second. But he did not. He found the music too noble and majestic for the Klingons, especially for what you had in Star Trek 3. So we
Mm-hmm.
had that more nomadic, savage for Krug and gang, which is appropriate because they were kind of that way. They're on their own. They weren't being sanctioned for what they were doing. And if you go by the original treatise for Star Trek 3, technically he stole the bird of prey. That was a Romulan bird of prey that he stole from the Romulans and
Yep.
went out with. But then they changed a little bit of it. But it would have been great if that was, hey, it's a Romulan bird of prey. And then you see a Klingon. It's like, what the hell? But I guess it cost too much or whatever to try to do the stealing scene, so they never did it, and it went away.
All right, here we go. The epilogue, the end credit music from the Wrath of Khan.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not on Cosme, the link is pinned to the top of the chat on both YouTube and on Rumble, and it's also in the chat on X. So here we go.
Mm-hmm. It's beautiful. Mm-hmm. They're talking.
Yep.
Even after everything, listen to the hope. The Wanderlust still.
Yeah.
But also nostalgia.
It's a far better thing that I've done than I've ever done before.
Mm-hmm.
It's a far, far better resting place.
Mm-hmm. But this, with all the tragedy that we saw before, then you still got this at the end of a hope. I mean, like the original name they wanted to do for this, the undiscovered country. This is a perfect gateway to the undiscovered country.
Yeah.
It's still a final frontier. It's still Star Trek. You still have a little melancholy, I don't know, sadness, but there's still hope with that. That's what Star Trek is about.
Mm-hmm.
Even when you have that down, you got hope. Spock's sacrifice was not in vain. I need the soundtrack. I got the other one, but I need this one.
I have the CD.
Mhm. Actually, I got the records. That's how old I am.
I never got a chance to get my hand on the record. Now, if they were to ever reproduce it and I get a record player,
Mm-hmm.
I would add it.
Yeah, I think I got 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Then on cassette, I got 5. Listen to that. It's
Mm-hmm.
building.
The horn
And
section.
there's the torpedo tube. Hope. Even in death, there's hope. Even in
Mm-hmm.
death, there's life. The theme of this film, Horner
Bring life
understood.
from lifelessness.
Horner was so tuned in. He knew it. There we go. Now, oh, good.
Space. The final frontier.
Yep, you're going. There we go. Going, going. And we're gone. And I like how they added life forms in that.
Mm-hmm.
This is telling you that the adventure continues now.
Yeah.
This isn't the end. There's other frontiers.
It's not the beginning of the end or the end of the beginning. It's a new adventure.
Mm-hmm. A new chapter. The end of the movie still gives us fans hope. God rest your soul, Horner. You knew it.
Yeah.
And then the majestic, the naval, understanding this is like the naval of old, where they went exploring. Cook.
And like we were saying when we were watching Aliens, you could still hear that Wrath of Khan music because he put it in there. And even in Titanic, when Titanic is leaving for its maiden voyage in Southampton, he still uses some of the Wrath of Khan theme.
Mm-hmm. A lot of conductors and composers do that, where they put little
Yeah,
nods.
they have their signatures.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Hans Zimmer, we talked about earlier, has his signature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Horner's signature goes all the way back to Battle Beyond the Stars. What a great score that was for that film.
Mm-hmm.
And this is more mature. It's still that Battle Beyond the Star, how they had it, but now it's more mature. You have this swashbuckling, you have that naval feel, you have that wanderlust, You have your ups and your downs, but whatever it is there's new things over the horizon, and there's hope. You know, Kirk lost his best friend in the very first episode of Star Trek. His
Yeah.
compadre. He lost his son later on. You know, he lost his best friend here with Spock. But still, there's hope. A little bit of that little Spock theme.
I pay attention to that stuff.
You know, bringing in that Spock theme there, but
Mm-hmm.
not like the Spock theme was. Spock is still with us. How could you not go out of the theater hearing this last theme and not go, wait till the next one?
I've missed several chances of seeing this in theaters again because it's not playing in my area. But if I ever get the chance to see the Wrath of Khan in theaters, I'm taking it.
I know. This is and with a lot of regret, this is one of the 2 Star Trek films, I'm talking about real Star Trek, I never saw in the theater. This and Nemesis. And this is the one I regret. To this day.
No, they couldn't, because you have to insert heart, you have to insert soul. You know,
here we go.
Curiosity of humankind.
And now you have this, which is slightly less ominous now to, we're going.
Mm-hmm.
Second star to the right. In the build-up now. We are not going into that gentle good night.
No.
No. We're going to the new horizon, to the new dawn. My God. Horner is, like I said, I have him just slightly lower than Goldsmith. But some days it's really, really hard. And then how you end this. He knows. He knows. Listen to this. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
You ended on the fanfare. He knew. He knew. He was so in tune to what this film was about. Bless his soul.
And one of my favorites. Not because baseball, but I think it's one of his best pieces of work.
Boy, you're
as soon
getting
as it comes up here.
You're getting a different passionate Barrett on this episode.
I know I still have to give you my review of Queen of the Rain. I will.
We still have to see that monstrosity that Jace wants us to see, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can tell his style.
Yeah, you want to know something, Baron? I felt that this theme could have been used in a Star Trek movie.
I was just going to say that.
A christening of a new Enterprise.
Actually, I went slightly different.
Okay.
Kirk standing in the field, looking up into the sky. And then start going up and up.
The camera pans up and goes into space, and you see the Enterprise.
Mm-hmm. But Kirk's got to be on like that hill, that field, looking up because again, it's that wonderlust. What's over the stars, and
Mm-hmm.
that's your magic carpet. That's your warp drive magic carpet. And memories going around. I mean, you had to get Kirk's facial features too through this one,
Mm-hmm.
and you could almost sense, Kirk, Spock, and McCoy with him behind him as that driving. Now we're going up into space. Yeah, I mean, you could take. Oh God, there she is, the Enterprise. You don't need something. You can have something gentle, majestic like this to see the Enterprise too, because this is now love. This is now, you know,
No matter
this
how
is.
many times I see it, it's still a remarkable sight to behold.
Mhm.
That's what I would have some Kirk say something similar to that.
She is a beautiful lady, and we love her.
Because as many have mentioned, and we've mentioned it too, the Enterprise itself is a character.
Mm-hmm. It is like the oh, like the TARDIS is a character,
Mm-hmm.
like the Falcon is a character. The Enterprise is even more so. That, Jupiter Two really wasn't a character in Lost in Space.
No,
The
it
Enterprise
was mainly
was.
about the Robinsons and the robot.
Mm-hmm. The Enterprise was like that caring mother that held them and kept them safe as best as possible.
Mm-hmm.
I have to take care of my children so they can keep on going. And
And
that's what the
Scotty loved that ship. He would do
yeah,
anything for that ship to survive a battle.
Scotty was her favorite child,
Mm-hmm.
but she still loved Kirk and the
She loved them
others.
all.
Hmm. Every loss, the Enterprise cried if someone got lost. But she
Yeah.
was willing to take all the brunt forces. Look how she tried to protect her children in Star Trek 2.
Mm-hmm.
Look how
Eh,
she look how wounded she was as she crawled to Genesis just to save Spock and was willing to sacrifice her life for that.
yeah, and like Tim's saying here, which hurts when the ship blows up. I mean, even Kirk says it. My God, Bones, what have I done?
Hmm.
What you had to do, what you always do,
Right.
turn death into a fighting chance to live.
I was
You
more
you don't
emotion.
get that from movies today.
I was more emotionally distraught watching the Enterprise getting destroyed than Spock's death. And don't get me wrong, Spock's death was powerful. I sat in the theater with my eyes wide open. And I was going, no, as she was blowing up. It hit me hard uh, as a teenage Star Trek fan,
Yeah,
geek, nerd, whatever.
and what someone could say, but it was a refit of the Enterprise. If you watch Star Trek: The Motion Picture, it's the same Enterprise, but she's
Hmm.
got a new dress on.
Right. As I sat back and said, the Enterprise in the motion picture is like you went back. Oh, I like this. You went back to your 10th anniversary, high school reunion, and you see your girlfriend you had in high school, and you look at her and you go, "Oh my God, she's even more beautiful now than she was then." That's what the Enterprise refit is. She's more mature,
Hmm.
more
She's
refining beauty. But
she
it's
already
still.
had the elegance, but now she has the grace to go along with it.
Hmm. Right. And you're looking at who she's with, and it's like, I hate you. Like Kirk was the Decker. This
Hmm.
isn't your lady. This is my girl. Guys, girls, ladies, gentlemen, do we love Star Trek or not?
I still
Do
do.
we? Yeah. Do we? Do you listen to us? Can you tell that we're not doing our usual bitching? We're just saying back. This is what it's about: the positiveness of it all across the board, and why we fight. I know that's something I had on my channel, but it's still here. Why we
Well,
fight?
why do you want to play that scene, Tim? Why? We see the beautiful ship burn up.
We're seeing Gandalf being dragged away by the
I
Balrog.
know. I
We're
know.
seeing
I know.
we're seeing Obi-Wan sacrificing himself to Vader. We're seeing the thing that has guided us, and now it's like, I carried you this far. Now you got to leave the nest yourself. I trust you. I have faith in you. I love you. This is what the Enterprise is doing in 3.
And this is for a movie, yes, part about baseball, but part about reconciling with his father.
Yep.
And you see how we could fit it into Star Trek.
Reconciling between Kirk and Marcus, Spock and Sarek. Reconciling with your choices you made. I made a mistake becoming an admiral.
Yeah.
I'm
He should have
reconciling with
stayed
the
on
Enterprise.
the bridge of that ship. It's
I'm
like he
coming
said to
home.
Picard in Generations. You should, stay on the bridge of that ship because while you're there, you can make a difference.
Mhm. I'm coming home to you, my love. I'm sorry I left you. Kirk had a wife, and her name was Enterprise.
Mm-hmm. She was not only beautiful, but she was tough.
Mm-hmm. Star Trek feature showed that, how she crawled just for one person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Scotty might have been a medical worker, but he had nothing to work with at the soul of the Enterprise. The machine spirit
Mm-hmm.
didn't want that as well.
All right.
And
So
that's why we call ships she's. They're tough, they're loving, feminine, loyal, but yet fierce like a mama bear. There's just so much to a ship, even
I
a
mean,
car.
think about the history of the original aircraft carrier, Enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
It got beat and battered during World
Mm-hmm.
War II, yet they took the time to get her back out there.
She would never sit down, stop. She would never.
All right. Now we're gonna bring this up. If we start crying like babies, well,
You want to rip my heart out, don't you?
Tim's asking for this. So
Mm-hmm.
send all your hate mail to Tim.
Welcome to Pop Talk 414, the music edition. Not musical, music.
We're sitting back, we're relaxing, we're having fun.
My God, he was good as Klingon.
Yeah, he was.
He is so underrated as crew.
And by the way, when you get this vessel up to warp 8.8 speed, you can travel back in time.
Look at the pain Shatner has on his face.
Yeah.
He lost his son, and now he knows he's got to sacrifice
The lady.
his love. Shatner was so powerful in this scene. This is some of the best acting he's given to Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
And what was... Yeah, listen to that. That is Klingon.
He went from Reverend Jim to Kirk, and
Yeah. It shows that he's got acting chops.
yep.
A villain, powerful. He's grieving, but he knows he's got to do something here. Mm-hmm. This is Kirk.
He's got a trick up his sleeve.
This is peak Kirk. This is why Kirk, I'm sorry, the best captain of the Enterprise ever. No ifs, ands, or buts. This is why we miss Kirk.
Yeah, they know. They know what's happening.
Mm-hmm. Look at Scotty. But he knows.
He knows it's the only way they're going to survive.
Mm-hmm. Now the music. Listen to this. Oh my God, I'm getting it again. I'm getting it again. And Koenig.
Yeah.
Look how he's playing that. He is so underrated.
Well, that's why, you get to see his acting range in Babylon 5.
Mm-hmm. And even this scene. Okay, let's go, guys. Look how hurt she is.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's a hope. There's so much right now. The hope, the tricking. One step ahead. Hi, guys.
And I love hearing the dun dun dun.
Mm-hmm. Now the music shifts. Because we saw the hope go. And now it's the I gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
I almost feel sorry for these guys.
I don't.
Almost. Okay, here we go. Oh, yeah. And how Horner weaves this in. Yeah. Yes.
Is the only thing speaking. Speaking? Let me hear. 8, 7, 6.
Get out! Get out of there! What a scene! The Enterprise is saying, no, you're my bitch now. I'm taking you to hell with me. Oh, no. Look at the effect work, though. Oh, my God.
Practical.
Oh, no. And now, she's not falling to her death. She's like a phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
Because out of the ashes, we get the A.
Well,
Yeah.
we're all having a flashback if we watched this movie everywhere we were when we first saw it. And
Mm-hmm. You
all
still
right.
have that sadness in there, but there's
Yeah.
still hope. My God. This is Star Trek, peak Star Trek. Even though Star Trek 3 is not considered one of the better ones, I still hold it high. Because there's scenes like that's in there. Sarek and Kirk doing the mind meld. My God, that's so fucking. I'm sorry,
Mhm.
but powerful. I know I have disagree with some people when talk about it. I respect them, but I still disagree with them because there are such gem scenes in that film, and Horner's
Excuse me.
music does it.
Yep. And now because Tim requested this,
Yeah, this is a good one. This is a good score that they had in there for Star Trek 4. I mean, I'm not saying the soundtrack or the score is bad. No, I'm not saying it's a bad score, but it's a hopeful score. Listen to that.
mhm,
And the fanfare.
Bones.
Of course he is. Well, I think he's got commander rank on him in this scene. Oh yeah, and this is where we get the head fake. We get the head
Yep.
fake here. It's going to be the Excelsior, isn't it? And there she is. There she is. And this scene right here shows you why the A is important and significant
Mhm.
to a ship. And of course, the old Star Trek theme.
You do.
Yeah. And then it goes into theme. But
Yeah.
that scene right there. Kurtzman. Kurtzman, you son of a bitch.
You don't understand Star Trek. You never have. You never liked Star Trek. Roberto Orsi was a Star Trek fan.
Mm-hmm. He was the only thing that was keeping good things in there. But we lost him, and they had before that they had their split, and it showed
Yeah.
because he knew Kurtzman didn't know a fucking thing about Star Trek or
Nope.
cared. He wasn't a Nicholas Myers. Even Nicholas Myers skedaddled early. Remember, he was attached.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
saw.
And
Oh,
now they're
the shit show.
releasing the audiobook of Khan, but I don't think it's going to be any good. I don't know how much input Nicholas Meyer had in it. And
No, it's gonna suck. It,
Tim says, I understand Star Trek and I'm not a nerd. You don't have to be a nerd to understand Star Trek. If you have ever watched an
um,
episode of any of the TV series or the movies and you
Tim,
get what the message is trying to convey, and
Tim, you're one of us. Don't fool yourself.
you were assimilated a long time ago, Tim. Resistance was futile. Your biological and technological distinctiveness was added to our own.
Welcome to the Nerd Collective. um, yeah. Oh, we complain about a lot of stuff about new Trek, but we like
Yeah.
to show what old Trek, what real Trek is about, even going into the generation era.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if it's done well, we accept and forget. I mean, the original Trek had its flaws, it had its mistakes. It has, I mean, when they decided to put a speed limit on starships in Next Generation, it's amazing they found a way to get rid of that fast because they realized how stupid it was.
Mm-hmm.
You can't explore that way. How are you
No,
supposed to? You know,
all right, pull over. Do you realize how fast I was tracking you back there? You were doing a warp 9.8 and a warp 5 zone.
yeah. We're the Federation Police. Can I see your license and registration, please? Make sure you have your hands where we can see them, sir, please. Have you been drinking? I distinctly smell Robert and Ale.
No. I distinctly smell blood wine on your breath, Mr. Worf.
Yeah.
It was only a drink. I'm going to need you to do a sobriety test.
So, how many drinks do you have had? I only had 2. They always say that. Every time people get told, I only had 2 drinks. Yeah, but how big was the cup?
If I take a sobriety test, I will bring dishonor to my house if it's proven that I was drinking.
Can you please spacewalk the straight line, please?
Yeah. What is brain, Tim? What is brain?
Yeah. That Spock's brain is just great for doing a riffing on. I mean, it really is. But,
doing a Mystery Science 3000 riff on it.
Yeah, it just. It's. Star Trek, old series, animated, movies, Star Trek 5. They had their bumps where they could have done better, a lot better in some cases. Even Next Generation, Alan Moraine, 1, 2, 3, DS9. We like to ignore.
Baron. It's Alan Moraine. Count to 4. Alan Moraine. Then 3 more. Alan Moraine. If you can see Alan Moraine, then come with me. Move along home. It turned out to be a pointless episode because their lives weren't ever in danger.
Folks, I think I made a mistake. But let's not forget salamander love between Paris and Janeway. I mean, that's what we need for the new Janeway series. We need to explore what happened with salamander love. They need to see their children.
Salamander love. Yeah. I mean, they haven't had any support from their parents. They just up and abandoned them. Paris and Janeway.
Salamander Janeway and Salamander Paris.
You know, Barrett.
We got to do that to hamster love. You got to do that to hamster love.
you know, Baron, you brought up Move Along Home, and I just got to say this.
The Klingon Empire will remember what has happened here. You have sided against us in battle. And this, we do not forgive or forget.
Oh, yeah, they did a lot of upside down model shooting.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of stuff. I mean, it helps hide the stick up the Enterprise's ass.
Well, let me ask everybody who's watching, listening, lurking, and even if you're watching this on the replay, you're up to this part. Would you like to see us riff Move Along Home? Because I can tell you one thing. I'm not going to censor myself. You might hear a lot of this. I don't know if this is going to pick up on stream or not, but...
Mike, there's women present. There's women present. Watch your... Lady Best, I'm so sorry. Maria, if you're still around, I'm sorry, too. I'm sorry you had to hear that from Mike. Oh, my God. Even my ear... Oh, my God. Oh, God. And I say things, and I can't even imagine saying that. Oh, my God. Mike! Stop it!
That's what it would be from my end.
Well, see, you have to do a double feature. Spock, Brain, and Move Along Home.
Well, Spock's Brain, I can laugh at all day. Move Along Home.
Oh, hey. Hey, I see something. Oh, get that down. You're ruining it, man.
I'm trying to catch up with the chat. I don't want them to think...
Take it down for 1 second. Just 1 second.
All right, fine. I'm taking it down.
There we go. Now you can bring it up.
Backseat streamer.
Well, Phil came in. We had to acknowledge it.
Why?
That Phil, he's going for the ice cream truck. Phil's here.
How are you doing, Phil? Hope your Sunday is going well for you, brother.
Yeah, well, he is free. See, Cash is free.
What would happen if Janeway couldn't fire phasers or photons on the alien ship? She would ram her ship into the alien ship. Yeah, she did that.
Yeah. So did Picard.
Yeah.
When you got a lot, when your options, I mean, it's the same as Kirk destroying the Enterprise over Genesis. I mean, you know, the ultimate sacrifice, even for those characters, has to be done.
Yeah. But believe it or not, well, we still got one more story to get through. We've actually two, but one's related to the weekend box office before we wrap things up here, folks.
Yeah,
but I appreciate everybody who's been sticking around, listening, watching, lurking. Thank you very much, everybody. I don't care if you're on YouTube, X, Rumble. Thank you.
Well, yeah, you just saw an ultimate love fest going on here for Star Trek. I mean, the real Star Trek. And as I said before, why we fight. And everything's been positive. Yeah, we took a little swipes at Curtsy. But really, the power behind it, of course,
because he has brought dishonor to the franchise. He's a worthless patak.
yeah, fix Barry Nets. It's like the Krieg the Krieg unit going after chaos, fixing Bennett and waving a shovel as a weapon.
So here we go on to our next article.
Let's go. Yeah. Next article. You read in your face. Oh, I guess I shouldn't have added that last part. I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Well,
he's lying, folks. He's never sorry.
Well, it gives me a chance to do the old pathetic Picard. I'm sorry. I'm so very, very sorry. I'm getting that down pretty good, I think. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. Number one, I'm so sorry. Someone's going to have to go to waste extraction and clean that mess up.
I'm sorry. I was right, but old.
All right, so we had this article from Geek Tyrant, and it's by Joy Parr. It was posted 3 days ago, according to their site, as you can see.
Damn those tyrants.
And it says Ghost in the Shell director confirms sequel is in the works. Mamoru Oshii's 1995 cyberpunk classic, Ghost in the Shell, is an anime film that left a lasting impression and reshaped the genre, influencing everything from Hollywood blockbusters to philosophical debates about identity and technology. Over the years, Major Kurosagi's story has been explored in sequels, spin-offs, and even a live action adaptation. Now, Oshii himself has confirmed that he's working on a long-awaited sequel that will continue the story.
I hope he keeps the artwork style of what they call the neon
of the original.
The neon anime is I think what they call that. I could be wrong, but yeah, you gotta keep it that style.
Yeah, it's got to be that same style. Otherwise, it's not going to look the same or feel the same. At a recent live event celebrating the theatrical re-release of Ghost in the Shell and its sequel, Ghost in the Shell 2 and Innocence, Oshii surprised fans by revealing that a third film is in development. When asked about the possibility, he said, I've started working on a third movie. There's only one thing I've left undone. If I can do that, I want to do it. If I say too much, it won't be what it was meant to be. I get that.
He wants to be unburdened by what has been.
So,
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so very, very sorry. Number one, I'll go stand in the corner now.
So Oshii has some unfinished business with the franchise. While details remain scarce, the director's statement has ignited anticipation among longtime fans who have been waiting for a true continuation of his Ghost in the Shell vision. Meanwhile, the Ghost in the Shell universe is also expanding on the small screen. Last summer, Science Saru announced they were working on a new TV series in collaboration with Bandai Namco, Filmworks, and Kodansha, or Kodansha. You say tomato, I say tomato, tomato, tomato. Let's call the whole thing off.
Mhm.
The
Banana,
studio,
banana.
yeah, the studio known for developing projects like Inua and Keep Your Hands Off Ezekiel is looking to bring a fresh aesthetic to the franchise. The official announcement from May 2024 stated it has been announced that a new TV animation series of Ghost in the Shell will be produced. Animation will be handled by Science Saru, which has produced highly acclaimed works both in Japan and overseas, such as the Golden Globe Award nominated Inu and the TV anime Keep Your Hands Off Izukin.
Mm.
And the film, The Color of You, which has been selected for the feature film competition at the Annecy International Animated Film Festival 2024. The series is scheduled to air in 2026. While there's no word on whether Oshii will be involved with the new series, the announcement of a sequel film comes at a time when the franchise is facing high expectations. The most recent anime adaptation, Ghost in the Shell SAC 2045, received mixed reactions due to its fully CGI animation, leaving
Mm.
some fans disappointed. With Science Saru handling the upcoming TV project and Oshii returning for a new film, the future of Ghost in the Shell is shaping to be pretty cool.
Well, yeah, we said. I think I said it earlier in this podcast. I can't remember if it was before
Yeah,
show or not. Uh,
it, it was early in the show.
okay, yeah. But for those that might just joined in, I'll just repeat it. That when they did their the director's version of Ghost in the Shell, the animated one, he
Mhm.
inserted the CGI scenes with the characters and all that, along with the original art, and it was disjointing. It didn't look good. I turned it off immediately. Actually, I was like, I'm going to watch this and see it. No, I turned it off immediately and went back and watched the original and stay with the original. The CGI doesn't work, and you got to have that feel of the original because that look is as important as anything to Ghost in the Shell. It's like doing it to Akira. Can you imagine them doing that to Akira? No,
No, I mean that would ruin the whole thing.
right. And the beauty.
Hmm. And
Relearn the stuff.
I'll be honest. I've only seen the first Ghost in the Shell. I haven't seen
Yeah,
its sequel.
I
So
haven't either.
that is something I'll probably have to put on my list at some point and find a day to sit down and watch it. And
Mike, watch party.
I know, I know, I know.
I'm just trying to be that little devil on the shoulder. You don't have the angel of cash on the other one, so I'm taking advantage of
Hey, Mike, you want to go watch this movie? Yeah, go watch it here.
it. Yeah. It's like now you have Phil McCracken on one shoulder and me on the other one, and of course none of it's going to help you. It's all corruption. Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah,
gonna be
yeah.
where I go. Why don't you both be quiet?
Like you
You're
do
not
with me and
helping.
Cat. Hmm. I haven't talked to Phil in a while. I need to talk to Phil. I might get a word in wise.
So how'd your talk with Phil go? What talk?
Yeah, you mean lecture? I just sat there and took notes, and of course I made sure I put every point that he was wrong with, but I couldn't get in the word in wise. Yeah, you heard me, Phil. You're wrong a lot of times. 'Cause I'm an asshole, I'm an asshole, I'm an asshole, Leo. Okay.
I'm while you're talking about that, I'm also trying to get the actual box office numbers because
Oh,
Box
okay, I'll keep
Office
on talking.
Mojo is dropping the ball.
And thank you, True Rock Creations. That's nice of you to say. I'm glad we gave you some. How would you? Solace isn't quite the word, but gave you an uplift. There we go, uplifting. There, we uplifted you a little bit there, and we all needed it. I think we all needed a little bit because you know, this time of year we're coming out of the doldrums of winter. Now we're in March and all that, so we're gaining that rebirth, and we're starting to feel that life again. I'm feeling it in me. I don't know about you. Uh, so yeah, it's great to have the spring of fandom going on here, and the hope and the love of what we love. And it's like screw Hollywood, but I still say 2.5 years. 2.5 years. I think we're going to see things different. Just hold on. We'll get there. Victory is ours. And
Victory is mine.
yeah, victory is mine. I do a horrible Stewie. But no, I mean, for all of us, I think we are going to be seeing a new renaissance in film like we did before. So we got to hope. Just listening to that music from Star Trek, let that music be that hope. Yeah, we're
Hmm.
coming out like Wrath of Khan of that salted earth revenge, and I think it is a revenge from these people. They're are wrath, more of a wrath than of revenge because they have nothing to revenge about. They're wrathful because they don't have what it takes, and we've called them on it, and we've called them on their knowledge and their and everything across the board. And uh, just like that, Kurtzman was going to turn on that Genesis device and blow himself up, and figuratively, YouTube, you bastards. And we're going to get that new renaissance. You just have that James Horner music and some of the other music we have where you could just have that uplifting as we're going into that new frontier of fandom and all that. Uh, that's why we try to be so positive here because you can't ride on negativity when things get better. And we've always believed things are going to get better.
Hmm.
Cash, Mike, myself, we all have that optimistic. That's why we talk. And I think that's why we're different than the other people. I am not going out there and slamming the other people. Don't get me wrong. We needed to have that attack bulldog going after them like we've had. And it's thankful for them to be out there on that front line and taking those slings and arrows because they've been called a lot of nasty names, even by the mainstream media across the board in Hollywood, for just expressing the fact that we want better. And they're more than happy to stand on that front line, fix bayonets, and go in swinging their shovels like the Kriegsman's Corps from Warhammer 40K, and
Hmm.
knowing that in some ways that this might be a fruitless battle here, but we're going to eventually we might lose a battle, but we're going to win this war. And so God bless them all that were out that have been out there. And, I'll name names, Doomcock, and even though he has a very positive spin as well. Just listen to his Friday Night Frolics. I mean, there's nothing but happy joy there, and I'm not saying that in a bad way, but there's that optimism.
Yeah,
Gary from
he
Neurotic,
brings a entertaining show. And
right? As and all these other people, they're going on that front line, and God bless them. I'm not taking it, but
I,
we don't
but
want to
here's the
feel
thing:
like
I'm
them,
not trying to be like them. I don't
right?
want to be like them. I want to be different.
And what that difference is we're showing that hope. We're showing that what it is we're fighting for. Sometimes we lose focus on that. We do lose focus on it, and it's very easy. Even we've lost focus a few times
Yeah.
on that, but we have to remind ourselves. And like this episode, just listening to the music, seeing those scenes, remembering what this is about, only renews that spirit and is ready to usher that in and ready uh, to revel in it. And so, yeah, I mean, I hope a lot of the YouTubers, when that time comes, will be able to switch gears and realize, hey, we don't have much to attack about. We can just critique, and critiquing nothing wrong with that. as long as it's done respectfully.
Yeah,
So
because
this is where we're at.
I'll be 100% real with everybody. I have nothing against Gary from Nerdrotic. I have nothing
No,
against Az from Hill versus Babyface, Geeks and Gamers, Doomcock,
no,
anybody out there. I have nothing
Ryan
against
Kennel.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah, Ryan Kettle. They have their thing. It's been established. Yes, we talk about pop culture too, but here we have to establish our own path.
yeah. We don't want to dishonor them by trying to be imitations of them, because we are our own creature. Even amongst the three of us, we are our own creatures. I mean, you should hear sometimes some of the stuff we talk about back and forth with, and disagreements. You know, Mike and I disagree on several things, and Cash and I do too, and Cash and Mike have disagreements. But the thing is, it's all under a brotherhood and family. And families don't necessarily agree
Mhm.
with everything. I have a disagreement with uh, uh, Raymond Feliciano over uh, at King Dolphin, but it's respectful. We're brothers.
Yeah.
We're family, and I need to get back on there. It seems like my Saturdays have just turned into shit shows lately since that last time. I'm gonna still make a big effort to go back on that way, but that's the important. We have to, but it's respectful disagreements. We can talk about it. We go to each other, but it's done in brotherhood, sisterhood, because of the lovely ladies that we do have, and we do have. I'm going to sound like Trump here. We have the best ladies. They're wonderful, most beautiful, gracious ladies out there. They know what they love, and we're thankful they're here with us to share their opinions as well. Lady Mist and Maria, and we haven't seen Leah Rose though. How about Leah Rose?
No,
Uh,
but she was here the other day, and
yeah, yeah, yeah. And yeah, I can understand if it does. But remember, Tree Rock, it's always darkest before the dawn.
Mhm.
You know, it's just like looking at the Enterprise going down. That's a dark sunset because you're seeing what you love going down. But remember, there was still hope, and we still got out of it, and it gave us that new Enterprise and that bright future.
Yeah.
And and just remember, it's always going to be darkest before then. It's going to be. We're not going to feel like we're winning when we are. And even when we win a battle, it might not feel like we won the battle because we just have these forces against us, whether it's the studios and the quote unquote creators over there, and the showrunners of these franchises. Even the mainstream media, how they're wanting to so quick to take us and demonize us as. I mean, we have people from all political spectrums here, folks.
Mhm.
You know, you have left, right, center, Republican, Democrat. Uh, I'm sure we might even have Green Party out there.
Libertarians.
Definitely libertarians, and that's something I'm going to remind me to talk about when it comes to my time at the end of the show about the future, um, because I'll be talking with one soon, and a great one. But it doesn't matter. You know, you'll find that we're across the spectrum when it comes to that. But they demagogue us all into being this alt-right, frothing at the mouth, uh, psychotic core
That we hate
of
everything.
haters. Right. And I'm sure the person who's sitting back going out there who's been a Democrat all their life, sitting back saying, wait a moment, since when am I alt-right? Well, that's because you're not towing their line. And it's not a political line. None of what we're doing is in this aspect when we talk about pop culture. Unfortunately, sometimes politics gets involved because of these stupid idiots coming in and trying to force it into us. But our politics is this: we have a love of this genre. We have a love for these franchises, and all we're doing is standing up for the beautiful ladies that we love that have been taking a beating that they shouldn't be having. That's our crime. That's why we're this horrible quote unquote alt right. No, no. We're alt beauty. We're alt uh, our universes. That's what we are. We want to bring it back, and that's our major crime. That's why we're radicals out there. And don't let them get you down. Don't, because it's all of our differences that we have on viewpoints out there that makes this work. You need to have people who are left of center, right of center, Republican, Democrat, moderate, Libertarian, Green Party, no party, religious, not religious, Christian, Muslim, Jew, Hindu, Buddhist. It doesn't matter. Agnostic, right? All our voices and thoughts comes together to build all these, and has. It has. We're a brother and sisterhood, and just like any of it, we have our disagreements, we have our debates, sometimes we have our spats, but we still love each other. And never, ever forget that.
Yes.
Baron Orman Tagge, good day. There, I ended with Paul Harvey. Paul Harvey.
And with that being said, we're not only moving into our final article of today's show, but also the weekend box office.
Did I give you
Because
enough time to get that?
Yes, you gave me plenty of time. Appreciate it.
Those bastards. They're the ones that are letting us down.
I just went back to Box Office Mojo because everybody else was like, eh? Wait, hey.
Well, do you blame them? There's not really much to celebrate.
No, there isn't. But I do have something to say about Queen of the Ring. So.
Uh-oh. He does have something to say about Queen of the Ring, folks.
So this article, and yet, yes, no.
You think you're going to get away with that? No, I was going to. You know me. I had to bring back, after I had to get rid of Sappy Baron. Sorry, I got to get that taste out of my mouth now, being sappy, sincere Baron.
Baron doesn't like being sappy and sincere. That's one thing I've learned since I've met him.
Whatever it is I was drinking for the show, I'm quit drinking that.
Well, probably was water from the tap.
Yeah, the chemicals in the water are turning me gay.
But this article from the Sports Street, yes, it is from January, but it helps give you a little bit of information about who I'm going to be talking about when I do the review. And it says Mildred Burke, a woman's wrestling legend who regularly fought men. And I've done my research, and she actually did.
Very pretty.
Of the 200 men that she wrestled, she only lost one time. Well, because let me give everybody a little bit of backstory. Let me give everybody a little bit of backstory because this is all related to the review. She had a love for entertaining, a love for wrestling, because her former husband, who was the father of her child, Little Joe, took her to a wrestling event, and she fell in love with it. And she'd spent time living in New Mexico, where she first saw her first wrestling match. She was originally from Kansas City, Kansas, and she moved back to Kansas to help her mother in a restaurant as a waitress, and would still go to local wrestling shows. And she asked this one wrestler promoter if he would train her, Billy Wolf. And at first he refused, but she was persistent, and she insisted she could do it. But during the time, we're talking about the early to mid 1930s, all the way to the mid 1950s. During that time, across the country and in certain territories as years went on, women weren't allowed to wrestle. They couldn't even wrestle other women. So, what did she do? She and Billy Wolf went on the carnival scene. And that's where she would wrestle men for 25 cents. And they could see if they could beat her. And like I said, she faced 200 men and only lost one time. Because these weren't your trained professional wrestlers that she would wrestle. These were just men that were at the carnival thinking, yeah, I could beat her.
Well, not only that, they weren't going to pull punches or be easy.
No, no.
They wanted to teach this woman. They wanted to teach this bee her a lesson of where she should be. Basically, that type of attitude,
Mhm.
and figure out
It,
what the
it,
word
it,
bee.
wa- it, wa- it was that type of attitude. Again, think about the time period. For
Mm-hmm.
this particular movie, it's in the mid 30s and it ends in the mid 50s. So there's a lot that's happening during those
Mm-hmm.
many years. And this article says the wrestling world has been a highly reputed, prestigious sport since its early beginnings. While modern fans do not remember many of the larger than life personalities who competed inside the squared circle back in the day, it was through their efforts and contributions that brought prominence to wrestling and paved the way for future generations to pursue their passion in the business. Long before there was China, Beth Phoenix, Rhea Ripley standing toe to toe with the men of the WWE. The earliest trailblazer to do it was wrestling legend Mildred Burke.
I'll sit back and state this. You think wrestling is wild now? Wrestling back then was far more wild. It was
Hmm.
more Wild West out there. If you
Yep.
think this is good,
And
not good. No, 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 no.
well, again, let's put it in a matter of perspective. There wasn't this big conglomerate like there is now with the WWE, formerly known as WWF, World Wrestling Federation.
Mhm.
There were different territories, and in those different territories, you had different organizations. You had, the Mid South Wrestling. You had, NWA, among others. Even
AWA.
Canada, yeah, AWA in Minnesota,
Hmm.
and of course, you had wrestling territories up in Canada. California had its own wrestling territory.
Yeah. Canada had that toque one. Hey, we're the toques, eh? Sit back, have a twofer as we wrestle, eh?
And with having different wrestling territories, they had their own rules.
Hmm.
And you can make a deal with which wrestler goes over for the match, who wins, but it doesn't mean that they're going to keep to that handshook deal.
Hmm.
It's like, no, I'm not going to have my wrestler lose to your wrestler,
Hmm.
not on my home turf, and vice versa.
Yeah, it got physical, real physical.
Yeah. So this article says one of the toughest female wrestlers that has ever competed in professional wrestling is Mildred Burke. Burke started competing in professional matches in the early 1930s. She won many matches against male wrestlers and received a lot of attention as a result. Many men attempted to pin her but were unsuccessful. Moreover, the women wrestlers who tried to wrestle her were even less successful. The rich history and immense contributions of the great Mildred Burke changed the game at a time when wrestling was not the mainstream and women did not get much recognition. It's a lot different now, where women
Yeah.
do get the recognition.
Hmm.
In an attempt to change that and bring her legacy into the limelight for the modern day wrestling fans, let's dive deep and explore the journey of the women's wrestler of yesterday, Mildred Burke.
All I can say is this: I'd be more than willing to lose to her, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more. Say no more.
So, Mildred Burke was introduced to wrestling by her boyfriend, who in the movie was actually referred to as her first husband,
Mm.
and the father of her son, Little Joe. At the age of 15, Mildred Burke started working as a waitress on the Gallup, New Mexico Zuni Indian reservation. After 3 years there, she decided to marry her boyfriend and move to Kansas City. She became interested in wrestling when he took her to a match. Later, Burke, who was expecting at the time, persisted. She had a great she had great muscle development, worked as a stenographer in an office by day and wanted to wrestle. At the same time, wrestling coach Billy Wolf, who would become her partner, her husband, and he's depicted, and in some of the information I was able to find, he was a scummy guy, especially when it came to developing the women's league.
Well, he was in charge of wrestling, weren't they all?
Yeah, they were all, you know.
Well, I don't think Vern Gagne was, but but he was Minnesota nice, so there. Yeah.
Excuse me. At the same time, wrestling coach Billy Wolf was instructing ambitious female wrestlers close to home. At first, Wolf did not want to train Burke and told the male wrestler to body slam her in an attempt to dash her away from her aspirations. Burke instead body slammed the man, which is depicted in the film,
Hmm.
impressing Billy Wolf, who in turn offered to coach her. After teaching her, Wolf understood she was the candidate he had been watching. Their training was so close together that they eventually started dating and got married. She defeated Clara Mortensen for the women's championship in January 1937 after changing her name to Mildred Burke. And Clara Mortensen is also referred to as California in the movie, and she's played by professional wrestler Tony Page, who is currently in AEW. So it goes on to say in this article, as mentioned above, long before the outstanding aura of dominant female superstars like Rhea Ripley, Asuka Khan, Beth Phoenix, and Chyna prevailed over male competitors, Burke was the one who was involved in her dominance over the men during the early days. Mildred Burke was a pioneer in intergender wrestling matches. Legend has it she battled over 200 men during her career, but she only ever lost to one of them. If Burke were still around today, she would be astounded by how far the sport has advanced since her prime.
Are disgusted, depends.
True. With
I,
some
and I'm serious.
things that happened in the 90s and early 2000s.
Hmm. And some of how wrestling is being done now. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
But it makes me question on this one. What was her exercise regime? I mean, she had to hit the gym, obviously. I
Yeah.
mean, look at those muscles. But the thing is she's got those muscles in form, but she's still feminine.
Yeah. And they even mentioned that in the movie.
Hmm.
And I did, see that Jim Ross, who broadcasted for the NWA in Atlanta, then it became WCW, then it came over to WWF, now WWE, and now he's currently with AEW. He was an executive producer on the movie. And they
I
also had James E. Cornette in the movie. He was actually playing the commissioner of the NWA, but I'm sure he gave some insight from what he knew about Mildred because he would have probably crossed paths with her sometime in the 60s, 70s, 80s because Mildred Burke was born in 1915 and she passed away in 1989.
Okay. You know what you sound like, Mike, when you're doing all this? It's like BINGO AEIOU. Listing all those letters off. It's like my head's exploding. No, it's imploding. Stop it. No.
I'm trying to be as informative as possible, give everybody
Yeah.
as much information.
Oh, I appreciate. I appreciate. My brain doesn't, but I appreciate it. But we all know my brain. It's already suffering today. It went into sincere mode earlier, and I just can't.
Mildred Burke first competed in the Midwest Wrestling Association tournament in 1936, winning her first women's world title as a result and holding the title for 2 decades. She defeated female wrestler Clara Mortensen in 1937, Successfully defending the world title, Burke subsequently defended her title by traveling throughout the world and United States. She competed against and beat renowned female wrestler June Byers in 1948, and June Byers is also featured in the movie. In 1950, at the Coral Gables Coliseum in southern Miami, she defeated Elvira Snodgrass. She defeated Mae Weston the same year. In 1951, Burke fought Snodgrass once more and prevailed in the contest to retain her championship. Moreover, the attempts by many other renowned foes to overthrow Burke, like Gladys Gillum and WWE Hall of Famer Mae Young, also failed repeatedly. In the process, she became one of the most dominant women's champions of her heyday. Burke founded the World Women's Wrestling Association in Los Angeles in the early 1950s. Eventually, the NWA began to publicize women's wrestling, and she worked with Bill Newman, that's who Jim Cornette plays in the movie, to create the International Women's Wrestlers, Inc. The organization had offices in Sydney, Australia, New York City, and San Francisco. Furthermore, Burke also promoted women's wrestling on an international basis by creating the Worldwide Women's Wrestling Association. Burke oversaw a women's wrestling academy in Encino, California in her later years. Rhonda Singh, a Canadian who later achieved recognition in the WWWA champion Monster Ripper and the WWF women's champion Bertha Faye, was once one of her pupils. The legendary superstar's legacy has been recognized by her induction into the WWE Hall of Fame's Legacy Wing, Professional Wrestling Hall of Fame, and the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame, and will always serve as an inspiration for future generations to come. And then, of course, it talks about the movie. And I'm not going to read that part because this is where I'm going to go ahead and talk about the movie itself. As soon as I get this pop-up out of my way. But the movie itself stars Emily Bett Rickards, who some of you might know from the Arrowverse, as Mildred Burke. And it starts off with her life in the mid-1930s, where she's working as a waitress at the diner with her mother. And yes, this will contain some spoilers. And she goes to a wrestling show where she meets Billy Wolf. And, she's persistent. She watches him at a wrestling show. He comes to the diner and she keeps asking. He keeps refusing. But eventually, he accepts and they go on the carnival circuit where she wrestles men for 25 cents after, body slamming the first guy that she faced outside of the carnival. So it goes through her life from the 30s, 40s, and the mid 50s. It deals with Billy Wolf being unfaithful, especially when they got married, their business arrangement that they eventually made and was eventually broken, and the fact that in certain territories she could not wrestle, not against a man, not against a woman, because it wasn't allowed during that period of time. And it shows her struggles, trying to convince other people to book her, especially after she suffers a knee injury, saying, I can still do this even after this knee injury. And it goes through different details of her life. It has Jack Pfeiffer, played by Walter Goggins, who is actually one of her supporters, who says he'll do what he can to try to help her. And eventually, it's kind of a word of mouth type of thing where people start hearing about her and they start paying to go see her in her wrestling matches. And eventually, her deal with Billy Wolf and her ends up breaking off. He starts his own thing, she's doing her own thing, and you know, she's just trying to not only stay on top, but do what's best for her son as a single mother. She's trying to make sure that she can support the two of them and support the women who eventually come along and start wrestling alongside her. And one of those wrestlers being Mae Young, played by Francesca Eastwood. And this movie,
Isn't that one of Clint Eastwood's kids or something?
I believe so. I believe so. This movie, which is written and directed by Ash Avidson, whose father directed Rocky. It's also written by him, and other writing credits go to Jeff Lane and also Allison Ramsey. But it does a real good job at depicting not only elements of Mildred's struggle of going, you know, to these carnivals and wanting more, and finding that there's pushback because of the time period, and also showing that when they start getting success, how, when they have wrestlers of different ethnicities join them, and trying to stay at a hotel, and the hotel says, we're sorry, but this hotel isn't for them. So what do they do in the movie? Well, they end up booking all the rooms so that everybody who is part of their group, they call it the Wolf Pack, can stay at this hotel. But this movie, I wasn't bored, and I didn't feel like my time was wasted. I felt like it was time well spent, and this is a movie I think folks need to see. And I do think that if you're not a wrestling fan, that it might not be the movie for you, but give it a chance. You may come away with a different look at wrestling. Now, I do have some gripes, but they're minor gripes. And one of them's, near the end for her last match when they had multicolored ropes at the ring, when, to my recollection, multicolored ropes weren't used in professional wrestling until the late 60s, early 70s. Before then, it was either white ropes or, just plain rope. But Emily Bett Rickards does a wonderful job in her performance. Josh Lucas as Billy Wolf does a wonderful job. Tyler Posey, Walter Goggins, everybody. Everybody, knew their part and
Well, it's
did their
Walton
part
Goggins.
yeah, and performed it beautifully. And if I'm gonna give this movie a rating, I'm giving it a 7 out of 10. I liked it that much. Again, like I said, I didn't feel like my time was wasted. I didn't feel like my money was wasted. I mean, how many times do we hear now, why go to the movies and spend money at the movies? Because there's really nothing there. And if we do spend our money, we feel like we wasted our money. Well, I didn't feel like I wasted my money. I wasn't looking at my phone to see what time it was. I wasn't dozing off. There weren't parts of it where, like when I was watching Nosferatu, for example, where it almost lost me. No, I was intrigued because I went into this movie not knowing anything about Mildred Burke. And, I started doing my research on her and trying to find out as much information as I could. And I did find some information that started lining up, especially about the fact that she wrestled at carnivals. That was something that, they really did a good job at letting you know. She didn't just straight up start wrestling from day one. No, she had to basically earn her way. to get noticed and, you know, be a pioneer. But this movie is definitely one of those movies that I think a lot of people who enjoy, you know, not just biopics, but also films with good drama and a good story will enjoy. Excuse me.
Well, I would sit back and say you're saying about how if you're on the wrestling you might get lost, but really you take a look at Rocky. You
Hmm.
didn't have to know about boxing because this is a story of the heart. It's a story of struggle. It's a story of building up. It's like you said, you're showing them at the beginning, going through the carnivals, such like that, working their way up. So and of course trying to break down barriers. And you have this as International Women's Month, right? Well, what better film to go and take a gander at, where you
Hmm.
have a strong woman, a strong mother, a strong fighter, obviously, and a determined person to try to beat those barriers. So, yeah, just like Rocky, you don't have to be a boxing fan. You know of boxing, or back in the day. Of wrestling now, and
Hmm.
it's part of society. You turn around and there it is, TNT and all these others. Come watch our wrestling now. It's on what, Netflix now, live.
Yeah,
I don't know.
WWE Raw is on Netflix now.
Yeah. So I mean, right there, that shows that this film is, even if you're not a wrestling fan, it sounds like it's a good one to go. Bring
Mhm.
your bring. I don't know if you can bring your family to this, but
You
uh,
can. You can.
okay, yeah. I mean, if you have girls, it's like, hey,
It's
the
PG
struggle.
13, so
Yeah, see the struggle that people had to get to what we have now. That type of stuff, uplifting film. Because even in the quote unquote victories we have now, where you constantly hearing people bitch and moan, "Oh, poor me because I'm a woman," or this or that. This shows the real struggle in the fact that women fought really hard uh, to get places in this world, especially
well,
starting out that
I
night.
I mean, think about this, Baron. Without Mildred Burke, you wouldn't have the fabulous Moolah. You wouldn't have Medusa, who was in WCW.
Hmm.
You wouldn't have a China. You wouldn't have a Trish Stratus. You wouldn't have a Lita. I can keep going on and on listing names, and
Hmm. Yeah, or kicked
you
open
you
doors.
would you wouldn't have a Wendy Richter. And
Hmm.
it,
And
it, it takes a pioneer because even in this movie, because it's around 1947, and
mhm.
who entered Major League Baseball in 1947? Jackie Robinson. It shows that there's always going to be one person that starts a revolution, and in this case, it was women in professional wrestling because it had been male dominated up to
the
that
right
point.
the right person at the right time for the right job.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things. I didn't know that this movie was coming out until I saw an advertisement for it, and then I watched the trailer. And I showed you guys the trailer last week, thinking, you know, this is a movie I want to see. Part of it was curiosity. I'm not going to say it wasn't. It was curiosity as to why I wanted to see it. 'Cause, again, like I said, I didn't know about Mildred Burke. So, what do? You go see it, you do your research to find out about the person's life that's being depicted in this film. And I'm sure there were other exaggerations in the film that, they kind of pump up for films like this. They always do. But what I saw did not bore me, did not make me regret my decision to go see it. It was a movie I enjoyed seeing. It's like when it was over, it's like, It's over? Okay. Guess it's over."
Plus, you saw muscled eye candy.
Well, I've got to give Emily Bett Rickards credit. She put in the work to have that physical appearance. And watching some behind the scenes videos early this morning and late last night, she actually wrestling ring.
Well, it's also hard to, if you're having a fight scene like that, to disguise who the person is with a stunt double.
Yeah.
It really is. Bravo.
Yeah. So again, I've given this 7 out of 10. I say go see it. Whether you want to see it, that's up to you. Judge it for yourself. You may not like it. You may like it. It's up to you. I'm not going to try to persuade your decision any one way or another. I'm just saying I enjoyed it. I recommend it. And I'd go see it. If you want to wait for it to come on streaming, that's fine. You want to wait for the watch party we're going to have of this? That's fine. But I thoroughly enjoyed this movie, and I recommend it.
What did you say is going to happen? Was that the big surprise?
Watch party. When it's available.
Party.
When it's available.
Actually, Mike filmed it in the theater with his phone, so we're going to see it tomorrow.
No. I'm not going to get thrown out. No. Sorry. I'm just not. It's the closest theater to me, and I'm not driving 2 hours, 2.5 hours, 3 hours to go to a movie. I'm not doing that.
They'd only make you clean the bathroom.
But really, I was even saying to Baron backstage before we came on that I think he would really enjoy it.
Mm-hmm. I don't mind films like this at all. No.
And I'll be honest, I like good underdog stories.
Mm-hmm. So right there, a reason to go see the film if you like that. So many things.
And real quick, I do want to acknowledge the 99-cent super sticker that Tim gave us just a little bit ago.
Now that he's
Thank
back.
you for the smiling face.
Yeah. Smiles.
Thank you very much for that, Tim. Really appreciate it. So let me go ahead and play this for you, my friend. As soon as I can find it. There it is.
I'd buy that for $1.
But yeah, folks, give it a chance. If you don't like it, that's fine. If you do like it, cool. We can talk about it either way. And speaking of the box office, let's go ahead and take a look at the box office numbers for this past weekend.
Tim just dropped something that was surprising. Today would have been Raul Julia's 85th birthday. Wow.
Gosh, he was a wonderful actor.
He was. Oh, we lost him way too early.
Dang. You know what? We should watch Addams Family.
I thought Overtime in the at the Memory Bank we should watch. I think that's the name of that. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's hard to believe that it's been 30 years since he passed away.
I outlived him. That's hard for me to believe.
And the last movie that he did, at least it was one of the last movies, was Street Fighter. And even in Street Fighter, you could tell he wasn't doing well.
Yeah. But he still fought to the end.
Yeah.
And you know who discovered him?
Who?
It was Orson Bean. Orson Bean was down in Puerto Rico, and you was seeing him. I think he was doing Shakespeare. I could be wrong. And basically had him, get brushed up on English and all that. Brought him up to the States. He became, immensely popular, and Orson Bean also helped others get up, get known, but they kind of never acknowledged him. Raul Julia always constantly thanked Orson Bean or acknowledged Orson Bean as the person that basically helped start his career here.
I mean, you can't blame him. Being grateful for that start and not forgetting about it. Let's see.
And that's just
River
it.
Phoenix was born
That's right.
yeah. River Phoenix was born in August of 70, so he would actually be 55 this year.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see. Box Office Mojo says Mickey 17 came in at number 1 this past weekend with 19.1 million. Captain America Brave New World at number 2 with 8.5 million. It hasn't even cracked 400, folks. And it needs to crack the upper 400 million mark in order to even be considered a success. Last Breath made 4.2 million, but that movie looks good. And it's got Woody Harrelson, but I saw the trailer for it and that looks good. That's another movie I wouldn't mind seeing. But I don't know that I necessarily have to rush out to the theater to go see it.
Yeah, it does look good, and it doesn't also have um, Kevin Costner.
Let me check.
Or maybe I'm wrong on that one. Maybe I'm wrong on that one. Maybe I'm thinking of their one. But Woody Harrelson is a good actor.
He is.
He is a good actor. He's wacky, but he's a good actor.
Yeah, but he's grown as an actor over the
Mm-hmm.
years and
Yeah,
really shown his range. And
yeah. Starting out as Woody, I mean, think about that. They had the name of the character and everything uh, uh, already set up. They're just looking for someone to play the part to replace Coach.
Mhm.
And he goes walking in there. I think he was talking to George Wendt or whatever. He goes, "Hey, what's your name?" He goes, "My name's Woody." He's, "Yeah, sure you are."
Simu Liu is also in it. He was in Shang-Chi.
Ah,
And I don't recognize these other names. Finn Cole, Cliff Curtis, Mark Bonner. Yeah, I'm not recognizing a lot of these other names.
okay. I was thinking of another movie. Never mind.
And let's see what they're saying in the chat. Truck says 2 more years than I. And then Tim is saying when you take Speedball, you put your life in your hands at that point. Yeah, unfortunately, River had his demons.
I think that's what took out Belushi, and it was the first time he ever did it.
Yeah. And we have the monkey at 3.9 million. And that's grossed 45 million worldwide. Now, I don't know what the budget of that film was. I'll look it up real quick. Because, some of these smaller budget movies, 45 million might be a profit.
Exactly. Especially when they don't get the promotion.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what Brave is telling me is that the budget for the monkey was between 10 and 11 million.
It made his money.
Yeah, it's made its money back.
Because they didn't have a lot of promotion, you know, so that was obviously very low.
And Paddington in Peru has only made 175 million, but it's done more internationally because I think Paddington's more well
British,
known,
yeah,
across the pond than anything else.
yeah, very British bear.
And True Rock is telling me Cliff Curtis played the main game member who was going to take out Ethan Hawke's character in Training Day. I haven't. It's been a long time since I've watched Training Day. And let's see what not wraps up, but rounds up the top 10 here for the box office. We have Dogman, which made 3.5 million, and it's currently made 88 million. So that's probably pretty good for that film. Honora made 1.8 million and has currently made 18 million total. Then you have Mufasa the Lion King, which made 1.7 million for 250 million total.
That's got to be a disappointment. I'm sure they're expecting more.
Yeah, I'm sure they were expecting a lot more than that. Then you have Rule Breakers. Oh, Cashmonero. It's their movie.
Hey,
That made 1.5 million. And you had Night of the Zoopocalypse, which made 1 million. It doesn't, like I said,
what?
it doesn't have the numbers for Queen of the Ring. Nobody does.
What the hell is Zoopocalypse?
I don't know. Let me click on. A wolf and a mountain lion team up when a meteor unleashes a virus, turning zoo animals into zombies. They join forces with other survivors to rescue the zoo and stop the deranged mutant leader from spreading the virus. Okay.
Can we stop the zombie stuff, please?
Pacific Forward 4, the zombie edition.
What
we
the
wish,
hell does that mean?
you know what? All we got to do for that is just stay up late one night and go, "Hey guys, welcome to Pop Talk."
Well, I've suggested it. I've suggested that 24-hour stream.
You can have at it, Baron. I'm gonna get some sleep and I'll be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
I have not heard of this film, and obviously, so a lot of people haven't. Only 1 million. Basically,
Yeah,
1 million. That's just
and 3 million worldwide.
yeah, total.
But I didn't even see any advertising for it. That's the problem with Hollywood now. They don't even advertise movies like they should.
This is the first time I heard of that film. That's why I was like, "What the hell is Apocalypse?" And I regretted it.
I'm with you there, Lady Mist.
Yeah, I'm tired of zombies. I really am. I really am. It's it's part of that dystopian crap they want to push on us. Really, if you take a look at it, it always leads to the destruction of mankind. Blah blah blah. Yada yada.
Okay, we've seen that over and over again. I mean, ever since The Walking Dead came out, we've seen it over and over again.
Well, this is the zoo version of that. Now, can we just go back to a atomic apocalypse again, please? At least we got good mutants out of that.
Can we go back to positive stuff like Star Trek? Thinking of a positive, hopeful future for all of us?
I want my Mad Max. I want my Thunder the Barbarian.
I want to be on a starship that can go faster than light, exploring strange new worlds, new civilizations, boldly going where no one's gone before.
Oh, I got something for you.
I want replicator food.
I
don't care how bad they say it is.
I got some. Then it's Warhammer. You can go explore strange new worlds, meet strange new life forms, and annihilate them. And when it comes to food, we got corpse.
I don't want to annihilate them, Baron.
Corpse starch, man. Good old Canis corpse starch. You might have served with this guy. with this meal at one time. Now he's serving you.
All right. Tim Caligula. Really?
Hey, it's about love. Love is
I,
love.
I couldn't even get away with that on a watch party.
Why?
Do you know why?
Cosby will let ya. Rumble
I-
only. Rumble only exclusive. Watch it on Cosby. Come on, man. Think outside the box.
Debbie does Dallas.
Do you know that people really don't, still to this day, don't really know who she is? She just disappeared after those films.
Nobody will know.
Somebody does somewhere.
Positive science fiction, try the 2010 movie. Just might. But yeah, we still gotta have something to show on the Cosby side too, because a certain Norwegian wanted us to show it.
Oh, he's not around anymore, bastard.
I know, but he asked us to show it, so I'm a man of my word.
The pain will be real. I will warn you.
Oh gosh. All right, I'll have my finger on the beeper.
Oh, and by the way, I'm serious. Oh yeah, Bambi Woods. Yep. Yeah, I know she's still alive and all that, but she's basically disappeared.
Come on, try that again.
She's not happy about Debbie Does Dallas.
Oh, do you blame her? Turn up
No.
the volume. All right. What mess has that crazy Norwegian got us into this time?
The pig. Oh, we haven't gotten in there yet.
What the hell kind of acting is that?
They're
all so cool, especially Blossom. Hey, Baron, welcome to Pop Talk. How are you doing today? I know I sound like that when I read some articles. I get it.
Yeah. Don't ever talk about Jake Lloyd again, people.
Oh boy.
That's the wizard. Yes.
I was gonna say something, but I was like,
Just
yeah. Thank you, Tim. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Well, that took a little longer than I expected, but he finally.
What in the absolute fuck? That's gender normative. Yeah, leave your gender ideals and politics out of it.
It gets better.
Kill it with fire. Lady Mist is puking. Hey.
It'll get better.
That tells me it's going to get worse.
Yeah.
Really? This is what they did to the animated series. Turned it into a live action piece of shit.
Oh, it gets better.
Every time you say it gets better, I know it's getting worse.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Uh-huh.
She's ba- basically she became a prostitute, OnlyFans girl in that. Yeah. So
What the hell kind of acting is this? I know it's going to be on the CW, but really,
yeah. Well, you're gonna really enjoy more. You trust me. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm with you, Lady Mist. It's stupid. Absolutely stupid.
Oh, don't insult stupid stuff. This is worse than that. Honestly.
This is worse than lowbrow humor.
And we're lowbrow humor.
Yeah, we have to have one of them be the edgy one with attitude. Great, like we haven't seen that one
Oh,
before.
non-binary lesbian. No, I'm not kidding. No joke. No joke.
Oh gosh, do we have to watch this whole thing?
Up to you. You're the boss, but it only gets better. I mean, you basically go through the entire freaking episode in this. This is the lost. I think it's actually a sizzle reel, not an actual trailer. Basically tells you the whole freaking episode in this.
See what Lady Miss wrote on
Yep.
the Cosby side?
I saw Lady Miss.
7 years later, and they all die, killed by craze, unemployed zombies.
Oh, all those federal workers that got unleashed from Doge. Okay.
This is like a real bad fan film, and I don't want to insult fan films, but this is like a real bad, poorly thought out fan film.
Uh-huh.
I thought this sucker was canceled, scrapped.
It is canceled. This is the sizzle reel that they were using to try to promote it. This is what helped killed it, I think.
Oh gosh!
I was
If
gonna
it's
say,
not
wait until
centered
you,
around today's identity politics, I don't know what.
mm-hmm.
Well, we do that on Pop Talk. We have no problem.
Yeah.
Gosh, this is terrible.
Uh,
I'm not trying to insult anybody who likes CW shows, but this is why I don't watch CW shows.
yeah, he isn't insulting people who watch CW shows.
Good God, I ain't watching
This
anymore.
is oh no! Don't stop! Don't stop! I saw the whole thing. Just don't stop. Keep. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
You'll curse
Look,
me later.
look what I've done. Look what I've done. I've stopped it. I'm the captain. I have a crew. I have to do what's best for the ship and crew, and that's to make sure that we don't see any more of this monstrosity,
I did warn you.
this abomination.
Wasn't joking. Mm-hmm. And I saw Chase. That's why I reacted when I saw what Chase sent you and said, "Oh no, you want to hold off. Trust me. You didn't want to play it. You definitely did not want to play it at the point that we're at that he shared that with us because that would have just ruined the talk that we had." And I'm thankful I was able to get you to stop on that because now you understand why.
Oh God, oh, gosh, you have to watch that whole thing on the Beyond.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yep.
I'm at a loss for words. Jace, you're evil.
Yeah.
You're evil.
Yep. He is. Yep. Yeah, remember, all the things I said about him. I wasn't kidding.
You are absolutely evil for having Baron watch this. You know how sensitive Baron is.
I think even Cash got to see it.
Well,
That's why he's not.
I don't feel sorry for Cash.
Well, that's why he's not here today.
Oh gosh, that was terrible.
It's his fault.
Well, we didn't even finish it, and
I think we all owe DJ Ronnie G an apology for his Powerpuff thing that he showed us. Not Powerpuff, but Sailor Moon.
Sailor Moon. Yeah. DJ Ronnie G's Sailor Moon looks 10 times better in comparison.
DJ, we're sorry. We apologize.
Mea culpa, DJ. Mea culpa.
Yeah. And now Jace is definitely on the shit list.
Yeah, Tim lost his brain. I think we all lost our brain cells. It's time we're not getting back. None of us are anonymous. Sorry, everybody. Everybody who watched. I'm sorry. You had to see that shit.
Well, I mean, on my end of things, I got to enjoy watching you have the meltdown. That was entertaining for me. But that's because it's like watching Paul when he was watching Caddyshack 2. I wasn't there to see Caddyshack 2. I was there to see how Paul reacted.
I'm directing this specifically toward you.
Extinction to all traitors!
See, I wasn't here watching this to watch it. I was watching it here to see Mike's meltdown. I'm kind of sad that you stopped because I really wanted the veins pop out as it continued on.
Well, we had such a great moment today, listening to Star Trek music, talking about good Star Trek.
Yeah, that's why I stopped you when I did at that time.
God.
Yeah. Hey, don't knock the Castle of Fu Manchu. Or Caligula, for that matter.
Shit, that promo makes Move a Lot Home look a lot better.
I mean,
you know it takes a lot for me to say that.
Yeah, basically, in a nutshell, it shows you the entire episode, but not the whole episode. But it goes through the whole thing, which is, like I said, I think this was a sizzle reel for them to try. Yeah, I think it's a sizzle reel for them to try to sell this product, especially to the stations. And I'm sure they got the feedback from the stations, which is why it's canceled, and they don't want this scene. They are going after anybody who's got this and is showing it out there. So it's a good thing we did this on Cosby. But yeah, they got the hint. And the one who plays Buttercup, she even left the thing before, after this. I mean, right away before, basically if they would have gone to a green light, she wouldn't have come back. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm not even a Powerpuff fan. I've never really seen an episode of Powerpuff Girls. But all I gotta sit back and say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what you guys are suffering through. I really am. And even though it's not my thing, I'll help you fight to bring it back to what it's supposed to be.
Oh boy.
And of course, you know where Jace is. You can send him some messages. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Oh, he posted a link. The movie's got off. Okay, he's just talking about the book. But let me just a second. Mike is going to kill you. There. I just sent that to Jace.
Jace. Jace. Yeah.
Ban him.
Yeah.
I think Jace has made a lot of enemies today. Let this be known as fuck you, Jace. Stay.
Jace.
What?
In the hell was that? I am trying to bring positivity and good entertainment to Pop Talk, not a turd fest like that. I could say more, but we're on all three platforms, so I gotta watch how I say it.
Yeah, well, you kind of take a look at it though. Is I'm definitely a stronger man because I did watch the whole thing, and I made it through somehow. But it's like
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
mhm.
Yeah, just when you think you've seen it all, then you see that shit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's why I was so adamant earlier. Yeah, yeah. So
All right, we will look at the Sunshine trailer to get that taste out of our mouths.
sunshine. Okay,
That's what it's called.
okay. Sunshine on my shoulder makes me happy. It's a John Denver song just for Phil McCracken, John Denver's biggest fan. Sunshine. Country
Country
road,
roads, take
take
me
me
home
home
to the
to the place
place I
I
belong.
belong.
Phil McCracken, it's your song. Country road,
Joe Biden's
take
ice
me
cream
home.
shop, his buddy forever. Take Phil home.
All right, so
Delaware roads.
I'm just waiting for the trailer to load up, then I'll share it on the Cosme side.
Yeah, I'm over here. All I see is a blue screen, sad blue screen that I'm having to talk off the
Yeah,
cliff
give me a
after
moment. Give me a moment.
after that last thing you showed on there. It's like
Good
can you
God.
can you touch on the doll where Mike hurt you by showing that? Oh,
And,
there! Oh my word!
why did you unfollow Pacific 4 Why did you unsubscribe? Because he showed us that sizzle reel for Powerpuff Girls. The guy's an asshole.
Let's see. Subscribers now to Mike's channel, Pacific414. Oh, 23.
No, -5.
Mhm. Here, I thought you were bringing up the numbers to show how many people we lost because of this.
No.
You will. Ooh, street light. Ooh, this sounds so cheery.
Well, that's how you would sound if you watched the sizzle reel for Powerpuff Girls.
A star within a star. Is that Hannah Montana and Britney Spears? Or, I mean, not Spears, but oh, whatever. That's because you're a coward.
You have no honor.
He's Bob the Builder. Sunshine in my eyes, make me cry.
That means somebody on the crew did it.
Oh, I did it. Bill McCracken. Well, that cheered me
Well,
up. Can we go back to the Powerpuff one? At least I had a laugh.
Tim's got something for us, so I'll
I,
share that
do,
real quick.
do we trust him?
We're gonna have to trust him on this one.
Mm,
Don't me.
I will go all I want.
Not as long as I'm driving this vehicle. Don't make me turn the show around, Baron.
Yeah, please do, especially after these last two things I saw.
All right, give me a second to share my screen, then we will wrap up.
I'm so depressed now.
You won't be depressed with this.
I better not be. I'm holding you to that, damn it.
Yeah, go ahead and hold me to it.
Oh! Oh!
Here we go.
Them.
Mhm. You know what that makes you, Tim? If you know it all by heart, one of us, one of us, one
Tim,
of us.
yeah, you're a nerd. Ipswich.
Mm.
New name for a show, not Lob.
There's Cash.
Yep, there's me. I have to read this article? Oh, definitely me.
Why don't I want to say to him, Bon Weep Grana Weep Ninny Bon? I know that's Eric Idle.
Monty Python, the Bigamus Dickamus. Yeah, there. See. Looking at WC Fields. Although no one suspects the Spanish Inquisition.
Monty Python is good. We should do a watch party of one of their movies,
Yeah.
like The Holy
Definitely.
Grail.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's a good one. That's a good one. You know, it's kind of a funny thing, and even uh, John Cleese sat back and said that he always thought about 80% of what they did on the TV show was crap. It's just the other stuff that was so good that people remember. And I had to agree with them
Mm-hmm.
because you watch some of the episodes of Monty Python Holy Grail. It's like, what the hell is this? It's yeah, I just don't know. Yeah, Tim is a nerd if he knows all. If he's a Monty Python fan and what a Star Trek fan, yeah, you're a nerd. Nerd.
Yeah,
Nerd is
Ned.
not a bad name.
No.
It's not a bad word. It's not a bad name. You're just one of us.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Plain and simple.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, I got a message back from our esteemed Jace. Ha ha ha.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh, okay. I'm typing it.
Nah, I'm sure if he's listening here, he just heard me say it.
Oh, I don't know if he is, but I would normally not do it. Normally do this, but it's Jace.
But he's gonna say it. Mike wasn't serious because he was laughing.
Yeah, it's maniacal laughing. See, there's a difference when someone starts going to that maniacal laugh. Yeah. Oh, there he is. There he is. Yeah. I see. He popping in. Yeah. He thinks.
I just want everybody to know he's asshole. This man right here, he's asshole.
Yeah.
Well, let's watch that scissor reel.
I
know I just said scissor, sizzle, whatever. It was bad.
Scissors. We're going back to Caligula again. Scissors.
It was bad. We all suffered thanks to you, you son of a bitch.
Well, he's here, right? I resisted doing this. I really, really have, but I think it's in need right now. Come on, you stupid thing! You hit the wrong button on this bloody thing. And can I please have my video clips back? You piece of crap. But hi, Jace.
Don't act so innocent.
Such a major turnoff to women.
Acting like he's innocent. You're from Norway. There's nothing innocent about you.
Simping is such a major turnoff to women.
I swear.
You have several times.
I swear, Jace. One of these days. One of these days.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Rebel Moon sucks. Part 2 sucks. Not a simp. Right. You don't show your friends, quote unquote, a sizzle reel of a show that you can see why it was never picked up.
I'm surprised they even got that far, to be honest.
Sure. I'm surprised somebody from the studio didn't go, you want to produce this shit? No.
Do you see what happens, Larry, when you fuck a stranger in the ass? What happens?
That's me right now, and Donnie's Baron going, oh shit.
Yep, I'm just Donnie's just sitting here, nice and relaxing, horrified. The violence is to come.
Jace.
That is to come.
Jace. At least when we watched the trailer for Section 31, we all riffed it. But in this case, you son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Well, you're wrong. You are a simp. All I gotta do is flash an image of Jenna Ortega in front of you and you're weak.
Shots have been fired, folks, over the bow.
Hey, he fired the shot. He started the war. I intend to finish it.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
But I'm not going to tell you how, Jace. No, I'm not going to give away my cards. Oh, no. But I'll get even with you.
That's right. I said, I ain't giving you no $350, you goddamn Loch Ness monster. Get your own goddamn money.
I gave him a
you know, Jace. You're bringing out a side of me I don't want to have come out. But, you know what? This is what I will do to you.
You know, I'm glad I'm not in trouble this time.
Usually you are.
I know this is kind of odd for me. I'm just kind of sitting back going, "Wow." So this is how it is. This is supposed to be my empathy moment. Not working. I'm just taking notes.
Alright, yeah, I'm going to show this on all 3 platforms once it loads up.
Uh-oh. Even I don't know what's going on here. I don't know.
No, they're ignorant. That's ignorant.
Exactly, I'm ignorant. I don't know.
Yeah.
Now I know what it's like. And I kind of like it. Oh, now I can see the effect I have on people. It's like the ghosts of Christmas past, present, future, and Marley themselves failed. Yeah. Time for me to start hunting down some sizzle reels.
All right. You know what, Jace? You know what? Listen
ready,
to
Jace?
this.
Oh, there we go.
You've turned me into Khan.
I've done far worse than kill you. I've hurt you. And I wish to go on hurting you. I shall leave you as you left me.
I shall do to you what you've done to me. I shall show you a trailer that you absolutely hate. And I will be laughing all day long.
But didn't he hurt you? That's the purpose behind all this?
No. I'm going to hurt him. I'm going to make him watch something so vile. So just irritating that he's going to just have to give in. Okay, I'm not doing a good job at going evil. I'm not.
You're not. I mean, and you used to be Doc Pop. I looked up to you then.
But you know what, Jace? You know what? I don't know if I can trust you anymore.
Oh, I never did.
Yeah, I don't know if I can trust you. You know, of all the souls I've encountered, his was the most, well, evil.
Yeah, Norwegian.
Oh boy.
You broke him, Jace. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm broken. You and Cash will have to do Wednesday's show.
Well, that's if he shows up.
But wait a minute, we're supposed to have a watch party.
Mm-hmm.
And I've already paid for the movie. So, yeah, I gotta be there.
Yeah, you do. Either I show you that sizzle reel, or show them the sizzle reel. Here's your movie.
No. Everybody who was here today already endured it once. I don't want them to have to endure it again.
But not everybody has yet. There's still some lucky souls that need to have that luck destroyed.
They were saved.
They were saved so far.
Yes.
Ha. Okay, I'm done laughing.
Okay, well, we've just gone completely off the rails. We're not even on the rails. We're nowhere near the rails anymore. We've fallen over the cliff. We jumped.
Not my fault. I warned. It's not my fault this time. I'm innocent.
The next time Jace has something he wants me to show my audience and react to, I'm going to tell him no.
No, he and Phil have hung out together way too much. I think he ran. I don't think he's here no more.
And your Ron says, I married a trailer hole. I'm pretty good at bad trailers. But yeah, Baron, go ahead and promote yourself. We got to wrap up before Evie Mucks says your show's over.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Jace Hall, why did I say Jace Hall? Jace Fox.
Jace Hole? Jace Hole? I like that. I like that for a nickname. It's Jace Hole.
Oh,
Jace. Instead of asshole, it's Jace Hole.
Well, there's a real Jace Hall out there, but that's beside the point. Used to do a bunch of gaming stuff, probably still does. But speaking of Jace Fox,
you sit on a throne of lies, sir. A throne of lies. You don't do that to a brother.
Maybe he's used as a sister. I don't know.
Sit on a throne of lies.
But speaking of our friend, now Mike's mortal enemy, Jace Fox, on his channel, Jace Fox's 540 Studio.
You too, Lady Miss. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it.
Take care, Lady Miss, sweetheart. Love having you around. And speaking of Jace Fox's 540 Studios, he has the
Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares about the Beyond? Who cares?
I don't, but I'm contractually obliged to. But at Thursday on 540 Studios is the Beyond, and that's of course hosted by Mike's new mortal enemy, Jace Fox, and he got his co-host Prismatics on there, as well as Kilty K. Jean, sometimes Whoopa Troopa, sometimes Hoshi, sometimes Cash Money, and of course myself. You can catch that, of course, on YouTube channel, Jace Fox's 540 Studio, between 6 and 6:30 Central Daylight Time.
I've heard of the show before.
Never heard of it. I work on it. I never heard of it. But now I got to change it up. Central Daylight Time. Thank you, government. Every Thursday. And why between 6 and 6:30? Well, he's Norwegian. You never, he figures it's like throwing a dart at a board. Well, we'll start anywhere in between that time. So again, please join us for that. Hopefully soon we'll get back to gaming on Friday Night Hooligans on Phantom Hooligans channel. Fridays, usually it's my time, I believe, 8:30 Central Daylight Time. But he's been AWOL lately for that. It has been noted that he has been AWOL. We really have been noticing. And you can also catch me here, but that's up to Mike to tell you about that. But Monday, I hope to have an exciting episode of Contraband Police, Mike Fiddle Comrade. Contraband Police, that's 5 o'clock Central Daylight Time on Baron Orman Tagge's Phantom. No, wait a moment. What am I saying here? Baron Orman Tagge's Fandom Legacy, or in this case, Fandom.
Baron Orman Tagge's Phantom Hooligans of Legacy?
Yeah, there we go. That'd be it'd be let's see, Baron Orman Tagge's Fandom Legacy 414. There we go. That's the channel. But no, you can catch me over on Baron Orman Tagge's Fandom Legacy, also known as gaming in this aspect. Again, 5 o'clock Central Daylight Time. There's when it gets released. Then hopefully on the Rumble only, because Cash Money and myself are snobs, we're snooty. We look down upon you peasants, because we're Rumble only. But you can catch cranky old fans. Hopefully we'll be doing one Tuesday. I have to see if he's up to speed or not. And that's usually at 10 o'clock Central Daylight Time, 8 Pacific. And usually we take a gander at a couple topics, talk about it for about an hour, and then go our merry little way after beating each other up. And that's on Cash Money Madness on Rumble. Oh, I hope that we can see you there. And I just got confirmation. As I said earlier before, our good libertarian friend, Pops from his own channel. We're going to be recording something on the 17th. I don't know when it will be released, but I will confirm that we'll be talking about Transers, the great full moon entertainment film from the 1980s, starring Tim Thomerson. It was also, I believe, Helen Hunt's debut in a motion picture. One of her first major roles. So again, I don't know when it's going to be released, but it's going to be a grand old time. Jack Death Lives. I love that film. I think Jack Death is one of the greatest heroes out there. It's considered a B film, you might say, out of the 80s, but it's still great entertainment. So I will keep you up to date when there'll be a release of that one. I'm sure Pops will keep me informed. Other than that, I do not have anything more else to say. Is that good English? Me fail English? That's impossible. Back to you, Mike.
Alrighty, I'm getting the link to Pop's channel to put into the chat.
Good friend of ours and all that. And you know what? I think I don't have that on. I should. Boy, that is one of the ones that definitely needs to be on here. Is that little clip? Is it even over here? Is it over here? Is it in the lineup? Do we have it in the lineup? I hope we have it in the lineup.
Yeah, you put it in the lineup.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. Where could you be? That's the one thing I agree with you about complaining about Evie Mux. They just do not seem to have an ability to have us have things permanently in our lists and also orderly in our list.
In an organized fashion, the clips that we use most, we usually try to keep to the top. At least we did on StreamYards. The clips that we use less frequently, we usually tried to keep to the bottom.
Right, exactly. So this is all over the place. So, hey, there's an anonymous panda that joined and caused me. Won't they be disappointed? I wonder if that anonymous panda is Cash. Savior of the money bin.
It could be anybody. It could be anybody. And they've left. Now they're back.
Oh, see, they want to see that. They want to see that Powerpuff.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Oh, they do. I know they
do. No. I'll never be the same after seeing that.
He said the same thing about the Sailor Moon.
Well, the Sailor Moon, I could take it down, but the Powerpuff Girl one.
It's a classic now. It's like watching a bad episode of Star Trek and praising how great it is after watching Kurtzman Trek. See what I did there?
Yeah, probably.
I was just saying, you never know. You never know. Never ever know. I don't know.
DJ says, did you request more 3M content?
3M content?
All I'm saying is that live action Sailor Moon looks a hell of a lot better than that sizzle reel for the live action Powerpuff Girls. I know people are probably saying, okay, Mike, shut up about it. We know you don't like it.
He's scarred, folks. He's scarred.
How many of you believe that having a hobby is a healthy and perfect way to express your individuality? Show of hands? Now. Well, you're wrong.
It was what they were trying to sell for a live action Powerpuff Girls series. I can see why it wasn't picked up.
Yep. Yeah. See, who wants a playlist? DJ Ronnie G's playlist of horrible trailers and sizzle reels. The sad thing is, I can't find the sizzle reel I was in anymore. That makes me mad. I wish I could have saved it.
That's all right. But before we go, unless you have anything else you'd like to promote,
I said back to you, Mike.
I'm just double checking. You
No,
know, you could say back to me, and then something comes to mind. Oh, wait. Can I promote this? Can I promote that?
Oh, by the way, can I promote? No, never mind. Can I promote
But
Cash Money?
why?
I don't know.
Why that tune of his gets in the way all the time.
Captain Chin.
But anyways, let's go ahead and wrap this up before even Mux disconnects us. On Tuesday for Pacific 414 on YouTube and Rumble, I will complete Star Trek Voyager Elite Force starting at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. And that's, of course, Eastern Daylight Time. And then on Wednesday,
Yeah, like, we're gonna watch a movie. Yeah. Yeah, and Baron, he's gonna do whatever I tell him. Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
it's gonna be like, it's gonna be like totally cool.
I know what it is. It's Joe and Phil Do America.
No, it's Beavis and Butthead.
Oh.
But we're going to be watching Beavis and Butthead Do America on Wednesday on both the YouTube channel, Rumble channel. Of course, those of you on X, I will make sure I send the Cosme link to all three platforms. So anyone who would like to join us for that watch party can do so. And then on Thursday, I'm going to play a new game. Well, it's new to me. It actually came out last year on the PS5. It comes out this coming week, actually, for PC. And that's Rise of the Ronin. So I'll be playing that. It's got some challenge to it, but that's fine.
Yeah, the Ronin's got to rise. There, see, there might be some butthead thing there.
And DJ says I'll try to arrive for Beavis and Butthead time.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
But that's what's coming up. You know, we had a lot of fun today, you know, reminiscing about good Star Trek, listening to good Star Trek music, talking about good Star Trek, going down the rabbit hole, and then we saw something that's horror. That's horror. You just want to show it to a friend on Halloween because that's how bad it is.
No.
Thanks, Jace.
We'll
jerk. But ladies and gentlemen, in all seriousness, I want to thank each and every one of you for stopping by. And I've got to do this quick before even Mux disconnects us. But Lady Mist, thank you very much. DJ Ronnie G, thank you very much. Tree Rock Creations, thank you very much. You're wrong, thank you very much. Jace, I don't know if I should thank you.
No.
That's sizzle reel. Man, I swear, man. I thought we were brothers, man. Guess not. But Tim, thank you very much, and thank you for the 99-cent super sticker. Thank you very much, brother. Bill McCracken, thank you very much. Padawannabe, thank you very much. As I scroll up here, I know we had Maria with Tiantelli stop by. Thank you, Maria. Thank you very much for stopping by. Really appreciate it. Stone Cold Loki, thank you for stopping by, brother. Really appreciate it. And let's see. Let me try to get to everybody as quickly as possible before I'm disconnected. That's the thing about Evening Mux. I wish they would let you go longer, but 6 hours is the limit.
Hard to believe. Didn't seem it.
No, we were having fun. That's the whole point of doing streams like this. I mean, for the most part, we had fun.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the point of doing streams like this, is having fun. That's the point of doing any stream, is making sure you still have fun while you do it.
I hope Chase is roommates with Mark Hamill someday.
Low Spec, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you to Low Spec and Yoron for popping in on the Rumble side. Cass, thank you very much. Of course, I mentioned Maria with T and Telly. Thank you, Maria. And definitely have to have you back on again. Anonymous, thank you very much, brother. And let's see. Try not to forget anybody, but if I have forgotten anybody, I do apologize.
Very sorry. He's so very, very sorry.
But again, thank you to everybody who watched us today during this almost 6-hour broadcast of Pop Talk. But we had a lot of fun, and that's the whole point of doing any stream is making sure you have fun while you do it. If you haven't done so already, please click on the description below, subscribe to Baron, subscribe to Cash. And I provided the links earlier for Jace and Pops. Subscribe to them. And, you can also click on the 3 dots in the chat and subscribe to Loki and everybody who was there. But thank you all. Have yourselves a good night. And until next time, remember, don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something.
Autobots, transform and roll out!